Hey, don't skip. Give me your 15 seconds.
No.
I've launched my official Patreon, and you will find exclusive 18+ stories there. But why not here?
I don't know.
Because of community guidelines. But there are many stuffs that I want to share with you all regarding Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku that I can't share here. Please join our Patreon to find spicy, 18+ and unique story. Now enjoy.
Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was omnipotent veil of deaths? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Her eyes were pale and unnervingly intense. That was his first impression of the girl they said was his sister. He glanced at his parents where they stood awkwardly, hands clutching the other's arms, as if to keep themselves from convening on the girl. His mom's eyes were green, a deep bottle green, not like the icy green of this girl in front of them, and she didn't much look like the woman either. She was tan for one thing, but not the healthy golden he and his dad sported. She was dusky colored, which only served to make her eyes more noticeable. That mess of black hair didn't help in that regard. It looked even more disheveled than his had ever been and was cut rather short with just enough of bangs to dip into her eyes. Again, only serving to bring attention to them. Besides that, she was small. Actually, that didn't do justice to it. She was dainty size small but scrappy looking. Looked like she could pounce on someone and take them down, small size or no. And frankly, it looked like she'd already sized up everyone in the room and dismissed them, which was worrying. He wondered where she had been all these years. They were already 14 after all. In fact, if the goblet hadn't spit out her name, they might not have found her at all. What a way to find a long-lost daughter, he thought as he glanced again at his parents. They looked like they would break into tears any moment now, and he cringed a little. Just a little? That would be embarrassing. Then he cringed again because that sounded kind of insensitive. They just found a daughter that they'd thought they'd never see again, and here he was thinking that their feelings were embarrassing. Honestly, he didn't know what to really think. He didn't know her. She was a complete stranger. He didn't want to say he didn't care because, well, this was his twin and all, but he didn't really know what to feel. Aside, of course, from wincing concern that a 14-year-old would be forced to compete in a tournament meant for of-age magic folk, and that people have died in previously. He looked at her again, dressed in a scruffy, too-big jumper and wearing muggle denim, ratty trainers peeking from them. Several eye-catchingly bright gems crawling up either of her ears, and almost impassive-faced. She had a nice face, he thought. Not like his mom's, but she looked a bit like Granny Doria. Except for her colors and hairstyle. Walt, he thought to himself suddenly, and he nodded internally. That was a good way to put it. She felt and looked wild. "Come in," the headmaster called cheerily, but it sounded a little strained. The door opened, and Jasper watched as Olymp and Karkaroff came in, their champions behind them. Right after came Diggory. Well, that's just peachy. Now the office was filled with ministry officials, agitated foreign school heads, and more students. The headmaster was lucky none of his baubles had been knocked over at this point. There is nothing to be done about Ms. Potter's participation. Dumbledore spoke before anyone could pipe in. The tests have already been concluded. She is bound to compete or lose her magic, and it has been established that she does not wish to lose her magic. He said with a pointed look after Karkaroff shifted to say something. The man grumbled. And what of her schooling? She is a student at none of our establishments. Olymp asked with a frown, her dark eyes landing on the girl. She looked especially tiny and harmless the way she had curled up on the chair, her legs up and socked feet peeking from under her jeans and her chin on her knees. He looked back at Olymp to see concern pulling her brows together, and he could see the same sort of protective concern in Fleur's eyes. Karkaroff only seemed aggravated at the extra champion. Crumb looked uncomfortable crammed and so close with everybody. Since he'd just checked them, his eyes flicked to Diggory. In typical Hufflepuff fashion, he looked just as concerned for this small slip of a girl as Olymp and Fleur. You can't claim her just because her brother is here, Karkaroff immediately threw in. Dumbledore nodded calmly. No, that's not what will be happening, Igor. He said like a professor patiently explaining to a troublesome student. Karkaroff didn't look amused. Miss Potter here is not a student at any of our fine schools. However, there have been instances of similar cases happening in these tournaments before, he said with a genial smile. She will not be registered with any schools in this case. Is that allowed? Diggory asked, crossing his arms. In peculiar cases like this one, Ludo Bagman shrugged easily. It has happened before, which is to say, she can earn points all she wants, but in the end, only one of the enrolled students can actually win the title. Nevertheless, if her points somehow exceeds her opponent's, then she'll be getting half as many galleons as the actual winner. So, she's not actually any competition? Correct. He grinned. She's only competing because she'll lose her magic, and she's under the approved age limit as well. And she isn't a student, he said the last bit like a second thought. Don't look so worried. There are plenty of new rules in place to make sure no one will end up dying. And Jasper practically heard the probably he left hanging. We can discuss this another time. For now, I think it's best we let the Potters get reacquainted with young Jasmine. You'll be allowed a separate set of quarters here in the castle, he said to the girl. She nodded easily, delicately setting her feet down as they slipped into her trainers. Is that it? Sprout asked. For now. Crouch grunted, getting up to go back to the ministry. Jasmine stood, and Jasper watched his parents dart over to latch onto her tightly, regardless of who else was in the room. Once you're out of the office, there should be a house elf waiting to take you to a room, the headmaster said kindly, and he watched his mum nod against the girl's head. They didn't let go even as they moved to the door, making others shuffle awkwardly out of the way. Jasper followed a few moments behind them, leaving a sizable distance. Perhaps 20 minutes later, they were in a tower not particularly used. While Jasper always knew how huge the school was, eventually they stopped near an alcove with a statue of a tall man with a strange-looking snake on his shoulders that had two heads, one on both ends. If Miss Potter be touching both snaky faces at same time, Miss Potter be opening door, Momsey explained cheerfully. He watched Jasmine step closer, then go up on her tiptoes. She couldn't reach, so she instead physically climbed on the dais the statue was on and again went on the tips of her toes to touch both. She easily slipped back when the statue moved to reveal a small and slim corridor. Why did that snake have two heads? Jasper asked the elf. It was Jasmine that answered, speaking for the first time in his presence. It's an amphisbana. The man was an adventurer from the 17th century, she said. Her voice had a pleasant rasp to it, and he eyed her curiously as she examined the entry it had shown. Really? Their mum asked, looking at the once more stationary statue. If Miss Potter be needing's Momsey again, Miss Potter call for Momsey, and Momsey will appear, the elf told her sister. Thank you, Momsey. You've been very helpful. I'll be sure to call on you again. The elf looked like she might be delirious with joy at being thanked so politely. Oh yes, Miss Potters. Momsey will wait for Miss Potter to call on her. Before a loud crack heralded her departure. He collected a huge amount of beasts and documented most of them. Jorge Di Giovanni. Do you like creatures then? James asked her, eager for any scrap of information about her. She glanced at him for a moment before stepping into passageway. They were quick on her heels, and Jasper went in after them, watching as the entry was covered again. There was quite a pretty painting covering what was the opening, though, and the creatures in it looking at them curiously before playing about in their exotic-looking backdrop. I do. He heard his sister and looked forward again. I like learning about them. I like seeing them even more. She turned her head as she led them to a slim, spiral staircase. Is it true there are thestrals on the grounds? There are, Lily told her quickly. But I don't think, she trailed off. He looked between his sister and their parents curiously. He liked care of magical creatures and all, but he wasn't that into it. Thestrals? They pull the carriages to Hogwarts, his dad explained. Really? I've never seen them. He frowned. Are they invisible? And his parents smiled at him warmly. He wondered what he did to get that fond, soft look. They can only be seen if someone has seen and accepted death. Animals can see them just fine, and so can most other creatures. But people need to see death of another person and accept it. His sister explained easily, and he shuddered. That sounds awful, he said. They're very plastic creatures, you know, and horribly discriminated against. Her doll-like face moved to show a frown, and she gently tucked few wild strands of hair behind her ear. They're not evil or anything, but you wouldn't even be able to see them. I can see them just fine, she said, and he paused as the implication slid into his mind. He wanted to ask who she'd seen die in morbid curiosity, but couldn't bring himself to because he was more than a little afraid of the answer. Then they were going up the stairs. The immediate room they climbed up to was wide and had a domed ceiling that showed a blue sky with fluffy white clouds in a picturesque way. His sister seemed just as fascinated with it. The furniture, Momsy had explained beforehand, came from where they placed all of their unused furniture, and he had itched to find out where. He had seen the same look on his dad, but the furniture here was light-colored and unmistakably feminine. The entire room was done in light blues and shades of soft white with a few bits gray here and there. "It's like the sky," she said. "I like it." "Do you like flying?" "I love flying," she answered immediately, her pale eyes sharpening. Their dad grinned broadly, dimples appearing. Lily only gave a slightly exasperated but mostly soft look. She shook her head then. Pushing the braid, she kept her long red hair in over her shoulder. "Of course you would like flying," she sighed wistfully. "Do you like Quidditch as well?" "Only when I'm seeker," she answered, eyes wandering around the room again, so she didn't see the way their dad's smile got even bigger. "Do you like sports? Do you like football?" Jasper decided to ask. Dean loved football. "The Muggle game? I suppose it's all right. I like Skittles more." "Oh, what about Exploding Snap?" "It's fun, I guess, but I think drafts is better." "Really? I never really liked drafts. It reminds me of chess." "Chess is much more difficult than drafts," she frowned. "Drafts is nice and easy. And competitive," she added as an afterthought. "Are you competitive?" "Yes," she said almost before he could finish the question. "Does that mean you'll try to outdo the other champions?" he asked, and from the corner of his eye, watched his parents flinch at the reminder. She hummed and plopped herself in a pretty clawfoot chaise. He sat on a love seat, and their parents moved to a sofa. "I suppose if I can I will, but I don't think I'll go out of my way," she told him, and his lips twisted. "Not interested in eternal glory and fame?" "No. Besides, do you know any previous winners?" "Not that eternal, their fame." "You wouldn't want to be famous?" he asked. "Because she will be soon now that they found her." He won't be surprised when he and his family are on the covers again. They usually were every few months. Be it because of his boy who lives status, his father's achievements as head or one of his mother's books. "I don't see why I should have people prying into my life," she said, and cut him from his musings. He blinked at her. "You're a private person?" their mom asked with a frown. She tilted her head as she thought about it. And then Momsy suddenly appeared. Momsy not be called, but Momsy wondered if Ms. Potter and Ms. Potter's family are wanting refreshments. "Yes, please, Momsy. Could I trouble you for a daily profit too?" "Yes." Momsy bringing those things right away, Ms. Potter. "Call me Minnie," she said absently. "Oh yes, Ms. Minnie. Momsy will do that," before again leaving via loud crack noise. "Minnie," he asked. "I'm only ever called Minnie." She told him. "And you read the Daily Prophet?" "I just like the fiendishly difficult crossword, to be honest. I can never get even one of the words." Jasper frowned. "Well, it is called fiendishly difficult, you know. Have you heard of us then?" And she nodded. "Then why didn't you dash?" "Didn't think I was a Potter," she said easily. "I don't exactly look like you, and nobody ever talked about a Potter girl." Jasper and their mom were too busy focusing on Jasmine to notice the way James' features tightened. Soon enough, there was tea, and Jasper relocated himself after a few moments of indecision when Jasmine had the paper, because really, he wanted to see if she could really find any of the words. Their parents watched fondly, and that's how their first afternoon as a family panned out. XXX, he was the one chosen to bring her down to breakfast, seeing that his parents couldn't just stay in Hogwarts, though his dad was given days off on the days of the tasks and the night of the Yule Ball. She wasn't wearing a uniform, another too big jumper, the sleeves almost covering her hands. Jeans that looked worn and pretty feminine flats. There was a headband pushing her bangs back, and she really did have a pretty face, even with that odd lightning-shaped scar. She was in stark contrast with the rest of the students with their mostly neat uniforms and robes. She was also very quickly under intense scrutiny as soon as they entered the hall. Jasper ignored the stares and whispers as he always did, and gently. She really was so tiny, it made him worry. Urged her to his usual spot. Ron and Neville were already there and scooted to make room for both between them. He sat her next to Neville, figuring she might be a little more comfortable with the soft-spoken boy. "Guys, this is my sister, Jasmine." He was happy. He only hesitated for a moment before introducing her. "Jasmine, these are my friends," He gestured toward them to get them to start introducing themselves. I'm Neville Longbottom. The slightly pudgy boy greeted her with a nervous smile. I'm Ron Weasley. Ron leaned forward to look at her. Look at that. You're smaller than Ginny. I'm not that small. Ginny piped in with a frown before turning curious brown eyes back onto Jasmine. I'm Ginny, by the way. Ron's one of my brothers. I'm Dean Thomas. The boy next to her piped in, eyes taking in this new girl eagerly. Jasper makes a mental note to warn the boy off before he gets any ideas. Don't mind his oglin, came the next voice, heavy with the Irish brogue. Name's Seamus Finnegan, doll. He winked and Jasper revised that he would have to viciously prank them both as a warning. Ignore them both, another chimed in. I'm Parvati Patil. Don't trust any of these Gryffindor boys. Date outside your house. That's what I say. But she's not really in a house, Jasper felt compelled to point out. Parvati huffed. The point still stands. Don't date a Gryffindor boy. Especially not in this year. So cruel. I don't think they're so bad. Oh. I'm Lavender Brown. Nice to meet you. And this is Faye Arlton beside me. The black girl who introduced herself gestured to a quiet-looking brunette. Hello. She spoke softly, looking around at them with her head cocked to the side. Why is Gryffindor red? She asked suddenly. Fire. It's our house's element. Jasper answered automatically. He remembered his mother reading Hogwarts, a history to him as a bedtime story when he was younger, and thus knew a whole bunch of weird tidbits. It was more than once used as teasing material. And what about these other dorms? Houses, he corrected absently as he fixed her a plate. She wasn't making one up herself. Gryffindor is fire, Hufflepuff is earth, Ravenclaw is air, and Slytherin is water. If not for some of his grades, one might think O.L. Jaspier was a claw. Finnegan grinned. He rolled his eyes and pushed her plate closer to her. She eyed it curiously before obediently beginning to eat. Pleased with her compliance, he turned his attention into doing his own plate. Mostly of meats. Did you just dash? Parvati just asked, staring at Jasmine's plate. Did you just set up her breakfast for her? Yes, he answered hesitantly, wondering why a few of his friends stared at him. Seamus was the one who broke the silence, and it was with gut-jiggling laughter. You'll make a fine mother one day, Dean said before also bursting into laughter at his expense. I don't see what's wrong with it, he argued hotly, but he felt his ears go red and the back of his neck probably. There's nothing wrong with it, Lavender told him. I think it's sweet. She smiled warmly and Jasper sighed. He could see the faces of his dorm mates and knew there would be teasing. What will you do when we have classes? Neville spoke up, successfully diverting attention for the moment. And what about your actual school? I was homeschooled, she answered after hastily devouring everything on her plate with a ferocity that impressed Ron. Jasper barely noticed how beastly it was, used to Ron's eating, habits and all, and filled her plate again between bites of his own. And I'll be doing self. Study while your ilk will be in classes. You're not going to be enrolled here? That would mess with the tournament, and the ministry still has to flesh out some stuff about her, Jasper chimed in, filling his sister's plate again once he saw it empty. Where do you put it? Neville asked suddenly. Your food, he clarified when she turned her head his way with those unnerving eyes. Presumably in my mouth, came the succinct reply after staring at him for a moment or two. Then dug in her food again, her brother already moving to fill the rapidly emptying plate again. If you eat that quick, you'll be sick, Seamus said, torn between horror and fascination. Nope, she managed. Food can't make me sick. Got a stomach of steel, she told them bluntly before going back to the demolition of any foodstuffs on her plate. She'll give Ron a run for his money, Dean said, nose scrunched up a little. Well, at least now Jasper wouldn't have to deal with those two trying to flirt with his sister. Just because she can outpace me, Ron spoke up, mouth full of food. Don't mean she can eat more. If that's a challenge, I'll take it, she answered, leaning forward a little to stare at him, and he looked right back. When lunch rolls around, you're on, she said, eyes glinting eagerly before turning back to her plate and eating with even more vigor. How does that not faze you in the slightest? Lavender asked, still staring somewhat unwillingly at the small girl demolishing whatever food was set in front of her. She'd never seen anyone eat like that besides Ron, and even he wasn't as savage. Because it doesn't? He asked more than said, looking at his sister while she ate. She didn't talk with her mouth full, and her mouth was closed for all of the 5 seconds it took her to chew and swallow. It wasn't unsightly, No food sprayed anywhere, and all of the food went strictly in her mouth, none on her face. He shrugged. Either way, we should get ready for class, Neville said, not really very hungry after seeing both Ron and Jasmine eating at the same time. Just watching her made him feel full and bloated. Jasper nodded, turning his eyes again to the small girl sitting between the two. What will you be doing? He asked, and Neville marveled. Jasper was a loud, brash, and usually haughty. Neville would never say it aloud, boy. To see him so docile and tame, even a bit domestic after one afternoon with this girl, was astounding. Perhaps it was just the shock of it, and it would wear off, but for now it was still something amazing to see. She looked at him, swallowing her food before answering. Her voice, Neville mused, was pretty nice sounding. There was a sort of dry, scratchy tone to it that was remarkably soothing to hear. Still, he felt like if she were to shout or snarl, that pleasantness would turn into something frightening and ominous. He shook the thoughts off. She was no older than they were, a few minutes younger than both he and Jasper, and they were only in their 4th year. Regardless of how she might be intimidating, that didn't mean she was scary or anything, or intimidating at all, except maybe to food contests and those who kept diets. He could see Faye looking greenish in the face after all. When do they stop giving food? She asked, and he snorted. Jasper glanced at the involuntary noise, shooting him a dimpled grin before his attention was once more wholly focused on the girl. In 5 minutes, he told her, and she paused before shoveling huge amounts of food on her utensils and viciously clearing her plate one last time before pushing it away. Neville was surprised she didn't lick it clean, but then chided himself for thinking that. I'll walk you to class, she told them. Neville didn't think it was a request or even an offer. She would, and there would be no denying her, but he thought he was the only one to realize it. Jasper smiled and nodded, standing and patting her head a little bit. She blinked up at him curiously before getting up, their friends doing the same. Ron complained a little, even as he continued to stubbornly eat, grabbing rolls to take along the way to class. Jasmine seemed to notice, and her hand struck out with alarming speed to grab a few rolls as well, and she dipped one in gravy as they were heading down the table, Ron following that example. They're going to be terrible influences on each other, Dean pointed out, glancing as the two lingered behind them to grab more rolls and biscuits, Ron shoving some in his bag and the girl in the pouch pocket on her jumper. Jasper sniggered. I think it'll be fine, Ginny said, looking back again at the girl, pleased that she was no longer the shortest girl in the group. You figure she always eats like that? Haven't the foggiest. Sure, we'll learn soon, Jasper assured them. Boy, come on. Can't be dawdling too much, he called back to the two, who looked up and hurried along, Ron taking his place on Jasper's right, and Neville scooting so Jasper could hook Jasmine's arm in as to keep her from trotting back to breakfast if she changed her mind. Will you be all right then? Finding your way back to your rooms? Or wherever? If I need to, I can call on Momsy. I'm going to explore a bit. Ah, Jasper grinned. If you want, when I have a free block, I can take you around too. After lunch, I'll be free, he offered. Okay, she agreed easily. XXX. When Jasper next found his sister, he and his friends were by the Great Hall entrance. She was surrounded by Hufflepuffs and the Hufflepuff. Cedric Diggory was talking with her animatedly, and she listened compliantly. Jasper was quick to push himself over to his sister, not liking the way they were surrounding her. Diggory, I see you've found Jasmine, he greeted cheerily, and the man's attention turned to him after a moment, a polite smile on his face, just barely keeping from being straight-up Hufflepuff kind. Which was why Cedric Diggory was the Hufflepuff. He could not be kind, and he was happiest when hard at work. Which was interesting, because his father was a total prick. Yes, she was close to the he trailed off, rubbing the back of his neck, now sheepishly. With his blonde hair and always kind gray eyes, Diggory had a sort of charisma that he wasn't truly aware of. It was because of this charisma that he couldn't understand what it was like being a normal teenage boy, hence his unpopularity with most of his male peers. That and girls called him things like dreamy, dashing, and perfect. Competition of the highest order. I was in the basement. Jasmine piped in. I was going to start with the dungeons, but those are more extensive, and I thought I'd save it until I have more time, she said, as though she weren't talking about wandering around in snake territory. Jasper resolved to warn her away from that sketchy area during lunch. His general intent must have shown on his face, because Diggory smiled at him sheepishly. I told her the dungeons weren't exactly a safe place, but he shrugged helplessly. I don't think that I managed to convince her. This tournament isn't safe. I think looking around a school wouldn't be so bad in comparison. And he and Diggory both winced at that casual reminder. No, but how about you avoid the dungeons, yeah? Save them for last since they're so extensive. Jasper told her nervously. He didn't want her down there. She looked to him for a few moments, eyes watching him before she nodded complacently, and he relaxed. She wouldn't tell him that she would just explore it at night instead. She could just take a pepper up or nap through the day. Triple X? Dragons, he said numbly. There's going to be dragons. She's going to go face to face with a dragon. He mumbled to himself continuously. His friends winced. When he'd gone out with Hagrid to the forest and come back in a quiet, stricken daze, his friends were quick to pull him aside. Dragons? Do you mean the first task? Ron spoke up slowly, and Jasper's eyes focused a little and rested on him. There are 4 of them. I'm not sure what they're doing with them in the task, but there will be dragons. And just a few days after he'd finally begun returning to relatively normal, this happens. Neville sighed and shook his head, though he was more than a little alarmed to think there would be dragons. I need to tell her, he said, more focus returning to him as he turned, looking ready to bolt to his sister's rooms. Whoa, mate. Wouldn't that be cheating? It's a bloody dragon, he snapped back. She wasn't supposed to even be in this bloody thing. I'm not going to not bloom and tell her, before dashing off. Dean flinched when the portrait slammed shut behind him. This is not good. He was quick to make his way to his sister's room, ignoring anyone he was passing by and only pausing when he was in the right corridor to make sure no one was around. They didn't need to know where she stayed or how to get in. He took a few deep breaths before swiftly gaining entrance and hurrying up the stairs, wishing they were like the ones to Dumbledore's office that moved by themselves. Jasmine, he called as he almost reached the top, panting as he watched his sister set down a saucer and look over. She had her glasses on instead of those muggle contacts. Learning her eyesight was as bad as his and his dad's was both funny and a little worrying. Learning how one put in these muggle contacts was also kind of worrying, but she seemed well versed in it at any rate. Her eyeglasses were dainty rimless pince-nez types. But those weren't thoughts for now. Jasper, she asked, standing in for a few moments. He just stared at her, trying to regain his breath. The first task he managed? Dragons. I know, she said easily. Did you run the whole way here? You know. Yes. Come sit, you look a bit out of breath. Such was how he spent the rest of his day, sitting listlessly on a chaise lounge and staring at his perfectly calm and complacent sister. Chapter 2. Chapter Summary. This was a lot shorter, and I was really into it, but I haven't really touched in a while, so I'll put this in here too. Her hands and crawling up her arms was the slick blood of the beast, and she cussed herself blue in the face as she pulled venom sacs closer. They were the size of beach balls, and so dense and heavy that the 12-year-old almost dropped the slippery things. She set them down delicately, dumping potions over them to keep them from decaying. It was amazing that they hadn't even begun the process, and maybe it was because it was a basilisk. The library was woefully void of much information on them, and she didn't want her order history questioned given the recent going-ons at school. She might have gotten into Ravenclaw, but the hat had wanted Slytherin. Besides, Mimosa has always been a little over-worried, she decided, of being scrutinized like her sister was. Oh, Marigold liked the attention just fine, and she never had anything to hide, so it worked for her just fine, but Mimosa was different. She winced for a moment, thinking that. She'd never meant to be different. She shook those thoughts away and set to milking the glands of venom. She already had the fong carefully preserved and covered, so the venom wouldn't hurt her again. The fong that broke off in her arm, No, don't think about that, she chided herself. She didn't know how long it would take to get all of the venom out, so left it with the highly charmed and reinforced bucket she might have stolen from Filth's office. The scent of even the small amount that already filled it was enough to make her woozy with memories that she hurriedly shoved back. Instead, she set on extracting the other fong. Maybe she'd give it to Snape, even if he hated her. Not like she needed to sign it or anything. But then, he might know it was from her anyhow and realize that she went back down to the chamber and fiddled with the extremely dangerous dead basilisk. She had already been in enough trouble when Fawkes managed to drag her and Marigold from the chamber. Of course, they gave Marigold all the credit for what happened, their parents did. Dumbledore didn't look convinced, not by the way his sparkling eyes looked to her like he knew instinctively. Since their parents and Patty had already woven their own grand story of what they thought probably happened, Mimosa didn't bother correcting them. They were Gryffindors after all, and she'd long since learned to associate anyone with that house to have specific personalities, with one of the most defining traits being a mole-headed irrational stubbornness. So when Marigold woke up remembering nothing, that was understandable. Having been possessed most of the time and unconscious the rest of it, they took it as justification for their story. The diary with the soul in it wasn't mentioned. Instead, Marigold had apparently found out the cause of the petrifications and ran to stop it because it had stolen Mimosa. Marigold then managed to find out where the chamber was and fought and slayed the basilisk after it attacked Mimosa. There was no real fact to it, but they had clearly believed in it. Instead, it was that damnable diary that stole Marigold, and the whispers in the walls led Mimosa to it. She fought a basilisk, ran mostly. The sorting hat was dropped to her, and she pulled out a silver sword embedded with rubies and promptly stuck it through the roof of the basilisk's mouth. In doing so, a fong had pierced right through her arm. The venom was quick to start acting, but she made sure to stab that diary too, making sure that if she died, he did as well. She could even say she was kind of accepting her upcoming death when Fawkes was crying onto her. She was still amazed that Fawkes had done that, still so grateful it made her want to rip her own heart out to give to the bird. She felt like that might counteract the whole thing, though. And then Marigold was spitting up and coughing, waking and turning. She was still pale and shaking, but she was alive, and for that, Mimosa was relieved. And then before either girl could say anything, Fawkes was transporting them in a fiery show and strange distortion, so unlike any sort of magical travel Mimosa had ever been subjected to. Then they were in the headmaster's office. She didn't much like remembering the riot that happened after, and both girls were promptly sent to the hospital wing. Exhaustion mostly. The both of them, since Fawkes' tears helped her own injuries, though the matron had stared at Mimosa with pursed lips. A physical examination, thankfully, wasn't needed, as the initial scans didn't show Mimosa to have any scrapes or bruises that was in direct conflict with the rips and tears in her clothing and the dried blood beneath the dust of rubble and grime from the abandoned chamber. She rubbed at her arm absently. That didn't mean she didn't have a new, large starburst-shaped scar. She would be wearing long sleeves for the foreseeable future. And since Marigold didn't remember anything, she didn't need any mind healers. She wondered if they'd even thought Mimosa would need it, even if it did go as they thought. She would have been kidnapped and attacked by a basilisk, and wouldn't that need counseling surely? She was glad she didn't need it. Who knows what they'd find in her head after all, but still. It hurt that they disregarded her entirely for Marigold, like it always did. She didn't think they did it on purpose, but, well, no matter now, it was there. It was done and over with, she told herself. XXX, Dementors were not the best thing for her to deal with. She found that out when Pettigrew escaped Azkaban somehow, and Dementors were set loose on school grounds. All her worst memories, she avoided people that year, spending as much time as she could alone after she had happened upon a Dementor near her. She just felt lucky it left her alone after she passed out, and that she was alone when it had come near her. They seemed drawn to her, though, so she made sure she was always alone so that no one could see her weakness. It didn't do her very much good. She lost a good deal of her appetite, and she didn't eat in the hall. Thankfully, she was easy to overlook and always had been a bit distant from her fellow housemates. She was unable to shake off one particular boy, though. He was called Loony by most of their housemates, but aside from his dazed demeanor, he didn't bother her. Besides, he'd found her after a Dementor got too close this year and had simply stayed with her until she woke and gave her chocolate frogs. Well, he stayed with her when she was awake and twitchy too, but still. He talked about odd things sometimes, but he edged her onto his father's paper, and she did enjoy the Quibbler, much more than she did the Daily Prophet. London Lovegood was a friend. She had a few of those, of course, but London was different. Pleasantly so, she decided, unlike her usual differentness. She used her strangeness and her supposedly creepy stare to ward off the worst of his tormentors. London's only comment on her eyes, conversely, had been cryptic, and she thought he might have referenced a beetle and the Bard story, but who knows with him. He's a bit of an oddball, Marigold mused one day, having kidnapped her sister from where she'd not been brooding. Thank you very much. Mimosa twisted her lips at her red-haired sister. She'd always been a little jealous of her sister's well-behaved, colorful hair. Disapprovingly. He's not an oddball, but he really is. He wears weird things, and they say he's loony. Lockhart was loony. London is just different. What was wrong with Lockhart? Marigold frowned, and Mimosa scoffed, shaking her head before scowling because that, of course, made her hair attempt to burst free from her carefully maintained plait. Lockhart was a total quack, useless as boots with no soul, she pointed out. He'd ran off their second year, then managed to convince his love-struck fans that he'd been called to help some other country disperse of a Nunda problem they were having, even though nothing of the sort was happening. I really don't think he even had a teaching license. Oh, you're just being contrary. Marigold scoffed, scowling now. Mimosa rolled her eyes and got up, collecting her things. Whenever her sister got into these moods, it was best to just leave. She, like their mother, tended to get stuck on an opinion and refused anything that pointed otherwise. Where are you going? The library, she said flatly because that was always enough to make her bull-headed sister back off. Chapter 3. Chapter Summary. Been a while. So now this is here, she hummed, swinging her legs back and forth as she read the large book set up on her lap. Her cousin and his aunt trembled where they sat in the room, Dudley still crying. Of course. Losing both Vernon and Petunia must have been a huge shock to the two of them. She glanced at them idly before returning her attention to the much more fascinating book. It would take a few days before Aunt Marge would explode on her about her nonchalant attitude to their deaths and to raise her hand to the small girl. It would take another few days for the woman to wake up. The doctors had said she'd collapsed from grief and exhaustion, but she knew better. She knew better. She did. She left the girl to her own devices then, too afraid to speak to her directly, and did her best to shelter the two children whilst mourning for her sweet, darling brother. XXX, she kicked her feet, almost 11 now. She was currently helping her cousin with a summer assignment. They got along rather well, considering how terrified Aunt Marge was of her and how often she tried to keep the two of them separate. But without his parents' toxic influence, Dudley was much nicer than he was before. He didn't call her freak anymore, and sometimes gave her some of the chocolate Aunt Marge would get him. Then she glanced up, along with her cousin, as Marge crept in the room, her wide eyes fearfully on the black-haired girl. She'd lost a good deal of her weight since their death and her hospitalization. Poppy could see her jawline and her wrists now, and her sturdy build was more robust than simply being large. In her manicured hand, she held a letter. She gently set it on the table before scurrying off. Poppy tilted her head to the side, petting Ripper on her lap. He was a good dog now that Marge wasn't ordering him to chase her. The other dogs she bred were also very well behaved. Aunt Marge certainly did know what she was doing in training and breeding, had a real knack for it. She stopped her petting, and the bulldog looked up at her as she took the letter to see that it had an odd crest. Turning it over, she frowned at the green lettering. How did they know she slept in the third largest room? That was quite strange, almost worrying. Nevertheless, she tore it open to pull out some sort of stationery, maybe? Certainly not paper, at any rate. Ignoring that, she read the foreword before frowning a bit more and turning to the list of things she would need. She set the things down, wondering at it before shrugging and pushing them away to continue helping her curious cousin. Later in the day, after giving the many bulldogs their scrubbing and food, she went to find Marge. In the large countryside home, it wasn't hard to find her. She was staring from a sunroom longingly over to Mr. Fullbuster's house. "Aunt Marge," she called, and the woman jumped. Before, Poppy remembered her as a large, beefy woman, loud and mean and violent. After her brother's death, she had lost weight. Her graying hair had gotten more so, and her mustache had disappeared. She took better care of herself now, though, and she more than once heard the woman mutter about keeping strong and healthy for Dudders. P.P. Potter, she startled, and Poppy was brought back to the present. "Someone will be coming here in a week or so to talk about going to a boarding school," she told the woman. She nodded hesitantly. Poppy nodded, more to herself, before smiling and trotting off. The woman relaxed her posture after she'd left the room, letting out a gust of breath. If she could send the girl off to a boarding school and away from her, she was all for it, no matter the expense. Shaking herself from her stupor, she returned her gaze out towards Wallace's house. She sighed. Oh, how she wished he would look her way. XXX, Marge had declined going with, and had forbade Dudley, so it was only Poppy and her guide. Professor Sinistra seemed a nice, competent woman, though, so Poppy was glad for that. Of course, learning she was a witch and that her parents were witch and wizard were far more exciting. Marge had been eerily pale throughout the explanation, but had hastily agreed to have her go when Sinistra began to explain the dangers of having her magic go untrained in the next few years. Even better, her parents had left a trust vault for her, and that she no doubt had more vaults from her father's side. That was good at least. She'd gotten used to living a fairly comfortable life, even if she didn't get expensive presents and snacks like Dudley. She did have access to the study, and thus books Marge kept, and a large room all to herself that she got to decorate as she liked. And her own rather posh clothing, unlike when she lived with her own maternal aunt and her husband. Walking through a dirty, rowdy pub called the Leaky Cauldron had her shift just a bit closer to the professor, who seemed thoroughly unimpressed by their current surroundings. The tall woman ignored the calls, and Poppy stuck close to her, brushing down her bangs like the woman had told her to before they went in. It was only towards the exit that she stopped, and for a tall, reedy-looking man in a purple turban, Ms. Sinistra, escorting a SS student, he greeted nervously, fiddling with his thin gloves. Leather, perhaps, Poppy thought, in a pale, creamy color. Nice looking at least. Oh, only one this time? Indeed, Mr. Quirrell. This is Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. She introduced, waving her hand towards the man. It's nice to meet you, sir. I'm Poppy Potter. She watched the way his dark eyes shot to her forehead, only for a second before he offered a shaky smile and his hand. She took it. His grip was of a confident man, yet the rest of his demeanor was not. The pleasure I is mine, I assure you. We'd best head off before the rush comes. Mr. Quirrell. Sinistra nodded to him again. Ms. Sinistra, Ms. Potter. He responded in kind, and Poppy offered a wave at the man and a smile because regardless, he was going to be her professor soon. Sinistra tapped a few bricks in the back alley, and she watched in fascination as they fell away to reveal a busy and brightly colored world. XXX, after having had an absolutely smashing time at the bank, those carts were something else, and she may have laughed all the way down in delight. They were getting her robes. Being sized for them, she was made to stand on a small dais. It was here that she had her first conversation with another to-be student. He spoke of their sort in distaste, about bullying his father into getting him a broom, even if there were rules against it, and of proudly going to Slytherin, as all his family had done before him. She eyed him curiously. This boy seemed awfully spoiled and reminded her of Dudley before the accident. But maybe that was just her imagination. Still, she remained quiet for his tirade and didn't offer much in conversation, though he seemed pleased enough to hear his own voice. His robes were finished before hers, and he hopped down, looking at her directly for the first time. I'm Draco Malfoy, by the way, he said, and she wondered that he waited until their conversation was over more or less to actually introduce himself. Professor Sinistra instructed her to avoid telling her last name, if she could, and if the boy didn't ask for it, she wasn't inclined to give it. She offered her hand, and he took it with a sharp grin. Well, I'll be seeing you in Hogwarts then, Poppy. And he eyed her for a moment before shrugging and leaving without any more fuss or even a goodbye. She huffed to herself. How rude. The professor was waiting for her and had very kindly gotten her an ice cream cone. Consider it a birthday present, though don't expect anything beyond this. I am your professor, she said, and Poppy smiled. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And then they were in a bookstore, and she almost felt like she would bounce off the walls. She was let loose, and she shred through the store hungrily. It was a thorough inspection of all of the books she could get her hands on, and she was glad for the extra money from her trust fund. She was brought up short when she saw her name on the cover of a thin book. Eyeing the other paperbacks around it, she was dismayed to see her name and the title Professor Sinistra had told her about. Naturally, she grabbed one of each to better assess what this new exciting world had theorized about her. And weren't there laws about things like this? She knew there were in the Muggle world about minors and publicity. Beyond that, though, she got books for everything: law books, etiquette books, history books. She got quite a lot of those, theoretical books on subjects she'd never heard of, books on magical creatures and beings, and books on the ministry. Whatever she could get her hands on. In the end, she needed a cart, and the person at the register had very kindly given her, with a little extra fee, a heavily charmed bag to hold all of them in one neat little bag, and it was quite light. Her guide expressed amusement at the amount of books disappearing into the bag and muttered something about roosts and ravens. And then She and her guide moved on. Deciding between a bird or a cat was more difficult than she thought it would be, but she was immediately drawn to a pretty white owl. There were no bars on her pure white feathers, and intelligent amber eyes glowed at her. She was named Hesperia. Besides, having a cat around all of Marge's dogs was just begging for an incident. The apothecary held her interest a bit later, and she may have gotten a bit zealous in her purchases of ingredients that she, frankly, didn't know the uses for yet. And how could she ignore a golden cauldron? There was just no way she could. Even if it'll simply sit in her room, gleaming and bright while she's in school, she would have one. But then after a few more stops, she was getting her wand. Triple X, she kicked her feet excitedly. A number of thick books spread and open around her as she did her best to absorb as much knowledge as she could before having to go to school. Practicing wand movements with a twig in the backyard before throwing it to the dogs, of whom Hesperia was vastly condescending to, Poppy could just see it in the owl's eyes, or spending most of her time reading, or having bought a Bunsen burner and practicing potions things. She may or may not have bought a few extra potions kits than she really needed, and may or may not have gotten 2 of them that were meant for someone more experienced with potions, but she was determined not to go in blind in any way. Reading on theories was all fun and good, but it was the practice with the majority of her subjects that worried her. Still, practicing writing with a quill and ink pot, charmed and magical as they were, was probably the most challenging thing. And with parchment, she would naturally be bringing many notebooks and colored pens and all of that, but she would need to perfect parchment and quills for actual assignments. When her cousin Dudley would sneak about and ask her about her new books and that shiny golden pot, she didn't bother correcting him. She cheerfully told him all about the things she was studying in the boarding school she would be attending, and then shared snickers and giggles with him over the books about her. She would be asking someone at some point about all of that and if she could take some sort of legal action either way. Maybe if she gave an interview like she sometimes saw on the telly, then some of these wild speculations would die out. Or she could get some of the money they were making off of her name. Triple X, making her way on a platform's 9 3/4 was interesting, but what was on the other side was more so. Seeing a bright, cherry red steam train gleaming and the platform packed with people, quite a number of those people in robes, made her smile widely. She herself was dressed in one of her prettier dresses, purple and dainty, and she tugged her trunk along on a cart behind her. Hesperia's cage sat atop it as she moved through the bustle of people. Her wild mane of thick black hair was separated into 2 low, bushy pigtails, as usual, and her bright red earrings were the same color as the train she was delighted to notice. Seeing as she didn't actually know anyone, she made her way right onto the train and immediately found an empty compartment near the middle of the train, but closer to the end. Getting her trunk up and stowed away after pulling her carry bag from it and letting Hesperia out of her cage, she perched by the open window, glaring out at the sea of people. She cracked open one of her books. She wasn't sure how long she had sat reading, while Hesperia shifted to start preening through her pigtails, but her door slid open. She looked up, as did Hesperia, her head cocked to the side as a boy glanced about the compartment, eyes alighting on her. Can I sit here, please?" he asked nervously, and she smiled. Thus she made her first friend in Eddie Carmichael, who would be his second year. She happily shared her books with him until they were interrupted when the door slid open again. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad?" came the demand. Both she and the curly-haired blonde looked up. The girl standing there had a frizzy bush of brown hair and stood in an imposing stance. Behind her was a tearful, round-faced boy with dirty blonde hair and big dark brown eyes. "Neville here has lost his. You could ask a prefect. They might know a point me spell." Eddie spoke up even as the girl looked around. It was a mess of open books. Hesperia perched up with the trunks, and Eddie's cat rolled on the floor. "Oh, thank you. I suppose we'll try that next. I'm Hermione Granger." She stuck out her hand, and Poppy carefully moved her book from her lap to stand and take the offered hand. "Hello, I'm Poppy, and that's Eddie. He'll be a second year, but I'm going to be a first eye." "Oh, so will we. Be first years, I mean." She smiled widely, and Poppy took note of the overbite. "Oh, pardon me, this is Neville Longbottom." "Hello." Poppy waved, and the boy offered a shy wave back. "Well, I hope you find your toad." And he nodded, tearful and tremulous again. "Say, when we get Trevor back, would you mind terribly if we joined you?" the girl asked. Trevor being the toad, that is. At this she looked at Eddie to see if he had any problems. He only shrugged, so she offered a grin at the girl. Gladly. We'll make space in the meantime. Brilliant. And with that and a final wave, they went off to try to find a prefect. Look at that. Not even 2 hours, and I've already made 3 friends, she said, pleased with herself. I don't know. That girl seemed awful bossy to me. She's just an unrefined leader is all. Some polishing and perfecting, and I'm sure she'll have her own mass of followers. I think she was a muggle-born, though, and that prompted a conversation on pure-blood supremacy and privileges. Eddie himself was a pure-blood and Poppy was technically a half-blood, even though both her parents were magical. It wasn't so rampant, the bigotry that no muggle-borns ever received positions of power, but it was noticeably more difficult the higher up it goes. After a little while, the brunette and her friend came back. Hermione was definitely a muggle-born. Her parents were dentists, and Neville was a pure-blood. So what house do you think you'll be in? I was hoping for Gryffindor, she said as she tore her eyes from the book she was reading from. Poppy didn't mind sharing her books, so long as they didn't get damaged. Really? Neville spoke up, looking at her. I thought you might have thought about Ravenclaw. Well, I did, but, I think I could make it into Gryffindor, she said strongly. Bravery, nerve, chivalry, courage, and daring, she recited. Poppy's immediate thought was that she was a by-the-book sort. Ravenclaws were known bookworms, but one of Ravenclaw's traits was originality, another being creativity. Poppy didn't want to say she knew this girl that well, but no matter. Certainly not like Poppy knew how to deduce who would be in what house, or anything. What about you, Neville? My parents were in Gryffindor. Well, okay, but what house do you want to be in? She asked, and he blinked a bit. I suppose I want to be in Gryffindor like them. At this, her and Eddie both shared a glance. She shrugged, and so did he. What about you, Poppy? I think I'll probably be in Ravenclaw. If not, maybe Hufflepuff, she said easily. Dedication, hard work, fair play, patience, kindness, tolerance, and loyalty. Hermione immediately recited. That does sound like a nice house to be in. She smiled at the other girl, her overbite showing. Their dorms are in the basement. Slytherin is in the dungeons, and the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws have towers. You know where the dorms are? Neville asked. Just those general locations. She demurred slightly before straightening up. But say, don't you think it's just amazing? I've been reading about some of the charms and spells, and even wards they have at Hogwarts and Dash. Once more they were interrupted. Just as Hermione Granger looked to be firing up an enthusiastic discussion on the charms affecting Hogwarts. A freckled red-haired boy blinked at them, looked at their books, and made a face. Sorry, but can I sit with you lot? Poppy eyed him. His robes looked a little subpar, and there was a smudge of dirt on his nose. Hermione's eyes snapped to her and Eddie. She glanced at him, and he hummed. No problem. The more the merrier, right? I'm Eddie Carmichael. I'll be going for my 2nd year. But us 3, we'll be going for our 1st. Will you be as well? Hermione asked, though her nose scrunched up a little as she noticed the dirt on his face. Yeah, I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. I'm Hermione Granger. This is Neville Longbottom, and that over there is Poppy. Just Poppy, really, she said with a smile. Hermione frowned, but Ron just shrugged, plopping down in a seat after Eddie moved a few books. I'll suppose you all like reading then? He asked a bit dryly. Well, you can never stop learning. Eddie smiled. Say, what house did you want to be in? I think I know there are some Weasleys in Gryffindor. My brothers, Ron explained. I've got 5 older brothers and a little sister. And we'll be in Gryffindor. Me this year and my sister Jen next year. I see. Well, I'm in Ravenclaw. Poppy here is a hopeful of my house. And these 2 are also aiming for Gryffindor. With all these books, I thought you'd all be Ravenclaws. Just because we might like to read doesn't automatically make us Ravenclaws. Hermione chided, huffing. Ron's lips twisted doubtfully, but he shrugged and let it go. Not like they had a say in which house they went to anyways. This was how Poppy made friends her age that weren't Dudley. The kids in primary knew she was different and had tended to stay away. Triple X, he's got quite the forehead. Eddie, Hermione chided as Ron sniggered beside the blonde. And he looks like a ghost, the ginger added on. Poppy smiled a little bit, Neville quiet among them nervously before Eddie waved his farewell, and they moved to Hagrid. That's so rude, Ronald. Hermione went on, and the boy rolled his eyes, already aggravated. You shouldn't make fun of someone else's looks, especially when you've got dirt on your face. What? He snapped blue eyes to her, turning to Poppy and Neville with a frown. Do I really? I thought you knew. Poppy shrugged, and Ron muttered under his breath. using the sleeve of his robe to scrub at his face. "But you probably shouldn't make fun of him if you hadn't met him yet. You said you knew him?" "I met him when I was getting my school robes. Honestly, he seemed a little annoying, but I didn't really talk to him that much." "Name's Draco Malfoy." Ron snorted a little in his robe, hiding another snigger, and Hermione shot him an annoyed look for it. "Malfoy? Grant doesn't like that family too much. Says they're well." Neville trailed off shyly. "No good," he managed to say. "No good? What does that mean?" "Not really sure, but his father's on the Board of Governors." "Oh. Wait, you didn't hear that from me?" "Why not?" "The Board of Governors is supposed to be anonymous," Hermione explained patiently. "But I guess for some, it's an open secret." "Well, we can worry about that later. Let's go." Ron huffed, leading them along. Captive. Chapter summary. "Oh look, another. This one has Lucius." She had thought after winning the war that things like this wouldn't happen to her anymore. That the leftover Death Eaters would have been properly wrangled and thrown in Azkaban or sentenced to the kiss. She was wrong. She'd been out in the Muggle world, looking for interesting toys to entertain Teddy with when she got him in a few days. She had more or less joint custody of him with his grandmother. Harry couldn't bear the thought of trying to take away her grandson after all she lost. She'd been out in the Muggle world, so had been more relaxed than she could have been, a little less wary than she would have been, and a whole lot less prepared than she should have been when she felt a hand grab her. She cursed her stupidity in thinking she would be safe in the Muggle world, for thinking that they would have caught any stragglers so easily, but not keeping track. She cursed that Voldemort had happened at all, that she couldn't escape him even now. Mostly, she cursed Lucius goddamn Malfoy. X. He sat at a small desk, dressed neatly, but certainly not in the quality that he was used to, she could tell. He did not look uncomfortable in these garbs. He didn't look angry. He wasn't sneering. He really wasn't even paying attention to her now. He was disturbingly human looking at the moment, reading the paper casually, if not absent-mindedly, as he picked at his breakfast between articles. She had come to in this room, arms and hands chained, and her ankles as well. They were of some high quality. They were charmed to ensure comfort, but not mobility, and she wondered where they'd gotten them if Malfoy was wearing those clothes, and they were here in this quaint-looking little room together. She had been alone when she had first woken up. Alone and partially laying in the bed she was in now, with its soft diamond quilted pattern in dark blue, the cushy pillows and the heavy curtains drawn back. She was not hurt, not scraped, bruised, or even aching. Instead, she had been furious and especially horrified when she realized they had changed her clothing into some sort of flowy sleep garment, and that she didn't wear unders under them. She had also been rendered mute. She was sure it wasn't a permanent curse, though, since Malfoy had allowed her to speak once. Of course, all she did was snarl and curse and spit out insults and promises, so that was short-lived. But when she had initially woken alone in the small room, it wasn't that long before Malfoy had entered, already pulling his outer robe off to neatly hang up on a hook on the door. He had not looked at her right away, instead taking care of taking off his boots, socks, gloves, and taking the ribbon from his hair. Only for a moment. Only for him to brush through it with his fingers absently before tying it back again. He just looked like a man going about his daily routine, and it had greatly unnerved her. When he'd finally turned to her in his plain white shirt and crisp black trousers, he'd examined her for a quiet moment before greeting her quietly. He was not showcasing what she thought someone who kidnapped their slain master's killer should be. Instead, she felt awkward about seeing this apparently intimate life of the runaway, Lucius Malfoy. It had been a few weeks since then, that first time. She still hated this, hated it all, and was bitterer than she would ever admit. Just as she would never admit that she was getting a little antsy. Her purpose there still hadn't been explained, and they went about their days. She locked on the bed besides using the loo or shower, or the occasion where Lucius would deem her docile enough for the time to let her use a Muggle elliptical. He'd said something about trophies or something and weakening muscles. She wanted to point out, shout really, that she wouldn't be weakening her muscles if she weren't chained to the goddamn bed. There would be no point. They're still searching for you quite heartily, he told her easily. They won't find you, but they are doing their damnedest to. There was nothing she could say to that. What with her voice gone, she could still scowl at him hatefully, as she always did when he brought that up. He didn't sound arrogant when he said they wouldn't find her, never did. Stated it like one might say that Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, like it was an irrefutable fact. She wished for the sharp, Ruthless man, she'd been sure Lucius Malfoy was. It would be better than this totally calm, almost serene man. She knew he wasn't the only one in on her heist, but he was the only one she saw, the only one to interact with her. He hand-fed her. He made small talk, chatted about this happening or that, little things that really told her nothing. He didn't speak about his family either, or where they were, or what he was doing when he wasn't in this room with her. Nothing important, nothing she could use. XXX, she sighed, murmuring in her sleep and shifting at the admittedly nice feeling of hands stroking up her legs. She had missed the feeling of large hands, missed intimate attentions. Not that she ever had much time or many suitors she had entertained, though. This was not so much by choice as much by circumstance. She fell into deeper sleep soon after, not realizing that those hands had been very real. XXX, she stepped clumsily, scowling at the gentle way Lucius led her along after helping her balance herself. She was temporarily made blind as he led her somewhere, and she was tense. Were they finally going to do what she had been kidnapped for? But then she was feeling something she hadn't in a long while. A breeze. The spell against her vision lifted, and she had to blink rapidly to try and adjust a little easier to the sudden light. She was still in cuffs, her arms tautly pulled behind her back, and she was still a captive, but there was a sudden surge of such gratitude that it almost crushed her chest. They were in a meadow, standing just outside of a doorway, and it was beautiful. The greens, and then the sky was an intense, deep blue with pretty picturesque clouds, and far from them was the edges of what she felt might be a forest, and she ached at how beautiful it was. "I thought you might enjoy a bit of variation to our usual days," she barely heard Lucius say. That they had usual days at all was a punch to the gut, but she could barely feel it, too entranced with the breeze, and then the feeling of soft grass between her toes when Lucius gently helped her step down and into the meadow proper. They were both barefoot, and she stared at her feet, then at what she could see of her legs. She wasn't pale like Lucius, not the blinding white when she glanced at his toes, but she was certainly not used to being this pale. Her skin took to the sun, and the sun took to her, usually giving her a dusky, sun-kissed glow. This dulling of her skin wasn't the only difference to her body since she'd been taken. Even though it had not been that long, she was gaining a bit of weight to her scrawny, skinny body, and the oils and shampoos in her and Lucius' bathroom had made her hair seem much softer and manageable. He'd also cut the locks 2 days in, so they only just brushed against her jaw. She didn't mind as much as she'd non-verbally insisted she did. She'd been meaning to chop it off, and likely she would have butchered it. She hated this Lucius Malfoy more than she hated the one she thought she knew during the war. He was human, and sometimes she would forget what he was capable of. Oh, she would feel the normal aggravation and bitterness from having been kidnapped away and chained up. But she would forget just how ruthless he could be and silently snarl and snark, and when she could, kick or hit him. She had also bitten him more than once, left the imprint of her teeth in his skin. He took all of it in stride, probably made easier to do given that she had been reduced to pitiful attempts like that. She breathed in slowly, reveling in the crisp air, and then was distracted because a huge fluff of a cat was rubbing against her bare leg and meowing at her. She wished her arms were free to pick up this behemoth or to pet him, and her shoulders twitched. Lucius stooped to pick him up instead, holding the large thing against a broad chest and likely getting fur embedded in his iron shirt. "He's been coming around since you arrived, sitting out here by the door," Lucius told her, contemplating the cat in his arms. "He's not a magical breed, even though he seems like he would be. We've taken to calling him Rusty. He would talk sometimes about what they or we did or said. Never who they were, never how many of them there were. Undoubtedly other escaped Death Eaters." She turned her attention onto the cat instead. She could see why they'd call him that. His fur certainly did the name credit in color. "We were also thinking it might make it a bit more comfortable if perhaps he stayed with us in our room." Yes, their room. She didn't know where he slept, since she always fell asleep before him and woke up after him, but was sure it wasn't on the bed. Her bed. Hers because everything else was theirs. Hers and Lucius's combined. "If we were to do this, however, it would require your arms being unbound. We are still of two minds about it. One method would simply be to keep your cuffs on and extend the chains. It is the more popular option," he went on, unaware of her thoughts. She hoped anyways. He'd made no claim or obvious clues that he might be using any sort of legitimacy on her, but she wasn't an expert. He glanced at her, and she thought that he looked much younger in the sunlight like this, barefoot and in casual wear. Deep loathing welled up in her stomach, making it twist angrily. The other option involves a collar that will shock you when you do certain undesirable things. And just like that, her quiet seething turned into an inferno of fury, and she very near didn't stop herself from lunging at him, restrained arms or not. He glanced at her through his pale lashes. That option is unlikely to ever come to fruition. He pet the cat in his arms, even as the cat tried to push himself from Lucius' chest to sniff at her face. Still, the decision had not yet been made, so for now Rusty will remain waiting. XXX, 3 months into her capture, Rusty was allowed in with them this time, and when she was hooked back to the bed after a brief trip to the loo, the chains were loose enough for her to stretch her arms in front of her. Lucius no longer had to feed her, though he still ate sitting by her side, and now keeping Rusty off the bed, so he wouldn't swipe any food. XXX, Lucius was in a mood today. It was in the tense lines of his shoulders and back. It took him a little longer to complete his usual disrobing, and when he pulled his hair free, he didn't bother putting it up again before slumping into his chair, elbows on his knees and rubbing at his jaw in agitation. She'd never seen him look quite so inelegant and disheveled since the capture. It has been, what Harry figures must be, a good 5 months since her capture. She was beginning to think her friends weren't going to find her, but still valiantly pushed the thoughts away. "They are talking of moving to another safe house," he said after some time. She startled, shifting a little where she lay and waking Rusty, who'd taken to sleeping and napping lazily on her legs. "Should that happen, we would no longer have our midday excursions, and you would be confined to our room for at least another 2 months after the initial move. Your arms would be bound again." His leg was bouncing now. XXX, 2 days after that, Lucius surprised her with a dinner in the meadow. She learned that it's been half a year rather than 5 months. "We won't be moving to the other safe house," he said quietly after they'd eaten and begun watching the stars show up. Harry would never admit she felt any sort of relief. He gave her a glass of wine. She'd been hesitant, but had gradually warmed to the idea and sipped when he tipped it to her. Her arms when they went outside were still tightly bound, but now they were in front of her, much more comfortably. She hated that she seemed safe enough now to allow these sorts of liberties. The wine made her feel better, and Lucius had absently told her it was some rare elf wine or something. All she knew was that it was incredibly potent as he tenderly helped her stand, then scooped her into his arms when she staggered a little. It was testament to just how much she drank of that wine. The full bottle was almost gone, and she was pretty sure Lucius only had a glass and a half, that she did nothing to protest. She didn't encourage it, didn't snuggle into him. Nothing like that, but she was content enough to be carried back to bed. Well, maybe to the loo first, but still. When she dreamed that night, the hands didn't just caress her legs. They teased around her breasts, pressed long fingers in her rounded hips, and she might swear someone else's hair tickled at her neck. XXX, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. She was beginning to think she would never leave. She pet Rusty absently as she waited for Lucius to come back. She didn't notice at first, not until she fell asleep and woke up twice, and the need to use the loo was strong that Lucius still hadn't come back. Terror roiled in her, and she had to lean over the bed at least twice to vomit what was in her stomach in dry heave, because she was dependent on him right now. She was almost dropping off again, the beginnings of hunger pangs making her more open to sleeping again when the door banged open, and she almost wet herself as she jumped and Rusty hissed angrily. "I'm so sorry. Something came up. I didn't mean to leave you, darling," came the rush of words before she was being unbound and set into the bathroom. She was more than confused, angry as well, but for the moment too relieved to be back in this little room, to use the loo and to bathe herself. She wasn't sure how long it had been that he'd been gone. As soon as she was out of the loo, hair still wet and skin pleasantly warm and damp beneath another of those flowy, sleeping gowns, Lucius was crowding her. His hands fluttered about her, checking her over. The smell of acrid sitting sick was gone, and a pleasant vanilla smell coated the room very faintly. The bedding was all refreshed and fluffy again, and the window was open slightly. "Did no one come while I was away?" She shook her head because, to be entirely honest, she had missed him. He was the only one she saw in the last how long, and suddenly having him gone without warning had sent her into a dark spiral of emotions she would never, ever talk about. If she would ever actually talk again anyways. Lucius hissed derogatives under his breath, not at her as he stroked over her face gently, through her hair and down her back as he held her in a loose but notably protective hug. He, as always, smelled pleasant. She wished he didn't. Soft foods for at least a week, he muttered to himself. Triple X? She stared at the little ring on her equally little hand. This was new, but preferred, since the cuffs were all gone. You can't leave the room without me, and only to our meadow. Lucius was saying, but she was just marveling over seeing her arms so clearly. They were paler where the cuffs had been, naturally, but it was such a contrast. Her wrists, she noticed then, were a little plumper than she remembered them ever being. She pressed her hands against her body, feeling the pleasant bit of squishy softness. She wasn't chubby, but she felt like maybe she wasn't quite as scrawny. She wouldn't entirely know, since there were no mirrors she'd seen thus far. She didn't entirely mind, but it bothered her sometimes, when she let herself think about such a trivial thing as compared to trying to get back to her friends. If they even thought she was still alive. No. But the Weasley clock would let them know she was alive, wouldn't it? It won't shock you, but it will immediately bring you back to this room and keep you here if you try to escape. Then she threw herself on the bed to more easily stretch and hear all of the satisfying cracks she could as she bent in whatever position she was able to stretch herself. So pleased to have this mobility, she didn't even think about how she might appear. She still was never given underthings, and the usual flowy sleep gowns were awfully thin. And so distracted by this new freedom, she did not see the way Lucius watched her. Triple X? She woke slowly, blearily looking about. Lucius glanced at her from where he sat on the ground beside her. They'd made their way all the way to the trees and had been lounging in the afternoon sun before she had apparently fallen asleep. She wiped a line of drool as she pushed herself up, then set to rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. He closed his book, setting it down to turn to her properly. Perhaps we should set up a hammock over here. You look like a particularly content cat, napping out here. He smiled, and she hated that it made her want to smile in return. He pushed her hair behind her ear, hand lingering on her cheek. It looks about ready to cut again. As pretty as it is long, he added. He had been growing more comfortable in touching her like that and making comments like that. Harry didn't mind. Lucius was the only person she'd been around in a year and a half, and she had always liked physical affection, despite that she didn't trust most with that privilege. She didn't trust Lucius, not one bit, but he had yet to harm her, yet to spit anything insulting, and had seen to most of her basic living needs. She did not forget her circumstance. Only ever seeing this meadow and their rooms ensured that. Still having the pale strips where her cuffs used to be ensured that. Having had no contact, but Lucius since her incarceration ensured that. She hated that she was dependent on him so much, that she saw him not as Lord Malfoy, Voldemort's Death Eater lapdog, but as Lucius, and part of her was still hissing that it was a trick, but she didn't want to believe his seeming concern was. She still didn't know why she was here, why she was still alive. Maybe they realized she can't quite manage to die properly and instead plan on having her isolated until she dies naturally? But Lucius would likely be gone by the time she were to die, and who would keep her captive then? Or maybe it was a punishment. She gets forcibly attached to her caretaker. She had heard Hermione talk about things like that before. Then they leave her and start the process all over. Again, it had been a year and a half with him, and already she was panicked at the thought she might not see him every day. Should we cut it again? He mused. What do you think? His fingers twirled a black lock around his hand, and he tugged gently. She frowned a little, reaching up to pull a piece straight to evaluate the length. Then plucked Lucius' ribbon straight from his hair to tie hers up, those strands still escaped, unruly even if they were tamer than they'd ever been. His chuckle was deep and only slightly stifled as he pushed his hair back behind his ear. She did not often initiate touches, but it always seemed to make his eyes sparkle. She hated herself for noticing it. Chapter 5. Chapter Summary. Hi. It's me again, Hattie hummed, the tiny tot on her hips silent and watchful as she'd been since she'd taken her in. Getting that unpleasant family to sign over papers for a girl that seemingly didn't exist wasn't hard, and given that all they did was sign the papers and then toss a ragged-looking blanket at her before slamming the door shut. Hattie had the unique pleasure of naming a child for the first time. H.J. Potter was on the blanket, and the plaque by the door to the family had been Dursley. She didn't very much resemble what she had seen of the family anyways, and Hattie wondered sometimes at why they had her precious girl at all. She hadn't known the girl's age either, but little Hellebore Helagelida had become hers in winter, changing the Potter for Hattie's Heath. The critter seemed to just love her too, and her tiny hands were eager to rip what weeds Hattie directed her to. She's not the first adoption for their little community of smallholders, or the youngest one, but this was the first time Hattie's ever had much personal business in the whole child-rearing business. At least she had plenty in the community willing to help her out with it. Takes a village and all. XXX, Hella is just the cutest, isn't she? Etta cooed, feeding her daughter the blood orange and banana smoothie she prepared for their brunch group. And less scream why than Marigold's boys. Less of a crybaby than Kathy or Wilma's too. The Mouser seemed to like her well enough. That mean calico that hangs about Gilbert's goats? I saw her purring taking a nap with her. Managed to snap a shot of it too. I'll get you a copy once I develop it. Maureen mused thoughtfully. Awful quiet though. Seems to shy away from other kids. From what you've said of that family. Doesn't surprise me one bit. Beryl scoffed, reaching over to scoop the girl away from Etta's clingy affection to bounce her on a knee. Her girl gave a cute little giggle, tiny hands grasping at Beryl's clinking bangles. Smallholders they might be, they were still perfectly well-maintained ladies. Some were not so self-caring inclined in their little commune. One of the reasons for these inclusive brunches, sharing the gossip and more self-made beauty things. Hattie was still especially fond of the cute little vanilla bean and mint lotion bar recipe Etta had gleefully shared. We'll just have to reintegrate her properly is all. Oh, that reminds me, I got a little gift. I was getting into embroidery hoops again between the knitting. Beryl shifted the girl back to rest against her so she could bend to the side. Her bag was just a repurposed, lovely taupe jumper that had gotten too beaten up to wear or give to one of the others. It was an embroidery hoop with delicate hellebore blooms curving around the bottom and side with Hellebore Gelida Heath in a fine looping slant and smaller. Beneath her name, 19 December for when she finally got the papers signed. It's not much, but I thought a little commemorative piece would make a nice memory. Oh, it's beautiful. It'll go right above the fireplace. Hattie took it delicately. The cloth it was embroidered into was a faint periwinkle. The blooms a mix of black, blues, and purples. The stitching for her name and the date beneath it were in fine navy. A real place of honor in your den. Maureen grinned. Well, naturally. Beryl preened, once more going back to playing with the cutie in her lap and letting the girl play with her rings. XXX, I'm pretty sure Hella is a good luck charm. Owen mused to her. This is the healthiest, most abundant I've ever seen your garden yet. Gil's goats have been producing more milk. The rabbits have been coming in all nice and plump. Even the bees seem to be bustling. And I think we've had to use less pesticides lately too. And Beryl has been swooping in to teach her handicrafts, now hasn't she? Not a lot of band-aids on her for a beginner. 3 years here already, and I think our usual yields have almost doubled. Oh, come off, Burke. Hattie scoffed as she surveyed her extended greenhouse. It was hobbled together a bit from 3 different old and busted ones, but she and the others in their community had it in fine working order. Now, what are you really here for? We've got some new members to join us soon. A new member as in someone's up the duff, or a new member as in someone new coming to our little village? Eloquent as ever, Heath. Coming to our village. He hummed. They've got silkies and frizzles. For its show? No. Apparently the silkies come from a passed-away relative, and the frizzles were a family favorite. Got this beautiful lavender silky too. What are you trying to butter me up for? They want the plot that Helene had. And her stomach swooped. Helene had been like a mother to her and her closer friends when they were young and just starting smallholding, beloved in their tiny community. The Frenchwoman's passing had hit them hard. Her land was situated between Hattie and Beryl's, and as it stood now, it was empty. Her beekeeping things had gone to Hattie, since she was mostly all gardens, and the extra pollinators were always welcome, while Beryl took on most of the woman's rabbits that Hella liked to coddle nowadays. Being that land was somewhat precious commodity, owning a space enough for smallholding or farming, or just owning land in general was expensive business, so Helene's land and home were untouched for the past 6 years since her passing. What? They want Helene's land. They're going to tear down her building dash, something pinched hard in her chest, to build up their own home. They stood silent for a while, and Hattie hated how heavy it felt. And? Why are you telling me all this? If her tone was brusque and curt, well, Hattie tended to be a pretty gruff person anyways. Hattie, I'll make sure Hella doesn't play around in the old flower patches if that's what you're worried about. Hella was a sensible girl, and while she might be sad, she couldn't pluck those pretty flowers to press. Beryl was determined to show every pretty skill to her proclaimed protege, that it would just encourage her to build up her own tiny garden. Hattie already had a little plot, away from her own for the girl whenever she quietly asked, a space just for her and her plants. Hattie, please dash. If that's all, Burke. She turned from him to check on a few of the vertical planters. He sighed behind her. Just give them a chance, Hattie, he told her tiredly before trudging back to his pigs. Triple X? The woman stared at her, startled, and Hella fidgeted, holding the bunny in her arms more securely. The wire-made elf ear cuffs were peeking through the curls that escaped the French braid Beryl put her hair in. Heather Potter, elle, ma poupette. Ah, there you are. Beryl swaggered through the shrubbery to coo at her. Caught our escape artist again, I see. She praised before turning to the woman with a bright smile, laugh lines getting deeper and dimples appearing. With her explosion of long sandy blonde curls against clay-brown skin and painted berry-red lips and finely plucked brows, to her assortment of pretty, if sometimes bulky jewelry, to her soft, finely made clothes, Beryl wasn't usually what some people expect to see living in the small community of smallholders. But her delicate hand with herbs and carefully preserved handmade salves and goods like lotion bars and lip balm and other beauty and health things made her well known and appreciated. She was also a licensed medical professional, so that helped too, of course. Beryl Lewis, lovely. I live just there. She pointed back behind the tall shrubbery that helped separate the land. And this little darling is Hellebore Heath. And she and her mum live right over there. She pointed now across the way opposite. You'll be the ones taking over this area between us, right? Aye. She glanced down at Hella with a confused frown. Yes, my husband and I, sorry, pleased to make your acquaintance. Pearl, right. My husband Edsel is looking at the house on the land. She offered her hand, and the women shook. Edsel. Never heard that name before. You go by Ed or Eddie then? Oh no, he prefers Edsel. A holdover from his traditional family. The woman explained, brushing back a thick brunette braid. Her face was inherently pretty in a classic sense, oval and pale with cupid bow lips and full lashes curling over intense blue eyes. She was slim beneath her fuzzy wool sweater and durable corduroy trousers. Beryl could tell, and seemed young. I'll be sure to let the others know. Don't want our neighbors uncomfortable. Beryl nodded to herself, idly stroking her prettily painted nails through Hella's chaotic mass of glassy black ringlets. She had to be careful of how she did it, or her fingers would tangle. Beryl would swear the girl's hair had a mind its own, half out of the French braid she'd put it in earlier. If you got the time, how about a cuppa? It's about time for a break from wrangling the rabbits anyhow. Oh, that sounds lovely actually. If it wouldn't be a bother. Not at all, dearie. Beryl waved off cheerfully. I absolutely love having company over. Triple X, I don't mean to sound rude, but that scar. Pearl frowned worriedly, glancing again at the girl. Oh, Hella's had that since Hattie adopted her. No clue how she got it. She says she can't remember. I'll bet it was that awful family she lived with before. It looks like a lightning flower. You know, a Lichtenberg figure, but that's not it. Beryl made its sking sound as they watched the little girl gleefully, but very quietly playing with the rabbits. Right, suppose I should get all this out of the way. Hattie's not really a talker type. Beryl started with. So I suppose it's up to me as Hella's best and favorite auntie. I'll be blunt. We don't know the name she was born with, or when she was born, or who she was born to. Hattie found her one day, in the middle of winter, huddled down in a park when she was off buying bits and pieces to upcycle for the community. Local bobbies didn't know anything about her, so Hattie decided to watch her for a few days until we found out who lost their kid. I mean, of course they'd be looking, right? Well, Helen knew enough to sort of try to tell where she lived, and Hattie eventually found the place. But they slammed the door in her face, saying they didn't want the freak. That's what they called her. Freak. Hattie was rightly furious and got the papers all settled, and we still didn't know the girl's name. Apparently, she was never registered, so she never existed. That family signed the papers and shut the door on it all, washed their hands of it. Beryl's light and airy demeanor had dropped off for a far more solemn one. Her name now, legally, is Hellebore Heath, and she's Hattie's kid. You won't hear her talk much. We think it's trauma-related, and we aren't going to push her. She'll probably be shy for a while, too, So, if you see her just sort of watching you, she's just curious. Oh my. Pearl covered her mouth delicately, brows scrunching together. And that family? Hattie tried to get legal repercussions, but there was no legitimate proof that Hella lived with them at all. For all the legal system cares, Hattie found a bin baby. We still don't know how long Hella had been left out for, only that she was very dangerously on the edge of starvation and organ failure. The malnutrition has been mostly seen to at least. Now, I'm not telling you all this because I can't keep my dish shut. Beryl turned to face the younger woman with a sharp look. I am telling you because you are a neighbor and we're a fairly tight-knit little community here. Hattie's more than a bit protective of Hella, and so am I and a few of our other girlfriends. I want to make sure that you don't go accidentally setting Hella or Hattie off. We've had Hella a handful of years now, and she's settled quite nicely all considered. She leaned back in her chair to once more watch her pseudo-niece. Right. Now that we've got Hella covered, Hattie might take a while to warm up to you. Not because of anything you've done, just that the land you just bought it more or less belonged to the group mom. Still a little of a sore spot, I imagine, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. Just don't let your coop get to her plants, and it'll be fine. I am the local handicraft woman, making delightful things and prettying things up. I also do lotions, bars, oils, and of course rabbits. Meat for pelt bones, I have them. Across the way is Etta and she dash. Triple X, that's Heather Potter. I know. What is Heather Potter doing on the Muggle side? Out here of all things. Apparently the family she was with, who were Muggles, can you believe, left her out to rot in the middle of winter, and our neighbor took her in. WH, how did Heather Potter end up with a Muggle family in the first place? I've not a clue, Ducky. Well, what do we do? What do you mean, what do we do? Well, they're Muggles here, and a few squibs. We just saw her levitate a cat out of a tree. Someone needs to make sure she's not exposed out here. And you're what? Suggesting we be the ones? Well, no. But surely she doesn't belong out here? We could notify the ministry and tear her from her family here? After I just told you she got abandoned by her other one, she doesn't belong here with them, though. Who says? Edsel right? Or Edsel not? His wife glared at him, and he grit his teeth for a moment. We came out here to get away from the wizarding side. Can you imagine what will happen to that poor girl if they get a hold of her? Just the privilege of saying they're raising her will start a bidding war of the most influential families to get their claws into her. When you think Heather Potter, it's always with the girl who lived. Not as a little girl who'd been orphaned and then celebrated because of it. She's just a little girl, Edsel. She was pleading now, and she's not even Heather Potter. Her legal name is Hellebore Heath now, and she got a spark in her eye. Who's to say that they won't try to send her back to that Muggle family she was with before? What if they're her closest kin? Even if they don't, if they're the ones who sent her there, we surely can't trust them to treat her like any other orphan from a magical family. There would be a full-blown social scandal. We can't do that to her, Edsel. We can't. This is going to come back to bite us at some point. He eventually conceded, but Pearl's bright smile and tight hug made him crack a smile. Triple X, suppose that explains some things. Henrietta Heath was probably one of the most subtly intimidating women Edsel had ever encountered. There was just a look on her eye, a set to her jaw that said she wouldn't hesitate to absolutely cut him down if he ever made himself a threat. Something in the way she sat, and something about her cozy home seemed like the den of a mother bear. Yes, he decided, like a mother bear, just waiting to be provoked. That was the feeling she gave him. He's never personally seen a live bear. There was the stuffed bear at his grandfather's that he remembers his baby cousin being terrified of, but he imagines any sort of interaction with them would be unpleasant. Much like this encounter with Ms. Heath, carefully explaining that there was a wizarding world, and that her charge was a member of it, and haltingly explaining just how famous of one, was a slow and awful experience. Almost entirely because of the stone-faced look the woman gave them as she sat in her rocking chair, carving wood into figurines. He sat ramrod straight and held Pearl's hand closely in his own as they waited for the reaction. There really wasn't much to go on from this woman. Sturdy and well under Edsel's own impressive height of 2 meters. Henrietta Heath had wavy mocha hair spilling from a half-done bun at the back of her head. The crow's feet and blatant frown marks dug into her almond-brown skin like a warning to others not to get on her bad side, even if they were the biggest markers to what her age actually was. Her eyes were slanted slightly, and very dark brown, and unerringly focused on the two of them. Explains things? She turned one of Gilbert's goats pink once. It's still pink, I mean, floated some toys around when she was even smaller. The woman told them, "And you weren't concerned with that? I don't muck about with things like magic and whatnot, but I'm certainly not going to stop her or tell her not to." The woman gave the young couple a reproachful look. If she gets too antsy and it builds up, she can disperse it into the gardens anyways. Why they're so healthy and full anymore. Keep certain pests from munching down our garden too. She's been draining her magic into plants. Great for Edda's little orchard. Otherwise, when she gets upset, things tend to explode. Better she gets it out of her system. And has anyone been eating the produce that she affects? Given that she and me certainly can't eat it all ourselves, we share in the community and use it for feed for the animals. Edsel and his wife shared a glance. Has there been any noticeable effects? Pearl asked hesitantly. Animals are definitely healthier, stronger, and sturdier. Better meat even, I'd say. Think we're all a bit healthier for it. I see. So what did you two intend telling me about all this? Just telling you about it and maybe teaching the little miss a bit about the wizarding world? She'll be getting a letter to a magical school come her 11th summer, and it's better to have half a foot in, so to speak, especially given how well known she is. How well known a figure she is. The woman shook her head. Hella was a babe, then wasn't she? That's what you said? And they made her into some sort of legendary figure? It's not right. How'd you know it wasn't one of her parents? They died, didn't they? Who's to say they didn't do something before then that stopped him? Well, there's speculation, but the widely accepted tale is that little Heather Potter vanquished the Dark Lord. Widely accepted. You mean an entire population honestly believes a babe who is still messing herself in nappies managed to defeat some sort of genocidal tyrant? Yes, that is exactly what we mean. Edsel frowned. There are certain circles who believe that the father did something. A blood ritual learned from his mother's books that expelled the Dark Lord, but it's not the type of thing to be spoken about with just anyone. I don't much care about all that, she said bluntly. You want to prep her for going out into a world that thinks she's some sort of idol? If she lets you have at it, she signed off pretty easily. Not like I can teach her whatever magic things people do in a magic school. Triple X, skittish is a bad word for this, I feel. Edsel ran a hand through golden brown hair, musing it out of the hair tie he had it in. But it is accurate. Pearl frowned. When Hattie so easily said if she lets you, she knew exactly what she was doing. The girl was very quiet, and when she wasn't attached to Hattie or one of her small circle of friends, she was impossibly hard to pin down. Whether she's sneaking in shrubbery, up in trees, hiding amongst the rabbits, or sneaking into very hard-to-reach places. Talking to her, without one of the other women she clung to meant she hid behind their legs, watching them with those wide, pale green eyes. Her face was very neutral in that she wasn't very expressive in her expressions, and the saying the eyes are the window to the soul had no place in relation to her. It was almost eerie to see a young girl who was so quiet, but also so seemingly removed, with such striking but empty eyes. And the few times one of them managed to find her without one of her guards, she was quick to escape or otherwise managed to distract them and disappear. Pearly Pearl. Yes, love. Why didn't we think of bribing her with the chickens? What? He turned her around by the shoulders, and she stared. Out by their coop, the Wheatish girl was crouched, cooing at the lavender cockerel as he ate from her small hand, using her free hand to pet him. She likes animals. We have animals. Triple X, it feels itchy. Hella's soft voice floated over to Edsel, and he glanced back at where Pearl was smoothing her thumb over what should be the telling lightning bolt scar. Because foreign magic is covering a curse scar, he offered absently, still looking around worriedly. His baby cousins would be staying for an entire week in this mostly Muggle area, regardless that he and his wife have a bit of land. Either Beryl or Edda were all too happy to barge onto their property to invite them to a cuppa or for a chat, or for one of them to unload excess goods onto them. Maureen to a lesser extent. When he tried to beg off, Grandfather gave him a stern stare over the flocall, and he crumpled. With his twin uncles attending a few hearings and their mothers wandering off to some expensive resort while their respective husbands were gone, his cousins would normally go to Edsel's father's or grandfather's. Unfortunately, his father was in St. Mungo's and grandfather was busy out of the country, which left Edsel and Pearl to babysit a 15-year-old, a 13-year-old, and the current heir apparent to the Knott family, an 8-year-old, none of whom had ever been much exposed to Muggles. Were probably told terrible things about them, given how his uncles were. Oliver, Osmond, and Theodore had never been to his and Pearl's home, mostly because he lived in a mostly Muggle area with only a handful of squibs in the community here. Partly because his uncles disdained Pearl's Muggle-born status, but wouldn't actually say it for fear of Grandfather's wrath. Grandfather didn't have much care about blood, no matter what crowd he tended to, but more about power. Pearl ran the dueling circuit for a few years and did well in them, and she pursued higher education out of Hogwarts, unlike quite a few of pure-blood alumni. But the dueling circuit was ruthless, and Pearl was perfectly happy to take on her family tradition of chicken rearing. Moving out here was a move after her great-aunt died and gave her the black silkies and lavender cockerel. As for Edsel, while he was high in academics and he did take higher education as well, he easily slid into caring for the coop. He'd never held a chicken before meeting her, but he was a lot happier with her, taking a less politically cutthroat job or some mundane ministry job like he might have otherwise. He'd never been much into those things, as it were, and it was nice to have found something that actually made him happy. His father and grandfather didn't mind when he took on her name. His uncles had a little fit before snidely implying it was better not to associate their name with a Muggle-born anyways. And then grandfather chewed them out about their own vapid wives, one of which hadn't even had enough magical power to attend Hogwarts or one of the other premier magical schools, but got their not name because she was pretty and easy and pure-blooded. He was distracting himself. He knew he was doing it, but he was going to stress about it either way, and if he isn't careful, he'll start gnawing on his lip. Their home wasn't excessively big, not like the manors his cousins were used to, not like the one he himself was raised in. It took him time to adjust, and even if it's a week, he knew he was in for a rough time. And his uncles would rip into him if their precious sons complained, using Hela to help distract them. Honestly, even as just a supposed Muggle-born that they're helping in this Muggle community was a genius ploy on Pearl's part. He could perhaps rope in one of Uncle Ormond's boys to teach her. Feed their natural, I know everything, because I'm a pubescent heirs. And she was conveniently Uncle Thaddeus's Theodore's age, about. One good thing, he figured, was that Hela's age was at least confirmed. It was a drag to change her papers for Hattie, which they knew from Chatty Barrel, but at least it was accurate now and wouldn't mess with what year she could go into Hogwarts. They would still be celebrating in December, since that's their tradition and their choice. It's not like they had to actually disclose her birthday. If they could do something more definitive about that scar, though, because it was most definitely a curse scar, and it didn't seem like it was actually treated or diagnosed as such. Pearl brought him back to focus with a firm pat on the shoulder. "I'm going to check one more round around the house," she told him. Mostly, so he would have to stay in the room with Hela. The last time they left her alone in their house, she had somehow gotten half their coop in within 10 minutes. The point being, if he went to check over one last time, he would begin to obsess over small details. The permit for the magical expansion inside was pricey, but not one he was willing to do without. Who knows how the boys would revolt if they had to share their one guest room for the whole of a week. No, instead there were 3 moderate-sized rooms added on the main floor. It, being careful of the Muggles, was only expanded on the inside using wizarding space so as not to alarm his neighbors. At least now, when they left, Pearl would have an actual metalworking room, and he could have a dedicated potions room. They were all fairly mild, light shades of brown and cream, beds that Pearl transfigured because he was pants at transfiguring things. Hela was taking well to transfiguration and charms both. Then again, Hela just seemed to do absurdly well at everything she applied to. He's grown attached to her through the few years he'd known her, but she really was a little bit creepy sometimes, with those empty eyes. A tiny hand gripped at his trousers, freshly pressed along with his button-up. "You're biting," she told him plainly, and he released his lip with a wince. Pearl had taught her that, to interrupt when he started biting, because if he chewed enough to bleed, he'd move on to his nails. "Look at my new dress," she stepped back to twirl. It was pretty. Most all of the dresses Beryl helps her make or make for her are. She was dressed up today, in an effort to blend in with Edsel's finely groomed appearance and Pearl's unusually dressy look. She was usually wearing elf ear cuffs, but Pearl had quietly suggested she not do that around Edsel's cousins. Creature and beast blood were largely frowned upon. Spread thinly through the pure blood families, but never outright spoken about or flaunted. Hela's light yellow dress was lacy and the skirt fluttered around her knees, complemented by a matching lace ribbon hairband holding back a riot of glossy black ringlets. They were cut recently and curled now wildly around her head in what might have originally been thought to be a bob, but, well, her hair really was pretty wild. The little bee earrings she wore were a cute touch. All in all, an adorable little girl. Pearl came back down, swatting her long dark hair behind her shoulder. He smiled at his wonderful wife hopelessly. "You can put it up." No, it's fine," she insisted. She had really beautiful hair, and the hair clip at the back with its fanciful woven metal was an anniversary gift last year. She held out her hands for Hella, and the girl took them dutifully. "All right, Hella. We are the current ambassadors for Muggleborns and how to behave around Muggles for the next week. We may even have to help them pick their clothes to make sure they don't wear something bizarre," Pearl said seriously, eliciting a giggle. The first time they'd seen her giggle was a shock, to be sure. With her placid expressions and quiet demeanor, it was amazing to see how it changed when she laughed or giggled or smiled. Her whole little face lit up and her eyes sparkled, and it was always just such a wholesome sight. He might just be more sentimental, with he and Pearl expecting their own child now. They'd always wanted children. Of that they'd made sure of when they'd first gotten serious. They'd always been soft for children. They did pack some Muggle clothing. Yes, but is it from this decade? Oh no. XXX. Hella looked at the three boys, suddenly invading her territory. They all had the same hair as Edsel, and the same gold brown-green eyes, and their faces were sort of similar too. The oldest was Oliver, who brought an owl with him, and his brother Osmond, who had a very fluffy, very regal-looking cat. Then there was their cousin, also Edsel's cousin of course, Theodore, who was around her age. Helen knew the Wrights hoped she would get along with the youngest boy, because they were in the same age group, but she had her doubts. She wasn't really close to the other kids her age here, not overly, and she didn't think that just because he had magic like she did that it would change anything. She was perfectly fine spending her time with the rabbits or the cats, the chickens or goats or pigs or ducks, or even the honeybees. It didn't mean she wasn't on friendly enough terms with the other kids. She did get her schooling with them, and she was sometimes shucked in with them purely by virtue of also being a kid. But Adam was too loud to be around for long, and his brother Adrian too eager to roughhouse, and their other brother Alan was gross. And their other brother Alec was barely out of nappies, so he was functionally useless as a playmate alongside Teresa, Harold, Jason, Larry, and Bertie. Cindy was a crybaby. Jimmy was also a crybaby. Willow was too eager to chase around the boys and threaten them with cooties to play with. Carla was 3 years older and snubbed them all. Petey was a know-it-all Carla's age. Gracie was too controlling and no fun at all, and Blake ate a dirt pie because Cindy asked him to. Anyone else was a teenager and wouldn't be caught hanging around with them unless they were specifically put on babysitting duty. Mum told her not to be so fussy and that it wasn't becoming, but Hella much preferred being with her or one of her aunties or the Wrights. Willa said she was a snob too, and she got Adam and Adrian to call her names. No, Hella was happy away from them. She could get along okay with Cindy and Jimmy and Blake, but only because they didn't run around and scream and tackle her or do gross things. Aside from when Blake ate a dirt pie anyways. So Hella, altogether, didn't think she'd much get along with Edsel's cousins. Especially with how Pearl and Edsel talk about them, or their dads. Oliver, Osmond, Theodore. You've all met Pearl, of course. Who is she? Osmond almost immediately interrupted, and it was probably because she was already biased against them, but Hella thought that was quite rude to interrupt like that. By the look on the older brother's face, he thought so too. I was getting to that. Edsel sighed. Boys, this is Hella Heath. She's a local Muggleborn we're helping. She's Theodore's age. I have to deal with enough mud below Dash. Ozzy. His older brother hissed, and the boys sulked. Hella watched the interaction with sharp cat-like eyes. Just like at grandfather's, we don't use language like that here. That slur. Edsel said coolly. Hella is with us about 4 times a week for what lessons we can provide, but she lives next door, so to speak, so she's often over more than that. Pearl took up, staring Osmond down. He seemed to shrink under her cold stare, which Hella quite liked. Moving on, we have rooms prepared for all 3 of you. We won't be expecting you to do any chores or work around here, so you'll have plenty of time for whatever it is you want to do while you're here. You can use magic, not much and nothing too dangerous, and only in certain spots to prevent Muggles from potentially seeing, but we do have the permits and deeds for it. Besides, Hella is more than happy to help us about if she wants. Isn't that right, Ducky? Yes, she quietly chimed. She had a real charm with animals, and the chickens were no exception after all. Breakfast is usually at 6 in the morning. Morning is usually when one would have breakfast. Yes, Osmond. Edsel tried to smother his amusement, but failed by the dimples showing up as he tried not to smile. Lunch is noon. Supper is 8. Of course, if you want to help prepare the meals, you can always come a bit earlier. Pearl added on, purely to watch the brothers wince. Help prepare? Don't you have elves? Theodore spoke up nervously. He'd been looking around their modest sitting room, the only room that had a fireplace connected to the Floo network in blatant interest. No, we do everything ourselves, whether by wand or hand. Pearl absolutely beamed, but usually by hand. Oliver, I don't think I need to tell you that Morven can only go at night, and to please not let him eat too many of Beryl's rabbits. And if you could kindly advise him not to harass Pearl's Alferny. Osmond, well, frankly, I doubt Remington is actually active enough to bother the chickens, or even leave the house. Honestly, so I don't think I need to worry about him breeding with the local farm cats. Of course not. He's a Kneazle and Chinchilla Persian mix from purebred parents and costs more than your land entirely. Osmond scoffed, demeaning and arrogant. Hela blinked, tilting her head to the side. The cat blinked back at her before yawning and stretching widely, showing off needle-sharp teeth and very sharp-looking claws. He was a very big cat, she noticed as he lazily dropped from the trunk he'd been resting onto the floor to lazily putter over to her, sitting and giving her an imperious stare. She graciously obliged and scratched at his ears, which he immediately responded to by nearly falling to his side and purring very loudly. Hela felt accomplished somehow. Hela's got away with animals. Pearl boasted cheerfully. Remington. Osmond sounded betrayed. XXX. She was in lilac-colored coveralls, and her long-sleeved shirt was gray. A cloth headband kept her curls out of her face. What are you doing? Theodore asked her curiously when he spotted her from where he'd been lazily dozing. Looking for Betty. She's a big black rabbit, and she likes to escape the enclosure. She's pregnant right now, so I want to get her back quickly. Do you think you can find her? He asked dubiously. I always find her, she replied, peering around. That strange spell on her forehead didn't itch anymore, but her cloth headband covered the area anyways. Mostly in case anyone else wonders where her very distinct scar went. Feel it. Chapter summary. I think I'm going to actually name chapters now. And I was thinking of adding some of the other older files too. So again, I might pick these back up sometime. But as of now, anyone who wants to try their hands with one of these has my blessing all the way. Go wild. The Felid Felidae, plural, in the Muggle world simply means the general cat species and all of its many members, including the big cats. In the more mystical side, Felid also refers to those that have a very specific bloodline that appears only when certain recessive genes are brought to the forefront. Being that the magical folk, at least the ones under the English ministry alongside a few other, less developed areas, tend to ignore entirely the science the non-magical folk, mundanes, muggles, or whatever else you have achieved, the Felidae are usually confused for wercats, an entirely different species and labeled as incredibly dangerous or dark, more so than the more popular werewolf. For those unfamiliar with wercats, a very brief word about them is that they are mostly solitary creatures as most feline species are, though they can form clouders just the same as felids of both the mundane and mystic variety. But they are far more vicious than their all-feline counterparts. Much like werewolves, they transform during certain times of the lunar cycle, though not on the full moon. As cats are natural predators, they are considered more dangerous than wolves and the like, and have augmented from their states of being. There is no wolfbane equivalent for them at the moment, though reportedly, a large enough amount of Nepeta cataria, more commonly known as catmint or catnip, can lull them into calmer, more relaxed states. If not that, silver vine, valerian root, or Tatirian honeysuckle which should work. The only real correlation between wercats and Felidae are their weakness to catmint and the like and their feline roots. Felidae, while they can indeed be extremely dangerous, retain their intellect even amongst their instincts. And they can control their transformations, which brings us to our next subject. The three forms researchers have claimed make up the Felidae. They can maintain a human visage, but keep most of their felid perks, which is their first form. The next, easiest form for them, a default state if you would, since all three forms are their natural forms and none of the three can really be called their true definitive form. Pardon, I've gone on a tangent again. Yes, their default form is something of a hybridization of their human and more feline forms. While this changes depending on subspecies, strength of the Felidae genes, and ethnicity. In regard to their cat species, of course, one certainly wouldn't find a lion, say, in the Arctic. The most popular markers, the ones most noted upon for their appealing nature, tend to be feline ears and a lack of human ears or pointed ears with fur growing about it, and the ability to swivel them. A tail, the ever-loved cat-like eyes, though with a reportedly better ability to pick up color and spectrums than either felines or humans, more akin to hawks and birds of prey, actually, though they're more popular for their wide dilation and slit pupil. Claws, either retractable or non-retractable based on species. Less noted are more feline, like legs and the general shape. Occasionally a very fine layer of fur in the felid's more human skin tone. Sometimes a broader, flatter feline, like nose, is also reported. Again, this is mostly based on the recessive genes, so it might be a little bit different for each felid. The third is the entirely feline form. Much like the animagus transformation, actually, and some Felidae hide beneath that umbrella category rather than being forced to admit to their felid status, given the current political climate in Europe regarding Felidae and wercats. Another thing of note, the pantherine class, more known as the big cats, have a peculiar shape to their jaws that allows them to roar, so despite the myths, not all wild cat felids can roar. That being said, the snow leopard, while being classed in the pantherine class, cannot roar. Wow, Professor Hemmer, that is simply incredible. Honestly, I myself had only ever heard of the Felidae in passing, and I'm sure many of our listeners under the English ministry may not have ever heard of them. Yes, but my criticisms of that particular government is neither here nor there. Well, there you have it, folks. Professor Hemmer's small talk about the elusive Felidae. Remember, there is still much that I haven't been able to talk about, and we're, as with all magical species, learning new things about them. Either way, it's important to remember still, they aren't simply magic folk with a few kitty characteristics. They are an entirely different species with different physiologies to us despite being genetically compatible. Yes, thank you so much for joining us today on Barkley's Word. It was a pleasure being here, Mr. Barkley. Hermione sighed and finally turned off the wizarding wireless. It would only be popular songs and infomercials from then on. She had only really been listening with half an ear, working on a few more projects and essays for the year. It was only the first week out of school so far, but better to get it all done as soon as possible while lessons were still fairly fresh in her head. She might just read up on those Felidae later, though. They sounded rather interesting. From his spot, napping Crookshanks stretched adorably, his paws flexing, and as she usually was affected, Hermione melted a little at how cute he was. All right, she might also be a bit of a cat person, and the Felidae were actual cat people. XXX, Mimosa Potter was at her aunt's place as always, and as had become custom, would be picked up sometime through the summer. She still didn't understand why she couldn't have stayed at Grimmauld Place, even if Sirius was in St. Mungo's. She winced at the thought and memory of how he ended up there. On the brighter side, Voldemort had fallen. She may have shoved him, but really, who was watching in all the commotion anyways? Into the veil. It had almost been Sirius going through that veil, and she shuddered again. Better still, Sirius finally got a real and proper trial after much fuss was kicked up by her, Dumbledore, and a few choice others who were made aware that Sirius had no trial for his imprisonment. This trial wasn't happening yet, as he'd had to go straight to St. Mungo's over some grievous wounds from the crazy ducking Bellatrix. She may have thrown herself into the veil after her master, or it might have been that Neville, who'd barely scraped up the courage to go with, had aggressively pushed her in, but really, in all the commotion, no one would know the difference. Dumbledore and her have been exchanging letters so far in the summer, it already being close to the end of July. Sometimes the subjects were perfectly light and fine, but some were of more secretive things. Things like Horcruxes. She was going to get the one in her removed by the goblins soon. Her health had been deteriorating lately, and Dumbledore was absolutely positive it was because the veil was trying to collect the rest of Voldemort's soul. She would be more than happy to hand it over, but it required an extremely delicate process. She'd been at first appalled. Why had it been in her for so long? The reason she was told was that because she had a piece of his soul, Voldemort could not kill her, because one cannot kill themselves with the killing curse outside of that strange rebound that happened that destroyed Voldemort's body that Halloween. And Dumbledore knew that he would target her. Regardless of the other ways he might have chosen to kill her, he would undoubtedly use the killing curse again. He wasn't wrong, but she was going to do that with Dumbledore acting as guardian for it. It was only a few days away, but she still felt like a miserable mess. At least the Dursleys were behaving. Well, Dudley was practically waiting on her hand and foot since she'd come back, and while Vernon begrudgingly thanked him, Uncle Vernon, for not letting Dudley get his soul sucked out, her aunt was less than impressed. However, now the woman simply ignored her with her nose in the air, as though that were a punishment somehow, not having to deal with her constantly harping at her. She did, however, make her soup on her worst days, so she might care somewhere deep, way deep down. And they'd all been told beforehand that she would be getting what amounted to a surgery soon to fix her declining health. She had overheard her aunt muttering things about possible magical tumors to her uncle. Voldemort's soul was compared to a tumor, and she couldn't find it in her to argue. And it was sort of nice that they were a little concerned about her health, had even offered to take her to a normal doctor. She still didn't really think of them as family, even if her aunt and uncle were her parent-like figures through childhood and Dudley was practically her brother. These people raised her from nappies, even if they didn't do it well. Still, today she was feeling pretty okay, as compared to some of the last few weeks. Well enough to maybe go for a walk, but she knew if she tried that Dudley would be hounding along with her and treating her like delicate china. It was a novel feeling at first, but one she'd gotten more than a little frustrated with. She was a naturally independent person, and besides Ron and Hermione, sometimes even them, she didn't like being clung to. She liked her alone time. And of course, soon his lackeys would circle around them, sending mean looks to anyone who so much as glanced over. She had to hand it to Dud. He really had his minions well trained and loyal. So instead of doing that, she sat out in the garden to start weeding. Petunia had been a little busy lately with other matters like Dudley's boxing practice and matches, so it's been a little bit neglected. From where she was in the kitchen cleaning, she knew her aunt was watching over her carefully. But she also knew if she looked over, the woman would pretend she hadn't and would send her a glare before walking off. Then she would return a few minutes later when she was sure Mimosa wasn't looking anymore. What a contrary woman. Still, it was good to know in case she collapsed suddenly, which has happened before. Her friends and godfather didn't know the extent of how much the Horcrux was affecting her, and it was between her, Dumbledore, and Mad Eye. The press, the ministry, none of them knew that she was suffering at all, and Merlin forbid that she had Voldemort's soul in her. The next few days passed peacefully. The week had been pleasantly calm in comparison to some of the times. When Dumbledore came dressed in bright yellow slacks and a paisley yellow and purple button-down to collect her, sleek white hair braided extravagantly, the Dursleys didn't even look offended. She'll be all right after this, won't she? Dudley blurted out just as they were getting ready to leave after a few awkward greetings. She will be quite sensitive and weak as her body gets used to not having what amounts to a parasitic entity stealing her life energy. She will likely have fits of uncontrollable magic and will thus be kept in a discreet facility until her body adjusts. Dumbledore spared nothing, and the horrified look on her aunt and cousin's faces and the constipated look, it might have been worry, on Vernon's made her feel a little more like they might actually care more than they've even recently let on. She supposed learning these things was different than her just coming home after magic school. She wondered how they would react to everything she'd gone through while in that magical world. But that was neither here nor there. If you should so allow it, letters may be sent to and fro if you want to keep updated. Through your post system, of course. I've heard you're rather sensitive about our usual avian methods. He smiled cheerily. Yes, well. Petunia trailed off awkwardly, trying to appear disdainful and nonchalant. And this address? It will be sent to you shortly thereafter that she arrives. There are many privacy laws around the place, and given Ms. Potter's fame in our world, it's preferred to our more local medical facilities. It will arrive within the hour she arrives there, but do not expect it for several days. The extraction process will be lengthy. Yes, well, Petunia stammered. Dudley threw himself forward, but still managed to be very delicate when he hugged her with a red face and watery eyes. Do your best, you'll get through it. And we can go to the cinema or something when you get back, yeah. He offered a wobbly smile, and she smiled back, patting his muscular back. You're not? Sure. There was no way she'd be able to tell them she could die in this ritual, or the horrible pain she'll go through during it. She was already weak from the veil's pull, and her chances, while not horrible, were still. Vernon grunted and heavily patted her shoulder, eyes a bit misty. She never thought she'd see the day when the Dursleys were upset about her leaving. Petunia kept herself rigid and still. Dudley sniffled and let go, and she waved, a little awkwardly, before turning and following Dumbledore, a little bit wobbly. Her condition sometimes did that. He steadied her easily, and they trotted off, and that was that. Triple X, when she finally woke, it was to so many aches and pains she might have rather wished she had just died during the ritual. She was only lucid for a few snatches of moments at a time, but it was always so painful that she did her best to once more slip into unconsciousness. Sometimes there were snatches of what she was sure was talking, but she always tuned out pretty quickly. It felt like too short a time before she began to wake up for longer times. She was told she wasn't allowed visitors for a little while, since an unforeseen complication came up, of which they were quick to reassure her wasn't a bad one or related to the Horcrux. But they were currently using many restraining charms and baubles and the like to keep it from surfacing, whatever it was. They didn't tell her much besides that, given her condition. Or something. At some point a man came in. She supposed it was her nurse, since he was usually the one coming in and checking on her, putting potions in her, and the like when that other bustle weren't around. He sat this time after finishing his duties and then told her, "I'm going to remove these now." She nodded a little, or at least she hoped so. She was drugged up on so many potions and tranquilizing spells and charms, she couldn't really move all that much. Through her blurry vision, she thought he might have smiled before he reached for her. She slipped into half-sleep, that she was still vaguely aware, but mostly sleeping, so she probably wasn't reliable enough to tell what exactly happened next. But she was soundly woken when alarms started flaring. Her nurse continued what it was he was doing, snatching little baubles from where they floated above her and casually just crushing them in his hands like they were just pretty orbs made of paper. He noticed her awake again, albeit groggily, and he smiled again, kind and warm, she was able to see. "Don't worry about those. There's no procedure to stop them from doing that. I'm sorry it woke you. You still need your rest." She could barely hear his comforting words over the blaring noises. "Would you like a stronger sedative?" She shook her head weakly and watched him paw more out of the air to destroy in vague, drowsy interest. It was sort of like when Crookshanks would paw at the little birds Hermione would conjure up for him in their dorm. Soon there were angry bangs at the door, and she turned her head lazily. "Just the patrols. Probably haven't gotten word yet, don't worry." He paused a moment to cast a quick spell at the door to silence it before snatching down the last few baubles. "There we are. Now let's see about the rest of them, shall we?" He was deft in removing the other enchanted items, and even removing a few certain spells on the plush cot she was in. One could really tell it was a private institution, before he loomed over her with bright, golden hazel eyes. The alarms finally stopped at least. "Soon, Miss Potter, you'll begin to feel a tingly feeling. Don't worry about that at all. It's completely normal." He smiled again, and she offered what she could of one back. "Excellent," he praised, pushing her sweaty bangs back. "You should fall asleep soon thereafter, and when you wake, much of the pains you've been feeling when the normal sedatives wear off should be gone. Exciting, isn't it?" She tried to open her mouth to thank him, but her tongue was all cottony. There. You've not had a thing to drink by way of mouth in quite some time now. A few potions and adjustments back into liquids will help that in a few days." She nodded and leaned back. It started soon, the tingly feeling. Through her numbed body, it felt a little like a tickle and an itch in one, making her want to squirm to relieve it. He chuckled in good nature above her. "Yes, it's quite ticklish, isn't it? I myself am not very fond of being tickled. Very uncomfortable, that. You'll be asleep soon, though, don't worry. And all will be well when you wake." "Triple X, what do you mean someone's taken her wards down? How did someone not authorized even get in?" A furious, frazzled director hissed. There were 5 units in this facility, and each had its own director, who worked solely under the owners of the entire establishment, a small group of distinguished medical professionals. And no one in his department was allowed to go into the patients' rooms without at least 2 other people, which meant whenever a staff member visited and checked on their patient, there were at least 3 in the room, besides the patient, for safety and legal reasons. "We don't know. No recent unfamiliar auras had been detected. So this means someone had snuck in beforehand?" A subordinate frowned. "What do you mean?" "Well, I mean that we're all stationed where we're supposed to be. Us workers, I mean." He pointed at the map on the wall. Each worker had a carefully charmed badge they could not remove whilst in the facility that showed up on it, and everyone was accounted for. There was no little light in Ms. Potter's room, so someone either had to have snuck in beforehand or checked the patients. Now, Triple X, waking up Miss Potter? Came the gentle query, and she grumbled to herself before turning and snuggling down. Now that won't do. Wouldn't you finally like to get up out of that cot? The coaxing, pleasant voice asked her, and she considered it before turning slightly and trying to lift herself. Easy now, careful. Cool hands helped her up. She turned her gaze to the man, and he smiled at her. Now Mimosa was never one who was good at guessing ages. And even worse when it came to magic folk, since they all seemed to age a little differently, but he looked probably a few fair years younger than, say, her aunt and uncle. His hair was dark brown, and he looked like he hadn't been outside in years. He was so pale, but his eyes were practically luminous. HRMM, she mumbled. There we are. Let's sit you up now. Any pains? Aches? Tingling? She shook her head at him, and he hummed in approval as he helped her slide to the edge of her cot. That's wonderful, simply wonderful. I'll take you to the restroom first. Worry not. I'll wait just outside, and if you need me for anything, just knock on something, yes? The French lilt of his voice was pleasant. She nodded as he helped her stagger along to the plain door just across from her cot. He opened it for her and delicately placed her leaning against a clean, white marble counter, smiling at her again and gently closing the door. The charms on her from before ensured she didn't need to use the loo, besides that she hadn't actually eaten food or drank anything rather than having them via potion put directly into her. She reached back, a bit sore and stiff from the amount of time spent lying motionless in that bed, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. She pulled off the loose nightshirt they'd put her in, not caring when it fell to the floor in a swoosh of thick fabric, and, determined, hobbled her way to the shower stall. At least the mirrors weren't charmed to talk. She dreaded to imagine how she looked. And sure, every so often they would use appropriate cleaning charms, but she still felt greasy and sweaty through her drowsiness. She almost slipped going in, but there was a small sitting area that she sunk down into, leaning against the cool tiles as water came on in a perfectly lukewarm temperature. While she typically preferred scorching hot and then switching to not quite icy for a rinse-off, for now she didn't want to shock her system too much. There was a nondescript bar of soap she used and unlabeled vials of what she could only assume was some hair lotion substitute. She didn't take particularly long, but longer than she would have liked for her limbs to cooperate. After that, when she got out, there was a new nightshirt waiting for her as a small vent used what amounted to a blow-dry charm on her. She was slightly clammy now, but she struggled the nightshirt on before hesitantly opening the door. He smiled at her. He smiled an awful lot, but maybe that was to be expected. It was a pleasant smile at least, not the generic polite sort, but rather a warm one, friendly and inviting. He was rather handsome, she thought. Excellent. Would you like some water? Only a bit, of course. You'll need to readjust. Triple X. Albus Dumbledore was in a flutter. Flustered, befuddled, flabbergasted, unsettled, and all manner of other words one might pluck from a thesaurus. He'd gotten word that for the past 3 days, his pupil's supposedly secure room had been hijacked by another patient, and that no one had been able to get in. He wondered again why they hadn't thought to contact him immediately, as he waited for Minerva to respond to his note, asking her to see to the ward masters that would come in to update and replenish the wards as they did every summer. This was a personal matter, rare as he took those over his more professional work. Mimosa was a child of whom he'd had a large part in the life she'd lived, and someone he'd come to respect in her own right, as little as she thought of herself. Few times were there that he could spend time with any of the children he took into the school. Soon enough, a folded paper crane fluttered over to him, and he was quick to unfold it. It might seem juvenile, but when the children were away, they were quite cute ways to communicate, though Severus didn't participate and tended to set fire to them whenever anyone sent him one. As soon as he saw the confirmation, he was throwing flu powder and stepping through with a bellow born of fear. Triple X? Oh yes, you're doing wonderfully, dear. Came the gentle praise, and Mimosa preened, ears twitching. They weren't quite on top of her head, but they were higher than her normal human ears would have been. They were rounded, a bit more oval, and the tip rounded, and her nurse had been impressed with her when she'd first reverted to this form. It had happened soon after she had woken up as a cat, as a margay. Not kidding. She woke up with paws, no opposable thumbs, and a contentness in the way she stretched. It was an incredibly natural feeling. There was no odd feeling, so she didn't even really comprehend that she had woken up differently at first. When she did realize, she may have flipped out a little bit and bitten her nurse's hand, but he took it all in stride and worked to calm her down. She'd already smeared her scent all over the room, and him actually, and was getting agitated at the small territory in a way, but she could cope with it for now. The cot at least already smelled like her. He'd talked her through things, and all things considered, she wasn't overly concerned about turning into a cat sometimes. It sort of made her think of a Nimigus, except that she sort of kept some things sometimes, like her higher-than-normal ears, and how rounded and furry and soft and sensitive they were. Or her amazing new vision. Or her tail. Oddly enough, it really helped to stabilize her balance even if it was absurdly long. And her claws. And the way her feet held their arch, heel in the air. Her legs felt more flexible too, for some reason. She would need to look up Margay's properly sometime. A hand gently rubbed just on the underneath of her ear, and her throat rumbled in a sign of pleasure. That was a little odd. The purring, but not the weirdest thing she'd ever done. She wasn't a typically tactile person, but she trusted her nurse over the course of the last few days. The other group hadn't come back for a little while now, and she thought that might be a good thing, or a sign she was doing better. Something at least. "You are a fine example of a feel-it," he told her proudly. She opened her eyes drowsily. He was looking at her with gleaming eyes, approval in them. Then he turned to the charmed window. Soon it will be waning. It should be fine." Then he turned back to her. "But we'll need a larger space for that." "Waning? The moon. The lunar cycle shouldn't affect you any more than other animals, but for me, well, it should be fine." Rather than being alarmed at this, she was too sleepy to really read much into his words, and simply nodded. Consequences. Chapter summary. Infidelity warning. Is that a warning? I don't know. She supposed she couldn't say that she was terribly surprised that it would end this way. She leaned back and stared up at the dark clouds barely distinguishable from the night sky, watching the flashes of lightning dance. He'd strung along Parkinson for years, chased after both Greengrass sisters, flirted with girls older in school. But the war had changed everyone, and he'd been so solemn and serious and devoted. Not that devoted, apparently, she thought as she glanced down at the ring still on her finger. He entertained the muggle foolishness for her, taking rings. She should have known. She really should have known better. She had hoped that, well, didn't much matter now, of course. She couldn't stay with him, knowing that he had bedded another woman, that he'd been doing it for who knows how long. And she couldn't stand the humiliating pity she would receive, or the told you so, or knew it that would. Cool me. Those would be the nicer ones. She'd been offered, a few times over the years, another position. She was technically an Auror, but she worked part-time in another section of the ministry. Unspeakable. But the one her more secretive department was trying to ply her with would take her away. Far away, for long missions. She hadn't wanted to leave her husband, and especially not when Draco didn't know yet. She supposed he didn't have to. If she kept it, she could distance herself appropriately, and once it was born, send it to its father. She knew how much Lucius complained, in his own stuffy way, about having an heir by now. In fact, she might just send it to Lucius and Narcissa anyways. Draco was far from ready for fatherhood. She yanked her ring off mechanically. She would put it in the letter she would write. No, a note. In an envelope, but she couldn't try to write out her feelings to him after a betrayal like this. She was sure she wasn't fully grasping it yet. She wasn't sobbing yet anyways. Seeing him in their bed with another woman, she would explain that she wouldn't spill details, or even really say they were getting a divorce. Would tell him that she was being sent out, which is true when she would finally give in and take the new position, and maybe after a few months the strain of her absence. Would give him an excuse to actually divorce without ruining either of their reputations. She wouldn't bother telling him about the child. She might not end up keeping it after all. It was early. Not like she could really keep it even if she decided not to get rid of it. If it looked anything like Draco, and it certainly would, she didn't want to take her feelings out on an innocent babe that, in any other circumstance, she would have been overcome with joy at having. She'd always wanted a family of her own. She supposed if she really wanted it, she wouldn't be getting it with Draco. She wasn't sure she would try again. Not when it could turn out like this all over again. There was a terrible feeling in her body, but it was easy to push away as she sat on the stairs leading to their door. It was the house he'd bought for her, for them both. When they would divorce, she would be insisting that he keep it. She wanted nothing to do with it already. Everything in there was tainted now. She would take her most precious things, photo albums, excepting the smaller one that she had been growing with Draco. The reconstructed firebolt hung up in their kitchen. Her old-school trunk usually held all her other important precious things. She would need letters to her friends. To Teddy, she didn't get to see him that often, despite being his godmother. Andromeda made clear what she thought of Primrose near her grandson, especially given her husband's mother. She stared at the ring, the engraved words that she knew by heart. Love conquers all was simple, and it had well enough worked for them both. Love would not solve this for her. She could not forget seeing him like that. With someone else, she could not forgive it either. X, when he opened the door, he stared at his parents. He hadn't shaved, or showered, or cleaned, or really bothered with anything. Not since the envelope was kept pristine, no matter what kind of episodes he exposed it to. He was careful to preserve it. Careful to preserve the short little note that she'd had to write him. Her ring rested on a chain so heavily charmed that if he tried to go anywhere with magical detection charms, he was sure they would go haywire, but he wanted to take no chances with his wife's. With Rosie's ring, he made a mistake. But once she returned from that mission, he would do better. He learned his lesson. He would never touch another woman again. He needed Rosie. What? He croaked. His parents, both of them, visibly winced. Cygnus and Corvus, his mother said stiffly, then moved. Behind them was a double stroller. Babes. Tiny. One wore soft yellow, the other wore gentle gray. A whitish tuft on one, and inky dark on the other. Draco stared. She'd named them in tradition. She hadn't known they would be twins. You have contact with her? He rasped, even as his eyes couldn't leave the two tiny, defenseless things they brought to him. No, his father said sharply. His parents knew what he had done. Knew because he had gone to them first, hysterical when he had read that note, and she left her ring. They had appreciated and even grown to like his sweet Rosie. And they had thought better of him, and knew that she deserved better than him. Or at least, better than what he had done to her. His throat still clogged, and his chest still wanted to cave in on itself when he thought of it. Every day, without her. Cygnus was born first. His mother gestured to the one with pale hair. With his hair, Corvus had been more difficult from what we are given to understand, and that made Draco alert for the first time in months. Difficult? What do you mean? Is she all right? He felt his head and heart twist in sheer terror. His knees were threatening to give on him. She had recovered since. Her lips were pursed as she pulled out an envelope to him. He snatched it from her hands, greedy eyes unblinking as they took in her writing. He didn't bother trying to actually read it for a moment, just to look at it. But he did, of course, read it. It wasn't cold, but it was clinical, distant on purpose. It said bluntly that where she was far too dangerous and her mission too consuming for her to take care of them. And that she, bluntly, didn't want to look at them. It was a blow. She would send presents. She would make sure they had money. But her love would always be from a distance. Draco was sure that he could convince her otherwise when she came home. One look at her own children, and she wouldn't be able to resist. She had always been sure that she wanted children, and Draco had always been sure she would be the greatest mother. He had hurt her terribly enough that she didn't want to see her own children. He told himself that punishment was in order tonight. You are clearly not able to care for them, his father said briskly, and Draco couldn't find it in him to be upset. It was always supposed to be Rosie and he as a team, together. Narcissa and I will be taking over most of the care. That his face scrunched for a moment before smoothing. Weasleys will be caring for them at some points. You, of course, shall be seeing them often. His father's voice made sure that it was a command. She wants you in their lives. She wants you to be their father. And his cutting gaze let Draco know very clearly that his own father had very clear opinions on Draco's ability to be that. You will come to the manor for the next fortnight. You will be taught how to handle them. Draco would do anything for Rosie. He would do anything. And when she came back, they could be a family. X, when she woke, it was to English. She'd been in either South America or throughout Africa the past 7 years, and any medical facility she cleared for her care were not ones that used English for their main language. She sat up after assuring that it was voices through the walls her enhanced ears were hearing and peered around. She frowned. The door was opening, and she had a wand in her hand and was halfway across the room. slightly crouched to use the bed and the bedside table as cover or as obstructions if she needed. The man, clearly a meta-wizard, stared for a moment but was quickly pushed aside as two children sped past and directly towards her. People had used children or childlike guises against her before, and she tensed up, but a choked Rosie immediately froze her as those two small bodies slammed against her, holding against her as small faces pressed hard into her stomach and hip. Her eyes drifted back to the door. He was gaunt, paler than she'd ever seen him, thinner, more fragile. His robes looked rumpled and perhaps unwashed, his hair long and lank around his face. He almost had a beard. Her ring was on a chain so heavily enchanted it practically had its own magical core. His arms rose up and his eyes were so clouded that it looked like he'd been cursed. She wanted to apparate out immediately. She wasn't prepared for this. She didn't want to be here. How did she get here? You should lay down, Mrs. Malfoy, the meta-wizard advised soothingly. Her jaw clenched in confusion. You were so critically injured that you were brought back from your mission. He finished delicately. Unspeakables, field ones especially, had specialized medical professionals dedicated to their department. You shouldn't have been able to move at all at this point, he said idly. She watched him because it was far better than looking at. She hadn't realized that she had been defensively curled around the two children. She'd always been softer with children. Once she was sure they actually were children. She didn't want to look at who she was holding, so she didn't. She must get back into bed. Came the gentle words, and the two didn't detach, but instead moved with her towards the cot. They climbed in with her. They were almost scalding, the feel of their young, feeble magic, and it made her own tremendous, ruthless mass of magic tremble back away from them. She knew she shouldn't have been the one to name them. His magic was trembling as well, fearful and relieved and yearning, begging, pleading, self-loathing, prepared to lash at itself. That sort of magical instability was dangerous, and while she refused to look at him, she forced the quiet message to have him examined properly to the meta-wizard. His head tilted forward slightly in compliance. She could question things if she needed to later. Mrs. Malfoy, he should have signed the divorce paper years ago. Maybe it wasn't made public? That flimsy excuse wasn't working, though. There was no way an unspeakable meta-wixen would mistake something like that about their patients. Mummy, came the muffled, teary whimper, and her body tensed up. She'd had young children call her that before, or the equivalent. She supposed something about her seemed to radiate a matronly feeling to them. She forced herself to calm down and do what she would any crying, whimpering child that clung to her, and gently stroked through soft curls. She knew which one had the curls. She'd only had them for a few weeks until they were safe and stable enough to send. Corvus didn't sniffle and cry like Cygnus, but his small fists were shaking with how hard he clung to her, and his face was pushed deep enough that she wasn't sure he was breathing. Enough. She shouldn't be referring to them by name. She stroked his side until she heard his tiny, rasping breath before he burrowed back against her. They were 6, and so very small against her. She'd never been a large person by any means, and she knew, realistically, that they were at what felt like healthy sizes for their age, and most especially for their father's side. They were going to be tall. She'd known that the moment she'd set eyes on them. Kneeling by her cot now, clutching at the edge desperately, was their father. There weren't as many photos to show them as any of us would have liked, but there were. There were always the stories. He croaked, and she couldn't look at him. She just couldn't do it. You left so much of your things, and there were memories there too to show them. He went on babbling desperately. They've known you their whole lives, he choked. That wasn't her intention, and everyone knew it. Cygnus was the one who turned his face towards her first, and she didn't want to look. She didn't. He had her eyes, her curls, but his father's colors, and even the Potter jaw and cheekbones. The rest was his father, and he was beautiful. One of his small pale hands. Not unhealthy, but certainly not her olive coloring that had only grown richer in her time away, and under the sun, reached up towards her face, entranced and still so sniffly and teary. Corvus was more pointed, and his hair was silky and a little wavy, and with her ink-black hair and silvery green eyes. He had her nose and her lips, but the rest was clearly Malfoy. He seemed just as pale for his dark hair, but there was an olive tint to his skin. He was stunning, his eyes enchanting. She'd given birth to these beauties. Her breathing was regulated. her body loose enough that if needed, she could spring into many different positions while making sure the children weren't hurt, or at least not. Significantly, she did not want to be here. She'd never meant to come back. She'd meant to either die out on missions or fake her death if the recurring suspicions proved correct and live the rest of her life alone as a hermit, or put herself on the draft of living death to avoid it all. Cygnus touched her face, but Corvus refused to let his death grip go and tried to press himself closer. She suspected if he tried to open his mouth, he would openly sob. "Mummy," Cygnus nearly choked on his word, pulling himself higher against her and burying his face against her chest. She settled a firm, calming grip on the nape of his neck. She could snap his neck in less than a second like this, and her massive magical core swayed in unease. "We've tried to keep everything. Pictures when they first walked, when they first spoke, their birthdays, holidays, everything." The thin man beside her cot practically whimpered, and how dare he? How dare they? Once she was cleared to go, she would be leaving again. And this time, she thought darkly, they would never see her again, and she would never have to see them. Her magical core purred at the thought of not being subject to these strange and terrible feelings being back here brought up, of not being too near these delicate little blossoms of magical cores, of not being near the self-antagonistic ball of a core that pleaded to her own, of being out again, destroying enemies, trickling seductively to sway targets and payloads, to reach and spread until nothing was left untouched by her insatiable and needy, possessive magic. People and things under her protection, cults dedicated to her existence quietly enough that the unspeakables didn't interfere. Complete, unwavering devotion at a comfortable distance. "Please be careful about crowding Mrs. Malfoy," the Meta-Wizard said smoothly, and she kept her head down and eyes shut. 5 people. She was very recently in combat-heavy areas, and we need to do another psych check before the rest of aftercare can be decided. "I thought you already did dash." The conscious and unconscious mind and magical cores are all very different aspects of our checks, Mrs. Granger Crumb. "Please keep a respectable distance for the time." "I'd say there's been enough distance by now. Regardless, Mr. Weasley, I do not give these warnings idly." Yeah, no group hugs yet, got it." The casual way he said it was undermined by the way his core swirled in an angry twister of torn emotions. Hermione's, steady as she always was, reflected it, but not without little spikes, inquisitive and sharp. The other two, Lucius with the graceful curls of cool magical core, twisting now almost nervously, and Narcissa's creeping soft mist like core thickening in a fob with emotion. The fifth was not one she was ever particularly close to. She was surprised nonetheless that Andromeda was present in the same space as her sister, or with Ron and Hermione, neither of whom liked her particularly much for her decision to withhold her godson from her. Strict, rigidly in place, and tinged in a constant sort of melancholy and regret. Primrose didn't care. She had stopped trying to defend the woman's actions to herself a long time ago. She kept her eyes closed, hands idly petting over the children in a repetitive self-soothing. As long as she didn't think about it too much, it was fine. Mincy Mulberry. Chapter Summary. This is from my Lucius is a stud phase that still lurks in the back of my cavernous empty head. She stepped from the small clearing rather daintily, looking about curiously. It was much the same that she vaguely remembered from childhood if she really had to guess. Not that it had stayed very long after, what with WWI coming in not long after the Second War with Voldemort. She was a little bit lost, but seeing the row of perfectly cookie-cutter houses not far from the park made an old nostalgia rise. She had no fond memories of Number 4, Privet Drive, make no mistake, but it had come to envelope her early childhood in a time where she hadn't needed to worry about things like Dark Lords and wars. She shook her head, settling her robe and snuggling her face into the warm fur lining her hood before setting out. It would only be a scant few hours before day broke, and Petunia came out to change out the milk bottle and find something most certainly not meant to be on someone's doorstep. XXX. There was a lovely woman and very clearly of good English descent when he had come to see Cornelius. This being said, she also resembled another family in facial features. While she had the high cheekbones and admittedly delicate arch of the brow alongside absolutely pitch black hair color that he knew to be common features in the Black family, she had another family's signature features. The Potter jawline, Potter lips and crooked smile, both, and even neatly tamed in a loose bun at the back of her head, it was clear her hair was an unruly mess. And of course, more South Asian features common in the past 2 decades present from the Potter's habit of adding in more culturally diverse marriages every few generations. Her eyes were another matter altogether, both the somewhat cat-like tilt and the pale green coloring. These were what Lucius Malfoy first and foremost recognized upon seeing the woman. The second was the elegant robes and tasteful accessories she wore and her quietly, almost subtly proud stance. It was one he'd seen senior Aurors take, less rigid than the new sorts, smoother. He noticed these things with a keen eye because this woman exuded something that made him feel well. Lucius had heard the quiet murmurs that the men of his line tended to be weak for power, and this woman was powerful. How? And in what ways he was not yet sure, but he was absolutely certain she was. The only reason he saw her now was that she had happened to be at the minister's secretary's desk with the young man currently employed, obviously struggling to keep his composure for some reason and looking on the verge of tears. Lucius had very kindly saw fit to lean into the discussion. Is there a problem? She was a bit of an older woman than the ones that typically caught his eye, though she looked hardly any older than his wife. The only thing really giving even that was the slight crow's feet and the faint smile lines on her face when she turned to him properly. The rest of her face seemed youthful. Even the décolletage area exposed seemed that of a young woman. She was rather attractive, and Lucius examined her in as swift and subtle a manner as possible before smiling as charmingly as he dared at the unfamiliar woman. He spied no rings on her unloved fingers, not that such a thing had stopped his interest before. Her smile was agreeable, as she turned as a sunflower might to the sun, given their difference in height. She was pleasantly petite. I'd certainly hope not, but extenuating circumstances might mean there is. Her voice had a pleasing, natural husk to it, soothing, and the sort of lilt that suggested she was well-traveled. Oh! He slid his gaze to the man at the desk, who seemed relieved to have her attentions off of him for the moment, but winced at his reproachful look. Perhaps I can prove to be of some assistance? How kind of you. Her smile became a bit more fetching rather than polite. Unfortunately, it seems that man is avoiding me again. Her perfectly beauteous tone was only slightly changed when she emphasized the "that man" bit, and he wondered who she might mean that she would need pester the minister's secretary about it. That man, he asked with perfectly feigned polite interest. He had very little real interest in her purpose here, only that she had presented herself at all. The minister, of course, she waved off flippantly. Cornelius has been very, incompetent seems a tad harsh, but it was the word used when I was sent to confront him. Oh, pardon me? I'll be Mimosa Mulberry. His mind lit up with the information. She was the latest of the International Confederation's ambassadors. Not so much was currently known or taking of the position, fairly recent, but she must be quite competent indeed, given that the last few ambassadors had ended up quitting in stress-related breakdowns. His handsome smile widened, and he gently grasped her rather small hand, bowing slightly to hover his lips just over her knuckles. One did not touch his lips to the hand. That would be terribly crass, as was socially acceptable before straightening. She was no blushing maiden, of course, and she looked at him with a sort of amused spark in her eye. Lucius Malfoy, Ms. Mulberry, he introduced suavely. Well, it's a pleasure to know such a gentleman, Mr. Malfoy, she assured him. I insist the pleasure is mine, since offering the usage of his given name was too forward for his tastes, and they were in a professional setting notwithstanding. Perhaps I can persuade Cornelius out? It is almost noon, and he prefers to take his lunch outside the ministry. If perhaps it is suitable. Her chuckle had the same husky tenor, and it caressed his ears pleasantly. Oh yes, he thought to himself. He certainly wouldn't mind a whirl with this woman. I appreciate the offer, and I do believe I'll take you up on it. Excellent. XXX. Andromeda Tonks stared at the paper somewhat incredulously. Her cousin, Sirius Black, was on the front page, and even more, claimed innocent. She tapped her nails against the table in agitation as she read. Not giving any sort of trial had been a hushed ministry practice immediately after the war was ended, but most of those it happened to were either die-hard followers or particularly active sympathizers who readily admitted to their guilt. The increasingly wild story the prophet spun made her stomach churn, and she wondered how much of it was true. Quickly after shaking that thought, she quickly moved to the fireplace. Serious, despite what an utter brat he'd always been, had been her favorite cousin, if only for the fact that most of their shared family seemed to loathe him, and how he was perfectly happy to turn his back to them. She would take the reins of his recovery into her own hands. 6 years in Azkaban was better than 12, but the damage could still be irreparable. XXX, Ms. Mulberry. Lucius greeted warmly, which garnered attention, given that Lucius Malfoy, while charming and suave, absolutely was not warm. Mr. Malfoy, lovely to see you well. The woman he'd greeted returned with just as much jovial familiarity. Had it not been beneath her to do so in public, Narcissa would have raised her brows in surprise. And to see you look so fetching, Ms. Mulberry, he returned, taking her hand to settle in the crook of his arm. Might I introduce you to my wife? He turned her towards the tall, willowy woman. Whereas Ms. Mulberry was rather dainty and small in frame, but with a respectable, if not distracting, amount of feminine curve, Narcissa was trim and did not possess such abundant curvature. Besides that, Narcissa had pale, faint coloring from her rosier mother, and Ms. Mulberry was dark-haired, bright-eyed, and had a bit of a sun-loved, weedish look not often found in the lighter-complexioned, pure-blooded folk of the magical isles. Narcissa, this is Mimosa Mulberry. Her husband presented the woman to her, as though she were something he particularly prized. This incited some small amount of respect for the woman to have wrapped the cold man she knew as a husband so firmly around her little finger. Good evening, Ms. Mulberry. As Lucius here had said, I am Narcissa Malfoy. She smiled at the woman with cool cordiality. This did not at all affect Ms. Mulberry, who smiled in a way Narcissa found oddly placating. What an aesthetic pair, she said then, quite bluntly, and Narcissa blinked a bit. Of course, the underlying thought was obviously of their respective coloring. Both pale blondes of some height with pale eyes to match. Not many so plainly said it, even if it was a fairly quick conclusion to make when seeing her and her husband. Although I don't envy your complexions much, she added on a bit mischievously. No, Ms. Mulberry? Lucius smiled down at her indulgently, and she gave a perfectly angelic smile. I can't imagine all the charms and salves one of your fair tone might need. That was a fair statement to make, Narcissa agreed. Lucius, she and Draco had to use a fair amount when planning to be outdoors for any real length of time. While Ms. Mulberry seemed like she could simply lay out in any tropical climate entirely nude and turn a golden bronze hue to her light brown skin. She briefly wondered if that was something the small woman actually did or not. Yes, but we need not worry of tan lines, she said thoughtfully. Ms. Mulberry huffed, a small smile on her face. When sunbathing, it's best to go bare. Oh, I said that aloud. She smiled sheepishly. Well, Narcissa had her answer then. You'll have to pardon me. I've just come from another function, and I'm afraid I may have had a few glasses. Another function? Narcissa inquired politely. This ministry happening was the only large gathering of the month, others clearing time for it. Oh yes, there's an absolutely lively gala in the Swedish counterpart to your ministry. She laughed pleasantly. A beautiful affair it was, absolutely stunning displays. Much more exciting than the ones here, I've found. Do you travel often, Ms. Mulberry? Given my occupation, I switch continents as often as I do my shoes. She snorted a bit, amused and leaning ever so slightly on her husband. Ms. Mulberry is an ambassador for the International Confederation. The International Confederation? Narcissa parroted, startled. This slip of a woman, with a sort of exuberance about her, was an ambassador for the International Confederation? The last few, as Narcissa recalled, had been sour, sullen people who didn't care for their forms of etiquette nor their conservative mindsets. Yes. Don't let my looks fool you. I was chosen for my expertise in troubled and warring states, usually civil wars and the like, which, according to those who have come before me, is what the English ministry and its people are suffering from. I beg pardon? Narcissa frowned, a bit insulted. Ms. Mulberry raised her brows at her, the half-smile on her face, saying, Are you really that ignorant, or are you just having me on? Lady Malfoy, the current laws regarding creatures and beings, as you call them, are of the same nature as some of the third world countries we are affiliated with. It's so outdated people back at the Confederation call this place backwater, you know? Oh, and don't even get me started on the problems with too much reliance on magic. If something goes wrong, just fix it with magic, not change the way it was done. Your buildings and architecture for example, skilled, Magical architects and construction workers are so rare, they cost small fortunes. Most vexing that, frankly, it's a wonder how you've advanced to this point in society. You're still a ways behind, but better than the stone ages that you're compared to. In your finest school? Ha! It's so far, utterly far behind the main magical institutions of other countries, it's just pitiful. You know, I recently looked into the current classes and extracurricular studies, and there's no world history and no physical education, no sex education. Well, apparently the heads of house take care of that, but there should be an actual factual class, not heads of houses potentially telling children different things whenever they so choose to tell their students. A nice, tidy uniform class would help, certainly. And you've got no exchange program. Of course, I'm not terribly surprised about this when I don't think any of the big schools abroad would want to send their children to yours. The sheer amount of injuries that occur on those grounds conditions students to accept horror, as if getting your bones crushed is a weekly occurrence. Terrible. Also, why is there no language and reading classes? Or for Muggle-born or raised students, a supplementary class for penmanship, since all anyone seems to use here is quills. Or something to teach them about the differences in currency and government and medical needs. Or better, have an automatic class or sort of group of Muggle guardians attend something to teach them the differences, so their children aren't horribly alienated and understand the dangers with magic and untrained magic. And I hear a lot about Durmstrang here. The silliest rumors taken for fact. That they only accept purebloods? They accept those raised in the magical world. Not just pure blood since over there. Those with what people here consider pure blood adopt Muggle-born or cast out magical children. And no one around here seems to want to talk about the other school over there, for those who were raised Muggle and how over there, they take into account all the differences between Muggle and magical world for their students to make them much more well-rounded. Which reminds me, the Muggle studies class in Hogwarts is hogwash. Ugh, the best and brightest of England. Know only enough English to get by in math. Basic geology? Who needs it? Even schools that pride themselves on specialized fields teach basic core classes outside of magic. Were it to go to any other major continent, it would be shut down. It wouldn't pass the Board of Education in other countries. They don't know the Muggle side of their own countries? Because they aren't taught squat about it. Not the magical side either, since that ghost who has yet to be eradicated or at least moved only teaches outdated, faulty information on the Goblin Wars. Those who can't afford tutors or are too busy with their other classes and studies will fail. Not that it matters, since quite a good lot of those children go on to become ministry workers. The pitiful career choices are a part of the limited scope that creates an equally pitiful education. There's no push from indoctrinated witches and wizards to progress. They've turned magic into a stagnant state of being. Where's the diversity? Certainly, it must be hiding somewhere, but certainly not at Hogwarts, let me tell you. Traditional is one thing, forcing students to narrow all their studies on magic and absolutely nothing else makes for a poor education. And even worse, not a diverse set of magic. Oh sure, the core subjects like transfiguration, potions, charms, but the A has been so wildly unpredictable that the students don't even get a stable education in that. And what about regular assessments? Oh wait, that doesn't happen. The homework is usually too long and time-consuming for pupils to spend any amount of free time doing anything, but in half the time the assignments are irrelevant to the subject altogether. Also, why is there only one available medical professional all throughout the year? How does she keep up with all the students, and especially if they have special medical needs or conditions? When was the last time she was reevaluated or taken a refresher course to make sure her skills are up to date? And how could the staff be all right with how utterly overworked she must be? Oh, and don't get me started on the whole house system and the furious segregation of students because of it, or the horrible pigeonhole mentality that some students seem to be stuffed in, and the increasingly large violence and bullying caused by different houses or dorms is certainly no help. Healthy rivalry is one thing, but they are all students at the same school, in the same classes with the same professors. It's ridiculous. And the schooling before Hogwarts, usually taught by parents or, if there's enough money, home tutors. It tips a completely uneven scale of things. There's no primary school for these children, and thus, their education levels range from illiterate who are barred from Hogwarts regardless of how bright or inherently powerful they are, To those who have already learned the basics of the first-year classes and are being forced to slough through it all again. And all for what? For the majority of them to go into journalism without a formal education or government without knowing political theory, or work in shops or restaurants and the like. Maybe one might be skilled enough in a field to join a guild or association if they're lucky enough. Learning on the job is one thing. Being grossly unprepared and uneducated for it is another. And critical thinking skills or problem solving? None. Nearly none. Apparently, it's not valued as a skill worth learning. Conflict resolution? No, we have magic. Why learn that? Arg, it's so frustrating. Even the current headmaster has tried to address some of the issues, but he's not solely in charge of what they can and can't teach. Everything has to go through a faulty board of governors who, very likely, have no formal training or education in education or the educational needs of children. Speaking of the needs of children, their meals are entirely outlandish, and they have no classes that talk about health and biology. You know, I've met some people that didn't even know what an appendix was or that they had one. Preposterous. It's lucky there are any competent meta-witches and wizards around, and even they are fast-tracked through their training for the need of them. Half the medical staff in St. Mungo's are still learning, she ranted, then paused, reining herself in. Sorry, I just am very passionate about the education of youth and its effects on society. And Hogwarts is such a terrible strain on my stress levels. How is it still open? She took another breath, snagging 2 glasses of white wine as a floating platter passed by, and downing one of them quickly before it, obligingly, disappeared. She kept the other to sip at more languidly through the night. On another note, why are there no fax machines? No what? A fax machine. They transfer papers fairly instantly. It was adapted from the Muggle construct of the same name. She waved off easily. Narcissa felt her face screw up, just a little bit before she could stop it. Ah, right. The vicious aversion to any sort of progressive technology that, heavens forbid, came from Muggles. You know, the Muggles have had a fax machine for a good century now. Telephones for another 100 and some years. Yet the closest thing that the British ministry and the majority of its occupants seem to have are two-way objects that, frankly, are a rare commodity as it is, and as I've heard, are only made by 1 or 2 families for a ridiculous commission price. Or the WNN, which is either radio shows thereabouts or a ministry news station. It's no wonder, I suppose, that near nothing constructive seems to get done when people are sending out owls and using charms to send everything in paper airplanes or origami folds. She rolled her eyes. I went to a little cafe just the other day here and asked for a cappuccino. Boy had no clue what it was, and neither did the shift manager. A cappuccino. Probably has no clue what a latte is either. Frankly, Narixa had no clue either, but she would never admit to being ignorant on anything. Even worse, none of the employees I've so far dealt with, not even Aurors or the ministry security that weren't Muggle-born and sometimes even then know what a bullet is, or a bomb, grenade, or a missile, or most any other Muggle weapons on site besides things like swords and bows and arrows. Anyone with a basic understanding of Muggle weaponry could come here and entirely wipe out the ministry and the land it stands on, since no one would think to stop them because they'd have no clue what they were even looking at. A student could waltz into Hogwarts unfettered with an entire Muggle armory, and no one besides probably Muggle-borns or raised would know to get out or hide. Muggle weaponry? Narcissa thought distastefully. As if the Muggles could harm them with their inferior so-called weapons, she thought. And the security. Everywhere. Atrocious. Simply atrocious. Polyjuice is not something that the ministry has wards or spells against. The use of mind-controlling magics don't have alarms or alerts to easily identify, and certainly almost none of the security staff or front desk employees, after a quick verbal test, know how to identify if someone is under an influence. Any influence. Love potions and lust potions are sold willy-nilly, with virtually no regulation besides a few fines of the more hard-hitting ones, despite the numerous rape and sexual assaults filed within the past decade. Do you have any idea how many there are? In memory modification, there's no immediate, easy way to discern besides a professional evaluation or, God forbid, just someone with adequate knowledge to rummage through someone else's head decides to take a peek in. There are rules and laws against such things, but no way to enforce them. The society as a whole are in absolute shambles. She went off again. Narcissa glanced at her husband to see how he was taking this sort of insult to their entire society, but he was only watching Ms. Mulberry with entranced eyes. And in a public venue with his wife, right in front of him, no less. She glanced around. Oh, she just knew if Lady Greengrass or another member of the Black family saw there would be no end of gossip that would just ruin her social standing. She would be a laughingstock. The very deep shortcomings of this society aside, it has a wonderful potential. Deep, deep down that requires a recall and reconstruction of near everything that would likely take decades, if not centuries, to correct because of how obstinate those old conservative types are, but still. The potential is there. There have been, after all, many a celebrated potioneer from Britain or occasionally a dueler. And people like Dumbledore, who come from less insulated backgrounds, who rise up to go above and beyond what the school curriculum teaches children to become one of the most widely respected figures in the international community, and managed to help find 12 unique ways to use dragon blood, and even had the honor of working with famous alchemist Nicholas Flamel. You know, some people think he's harebrained. I'd certainly like them to try to accomplish what he has, though I do believe that he is too heavily relied upon by the ministry despite his more egalitarian and liberal views being disregarded. He is already the headmaster of Hogwarts, where even still, he holds not much power with the tight leash he's given by the Board of Governors. You know, I also think people look up to him too much. Too much reliance and devotion for an act against a tyrant, and not enough respect for his scholarly achievements tell me that this society cares less for education and more for violence and grand displays of power. It's truly no wonder why Britain seems to have more Dark Lord problems than other first world magical states. Excuse you. I don't ask to be excused. The statistics of the British Dark Lord or equivalent rate is astronomical, as is the harsh regulation and outlawed dark arts. Witches and wizards are not being taught to balance out the more addictive dark magics, just as they are not being taught dark magics with good and positive outcomes. Even things like blood-related rituals have been entirely banned here. This sort of harsh oppression is what helps to create terroristic threats like the most recent Dark Lord, Morty or something. Those restrictions also make preparing oneself for drawbacks to more dangerous dark arts and knowledge on safely using dark arts almost impossible to find out, and those that do look for such safety measures are often seen in harsh negative connotations, or even as downright sinister for being associated with dark magic at all. It creates a bubble of uneducated people who use magic without knowing the costs or safety of it. A novice might use a costly, addictive dark spell high above their level, and it will damage the magical core, as well as possibly causing breaks in the mind that could lead to anything from coma to insanity. It's just all left behind, and those who use it and turn out as coma victims or insane are used as a poster child for any and all who use dark magic. It's positively poisonous to the entire branch of magic. Even the use of the term dark arts is debated heavily by the Confederation, while this ministry slaps it on anything that they deem too dangerous for the uneducated masses they help create. Most of the time, those magics, be they potions or even ward systems, are actually considered gray or neutral, as we of the Confederation like to say. Dark lords that pop up spouting genocide and racism and race superiority are also a huge part of the vicious cycle. Those who have been taught all their lives that dark arts are bad are only getting that image harshly reinforced by radical extremes who use dark arts to further their own violent causes. She sighed. Getting stubborn, hard-headed ministry officials to listen to that, of course, gets the reaction one might expect out of a bratty child. No, you're wrong, and I'm going to ignore what you just said because I don't like it. The Confederation is becoming impatient, and if nothing changes or another war starts up, we will be imposing and taking the ministry by force and replacing Hogwarts with our own standardized schooling systems. It is part of my job to urge the ministry to open up to the rest of the magical communities worldwide and see that they need to move on as a society. If that doesn't happen in a reasonable amount of time, then that's the end of the line. I am, quite frankly, the last Confederation ambassador this ministry will ever have if things do not change for the better. Stunned, Narcissa stared at the woman. Surely they couldn't do that? The only thing wrong with the ministry was their bowing to Muggle-born families and banning dark arts. And there was nothing wrong with their education, though personally, she did agree that Professor Binns needed to be fired or exorcised, and that students should have a more stable education and a broader range of classes available. But were another war to break out, and another Dark Lord should take over the ministry and thus the magical communities of Britain. How would the Confederation stop it? Like we handle all of the Dark Lords or ladies or non-binary dark folk our affiliated states come to us about. We exterminate them and set up relief programs to victims and take over the reconstruction of a governmental body, which we carefully monitor until such a time we believe them stable and educated enough to move on without immediate, constant supervision. She answered bluntly. Unlike a traditional governing system, we have dealt with international Dark Lord upstarts, Dark Lords that have had reign over states for decades or centuries, Dark Lords with unique magics, Dark Lords with presumed immortality or immortal Dark Lords. Almost anything and everything. We have dealt with what you call beings and creatures, uprisings, cullings, armies of cults which are almost always under a Dark Lord, and all sorts of other hasty, violent shenanigans, including Muggle or Squib terror cells against certain groups of magicals. It is well within our range to dismantle and oversee the extermination of Dark Lords and the like. Can you actually do that? One man who'd been listening and asked in horror. The Confederation has authority over most magical communities affiliated with us in times of critical emergency. Then why hadn't anything been done in the last war? One blustery, angry-faced man demanded, and she turned her attention to him with a bland smile. It had been a debate for some time on whether or not to intervene, as however, that the British ministry had been at that point almost entirely cut off from the Confederation for some time beforehand and had not renewed their treaties. They were not considered to be affiliated with us, and thus we had no reason to intervene. It was only after the supposed demise of the Dark Lord of that civil war that this ministry reached out to us to once again open communications with us. All this to say, your own self-enforced isolation from the rest of the magical world had rendered us unable to aid. And seeing that your Dark Lord of the times had not touched the rest of Europe, we could do nothing about him. Hold on, go back. Go back. Did you just say supposed demise? There is no definitive proof that your Dark Lord had been killed. What? Recent investigations have pinpointed several clues to his continued existence. We have not yet received clearance from your ministry to pursue those leads. Excuse me, Rita Skeeter here from the Daily Prophet. Could you elaborate? I very well could, Ms. Skeeter, but I dare say a publication founded and currently at least partially owned the ministry would instead paint me as a holier-than-thou Confederation ambassador who thought of the British ministry and those under its authority to be uneducated simpletons rather than bothering to fill in the context and raise points about the severe faults the ministry and Hogwarts suffer from. Should you attempt to post or publish anything of the sort outside of an expressly factual interview that must be scheduled and approved by the Confederation, and certainly not heralded by any run-of-the-mill journalist who works under the ministry's payroll, you will be terminated and blacklisted from any journalistic careers. We at the Confederation do not play around with gossip and falsities, and certainly not with sensationalist gossip rags. She said shortly. That includes anonymous tippers. We know, Ms. Skeeter. Her eyes flashed in a hard way, and for a second, Narcissa felt paralyzed. Wait, the ministry owns the Prophet? Of course they do. Why'd you think it's considered the standard? Some cog-in-the-wheel employee snorted. Which brings me to another point. In most of the magazines and popular publications, very little say anything about outside cultures and peoples. It's a very narrow scope, and it's quite concerning that it's so isolated here that the people probably don't know about the world outside of Great Britain and Ireland. I believe it's in part due to, again, education at Hogwarts and other smaller schools. There's no world history classes, no humanities, and no language arts either. Anything mentioned is because of a correlation with Britain or some part of Britain. She frowned. And even outside of the horrible ghost professor history offered in Hogwarts, which is supposed to be the premier school for Britain as a whole, need I remind you, in the smaller schools it seems only local histories are talked about, not even national history. Can we go back to the Dark Lord still being alive thing? Because I'm kind of still back at that. HM? I suppose so. We have ample reason to believe that he had used Horcruxes. For those of you who don't know, since dark arts are not so much as hinted about besides how to fight against it without knowing even the basic magical theories about it, ahem, right. Horcruxes are when a Wixen splits their own soul in half and imparts it into an object or, occasionally, a living thing such as a familiar. A few gasps of horror abounded, including Narcissa's own. Split one's own soul? How could anyone possibly even consider such desecration? This is not an unusual practice for Dark Lords who aspire to immortality or near immortality, but cannot achieve it in some fashion naturally. What is more distressing, however, is that we have solid evidence that he had done it more than once, more than twice. We have so far deduced at least 3 items made into the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. This is to say that wherever he might be, the Dark Lord currently possesses only 5% of a soul. And that's if he hasn't made more than 3, which is a popular belief in our currently deployed research team. He is technically less sentient than is considered legally a being here. It also means we are not obliged to treat him humanely should we capture what is left of him. You would otherwise? That thing was a monster. Policy. Regardless of his crimes, we are to treat the convicted humanely, including what is here considered to be beings and creatures. Since, however, he has virtually what amounts to no soul, we need not abide. Our interrogators, I'm sure, will be pleased as it is easier to get out answers and information without having to worry about the rights of whomever they have in custody. She shrugged lightly, a pleasant smile on her face. Are you allowed to be saying all of this? Why wouldn't I? Especially concerning this Dark Lord that had decimated at least 1/4 of the population here? I believe transparency is the best tactic in this situation, and there's no policy against me saying any of this from the Confederation. You know, a woman began neutrally. There are still some that would torture you to death for speaking ill of he who must not be named. Ms. Mulberry outright snorted. Ma'am, I've been to the dueling competitions around here, and I've already had such people try to attack me before. I most certainly am not afraid of a few bumbling thugs who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty, because I don't mind getting a little dirty myself when occasion calls. And I will not be holding back. They will either be apprehended for assaulting a Confederation ambassador, or I will either kill them or send them to insanity or coma. I've done it before, and if they are apprehended, the Confederation will be handling their case, not the appallingly corrupted trials here. There will be no weight to their names, no weight to their blood status, and no weight to the galleons they can offer. She smiled sharply, a hint of perfectly white teeth with just a hint of an overbite. They'll be just another person being persecuted for crimes committed. Her head cocked to the side. Please remember that I only need adhere to the laws and policies of the Confederation, and my obeying any here is out of courtesy. Please also remember that if the ministry acts in a way I believe is cause for intervention, that a full investigation can be enacted. As it is, I'm still assessing the level of corruption which has already gotten to the point that I can indeed call in an investigation. And do what? Rehaul the entire ministry? An older man huffed, double chins quivering in outraged offense. If need be. Our concern is not the ministry itself, but the laws and people under it. I myself don't give a damn about your convoluted ministry policies, outdated views, and regulations. The only place I've thus found free of corrupted influence is the Department of Mystery, which does not fall under ministry jurisdiction. What a shock there, right? That the one ministry-related department not under ministry jurisdiction is the only one free of corruption. If perhaps you're interested in what qualifies as government corruption in the eyes of the Confederation, you may find or more likely have to order a copy of the book. In which case, your ministry has a very heavy tax on near all imported goods, so you will find that they can become pricey. In my personal opinion, that's another way to deter international knowledge and the like. You seem quite confident. Narcissa struggled to get out, careful not to let her voice croak with the influx of information. Would you prefer I was perhaps a doormat or pushover? Were I that, nothing would get done, and I most certainly wouldn't have gotten hired into the Confederation. Quite a lousy employee I would be then, wouldn't I? And where are you from anyways? Why, here, of course. They prefer to use natives as ambassadors if they can. She beamed. Here? And what of your blood status? Blood status and blood superiority over magical purity is a lie. If you'd like to learn more about that, there are countless, tireless research files compiled into numerous works, and they can be ordered just the same as the Book of Corruption. They aren't popular here because of the long-held cultural preference of having what constitutes as pure blood. I really do urge you to look into it, especially ones that come from different states and governments, as the ones here tend to be snuffed out by pure-blood zealots. If, however, you must know my mother was a black and my grandmother a potter. My mother, at current doesn't exist in any legal files in the ministry because of her mudblood, half-blood husband, which brings attention to the awful problem of blasting or erasure of entire existences at the flick of a head of house's wand. And while many might consider that as a family issue, it also creates a legal issue in that the person they erased has all their files erased as well and are essentially non-existent on paper. Not all cases are as extreme, of course. Some simply are stripped the family name or taken out of family wills. But there are always zealots more than willing to completely destroy their own blood because of perceived dirty blood. I am not, thusly, associated with the blacks of Britain. Of Britain? Well, of course they aren't the only blood blacks, you know. They'd branched out, and while connections may seem thin by now, they have the common history in them. Some branches have only left within the past century, or two even. Of course, here it seems that families that have branched aren't considered true family members of the blood, and that those who had branched from foreign families, no matter how far back, are looked down upon. If not them, the families they came from instead. It's very convoluted and just a headache and all. She gave a dubious frown. I don't understand how one can be upset about diversity. But well, with the people as rigidly reactionary as the ones here, I suppose it's not all that surprising. The gene pools alone here are frankly fraught with imperfections that create things like squibs. The inbreeding, I mean, if not squibs or magically weak children, it can result in insanity of some caliber, instability, unstable magical cores, fluctuating magical cores, or terminal physical conditions. The last can usually be fixed with a few years of treatments, and I suppose that is the only good thing to come of it. The options for healing disfigurements and physical conditions from Britain has been remarkable. She mused. Why would anyone want to put their children through something like that besides? Just terrible. She shook her head, unbidden. Narcissa thought of her cousins. Sirius and Regulus. They'd both been competent, and Regulus had been a level-headed, cool young man. But then, there had been whispers that Walburga and Orion had used rituals and potions to aid in their conception of both boys. She swatted such insecurities away. How dare this woman come here and insult their traditions and ways? You are as knowledgeable as ever, Ms. Mulberry. Lucius crooned to her. She laughed. If you think I'm knowledgeable, you should come to the Confederation headquarters sometime. Some of them make me look like a schoolchild in comparison. She waved off casually. You should see it when one of the residential geniuses gets it into their heads to put together trivia bingo. Competitive and educational. She turned her body slightly, reaching to take Lucius's wrist to check his watch, and Narcissa bristled at how casual it was. Pity. I was hoping all this time I spent blabbering would have had me here long enough that I could leave without seeming rude. She sighed. What other things are there to even do here to pass the time? This ministry is so stuffy. She complained next. No real entertainment for the guests besides the band, which is lovely, by the way, but this entire shebang is so dull. And what are you more used to? Narcissa asked, perhaps a hint too sharply by the flash of amusement in the woman's eyes. Lively events, I'd say. Again, I had come from a gala held by the Swedish counterpart to your ministry, and oh, the fun to be had there. Viking reenactments, fashion displays on gorgeous dancing entertainers, an insane amount of alcohol, the incredibly modern and sometimes Muggle-inspired music, and a full-scale model of the Muggle Ice Hotel, with magical touches, of course. That was something to behold. Let me tell you, she laughed in delight. It was also much more colorful than all this. Their own primary government building was practically a work of art itself. Sleek, colorful, but also decidedly tasteful. Works of art everywhere. Ah, and the coffee. The absolute artistry when it comes to their coffee. Never had I been given such a fantastic display of options and quality besides at the Confederation sectors and headquarters. Oh, and there was also an entire band of Fosgrim in one of the water rooms. I'm told they live in the deep ponds built into the building itself. There were also a good few Huldra, though most of them were employees. They hire non-humans? Came the derogative scoff. Near most all magical communities do in some capacity. Yours is an unfortunate exception. She shot back with another bland smile. Anyways, back to the original topic. Is there anything to actually do besides standing around and gossiping like teenage girls? Because so far, that looks like all anyone is doing besides trying to outdo the others in strange boasting competitions about the silliest things. You know, one man tried to say he'd wrestled a wild mountain troll with his bare hands and killed it. Sounds like something Diggory would try to say. came the mutter. It's a wonder his boy is such a delight. Likely his mother, came the answer. There is always dancing available. One woman said, I suppose, but it's all the traditional dancing done here, isn't it? She made a face. No fun to be had. I haven't had to go to such dull things since they tried to send me to the magical underground of Albania. Of course, they were arguably even worse than it is here. Rather, their prejudice seems to be against women, any and all women. Male sentients are fine, but female? No, she frowned darkly. I'd never before had such blatant sexism shoved in my face. Muggles I can somewhat understand. Most all their major religions are patriarchies. But the magical side? What excuse do they have? None. I'm never setting foot there again, I can tell you that much. Albania, you say? I do remember Lord Yaxley saying something about the people he'd been meeting there had been incredibly disrespectful to his wife. Lucius said thoughtfully, not at all surprising. The small woman huffed. She finished off the glass of wine she'd been nursing, snatching another soon after. Well, I suppose I see now why all anyone seems to be doing is gossiping or boasting. There really is nothing else to do. How drearily dull. Why not have I don't know, exhibit on display, or maybe some form of entertainment besides that terribly graceful band? Or at least start to look at something other than this. I don't even remember what this is about. A charity. Lucius waved off easily. Narcissa wondered if he knew anything besides that. They'd been to so many ministry functions. Their purposes tended to all blur together. Then why not have something about the charity on display, or something to remember it by? As it stands, I'm not even going to remember it was for a charity. If someone asks, all I'll be able to say is, well, the band was good, and the wine was all right, I suppose. If you like the band, why not dance? Why would I dance? What? Plain old, rigid, traditional English dancing. I might as well just twirl around by myself. Oh, maybe a ballet display should be set up? That would certainly make it more interesting. You know, in Italy, they've mastered a sort of spell that makes shadow ballet dancers. Oh, they're gorgeous. The movements are so fluid and graceful. She sighed, eyes shutting. Do you like ballet then? I like most any form of interesting dance. Ballet. Usually neoclassical, Raksharki, Bhangra was fun, Capoeira was more along the lines of martial arts to be honest, Irish step dancing, I suppose I was even alright with quadrille when the partners are fun, same with the German waltz, tinikling. Oh, now there was something interesting. Oh, and swing dancing. Can't forget that. Or samba. That was lively. I mean, really most Latin dances are. Rumba is usually a little more on the sensual side, so it's not as fast-paced as some of the others like merengue, but have to keep in shape somehow. You are an avid dancer? Lucius asked her, genuine interest in his expression. I've dabbled here and there. She smiled up at him. He smiled back as though it were an instinctual response, and Narcissa may have felt a trickle of fury at that. Everyone who was anyone seemed to be watching her, and thus her husband as well, and so everyone would see. How utterly, hopelessly charmed he was by this harlot. She pursed her lips and kept cool. It's certainly a nice, fun relief for pent-up energy at least. A sudden, pleasant chime like tinkle sounded, and she paused, pulling a stylish mirror compact from her small clutch to open. Mimosa Mulberry speaking. Madam Mulberry, the young lady would like an approximate of your arrival. A slow, cultured man's voice answered her. Is my sweet little darling giving you trouble again, Mr. Bodie? The woman asked him with a grin. You can tell the cherub-faced menace I'll be back in 2 days to see her. Of course, Madam Mulberry. Anything else? The young lady has been attempting for the past several days to have ice cream and waffles for breakfast. I trust you put a stop to it. Of course, Madam Mulberry. She had since attempted other variances of breakfast and high-sugar, high-calorie treat items. Put her back on oatmeal and hot cereal for a few days. She should know better than trying to sneak treats at breakfast outside of holidays and birthdays. Lunch and dinner treats are one thing, but not for the first meal of the day. Yes, Madam Mulberry. That is all. Excellent. I will see you and her in 2 days then. We shall be ever so impatiently awaiting you, Madam Mulberry. And then she nodded, smiled, and shut the compact. I say then, who was that? Mr. Bodie is a Confederation-approved butler and competent caretaker when I am not there to oversee my niece. A human butler? I say, don't you have any house elves? A man's chins wobbled under his impressive mustache. A majority of Confederation members live in specialized luxury housing units and have been taught or already knew self-reliance. For those who have children or young wards, or are frequently out of the sectors such as myself, people like Mr. Bodhi are matched with us as needed. There is no real need for us to have house elves. Also, Mr. Bodhi is a pishacha, not a human. Narcissa didn't know what a pishacha was, but she assumed it was some sort of substitute for house elves. Self-reliance? One woman scoffed. You act like knowing how to take care of oneself is a bad thing? Her head cocked to the side. What? So you or this Bodhi person do all the cooking, the cleaning, the washing? Yes. Sometimes with charms. Sometimes by hand. By hand? Why ever would you want to do such things by hand? Are you saying you've never so much as washed a dish or cleaned a room? Most assuredly not. Who makes the beds? Mr. Bodhi or I, depending on who's there. And you yourself cook? Well, of course I do. I'd even say I have a particular fondness for baking, but that's also because I love eating what I bake, especially when it's chocolate, though I do have a love affair with treacle tart as well. A sweet tooth then? Oh, horribly. But I am trying to set a healthy example for my niece. You speak of her as if you live with her, because I do when, that is, I'm home. You seem quite open about yourself, Ms. Mulberry. Narcissa noted with glinting eyes. The woman laughed at her. What do you know of me besides that I am a Confederation employee, that I have custody of my niece, and that I like chocolate, dancing, and treacle tart? Besides my views on your ministry and Hogwarts, I may be willing to share bits and pieces, but I can certainly assure you, I've never been accused as being an open person, she said with a strangely tilted smile. Enough to be unnerving. Not that Narcissa would show it. I may talk a lot when given half a chance, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to spill out my life story. Now, Ms. Mulberry, I'm sure Narcissa meant no harm by it. Lucius sent his wife a subtle, narrow gaze for a moment. Mimosa gave him an amused look. Merely a correction, my dear Mr. Malfoy, she said breezily before again pulling up his wrist. That seems like a satisfactory amount of time here. If you'll all excuse me, I need to regroup with the research team deployed here. Enjoy your evenings. The night is young. All that blather. Mr. Malfoy, Lady Malfoy. She nodded to them in turn. Allow me to escort you to the door. Lucius offered smoothly. Ever the gentleman, Mr. Malfoy. If you insist. X, oh, what a coincidence. My niece is about the same age. She smiled over her food at Lucius. If anyone would have told her back when she was young that she would be more or less flirting the line of seducing Lucius Malfoy, she might have thought they were just being a weird Burke who was actually saying she had daddy issues combined with Stockholm Syndrome. And to think, she was the older one here. Really, he drawled, a pleased curl of the lip happening. He was actually quite handsome, most especially when he was busy fawning over her. Perhaps, if I'm not being too forward, there could be something of a play date scheduled. Well, it has been quite a long time since she was here on home soil, and I do encourage her to meet and befriend those of various backgrounds. Were this to happen, where do you think it should be held? There is always Malfoy Manor, though I'm afraid Draco might get a touch finicky if your niece were to touch his toys. He's awfully possessive of them. The This Is Mine stage, huh? Unfortunately, it is my sincere hope he grows out of it soon. He most recently managed to commandeer a set of my cufflinks and refuses to give them back. He sighed, and she stifled her laugh behind her hand. My niece, at least, has gotten to the point of, we can share, but you can't keep it and I can take it back whenever. Honestly, I'm more concerned about the overconfident I know everything stage. I hear it happens around ages 8 to 10 the most. As a fairly mature woman myself, I've learnt long ago that there is always something I don't know, and that there's always room for improvement, and honestly, nothing nags me more than a snotty know-it-all. Lord help us, Lucius said sympathetically. You know, my Draco has discovered he likes brooms and flying. In the manor. Oh, trust me. My sweet cherub has nearly given me a heart attack riding around on an adult racing broom last month. I still don't know where she could have gotten it, and she refuses to tell me. You know, we have albino peacocks and peahens on the grounds. Draco had thought that he would kick one. No reason why, just kick one. Peacocks are violent. Nearly got his eye taken out. I have to keep a restraining charm on the peacocks to keep them away from him now, and he only goes out to the gardens when he can't see them. Animal trouble, eh? My girl luckily hasn't been attacked by any, but you know what she tried to bring home about a year ago? A raccoon. A wild, found in a park raccoon. Draco had wanted a boa constrictor as a pet. He even said it was all right if it were an albino one, but all I could picture was Draco trying to play with it and getting eaten. He shuddered slightly. Why couldn't he have wanted a dog or a cat? Maybe a rabbit. Those are harmless, right? They actually have some pretty dangerous teeth. Can go right through clothes. She mused aloud. What about a chinchilla? They're incredibly soft, cute, small, and they take dust baths. Harmless and easily held. They do very well in quiet homes as well, and don't require excessive attention. Chinchilla, you say? Yes. You know, I had thought about getting my girl one, but she tends to be, well, it wouldn't work out, I think. She needs something more interactive, but something small enough that she could sneak around. I was actually thinking of getting her a lemur when she's a bit older and more prepared to handle taking care of a small living thing. A lemur? His pale brows rose up. Not just any lemur, of course. The smallest primate in the world, Madame Bert's lemur, only grows to about 9 centimeters long. And again, only when she's older. She tapped perfectly manicured nails against her thigh. I don't think she's quite ready for the responsibility yet. Oh, look at us. Getting sidetracked? We were discussing playdates, weren't we? Ah, yes, he nodded. I believe we were at finding an appropriate place for such an event. You know, you could always come back to the sector. They'll give you a little specialty pass, and if you want it while the children are busy playing, you can have a tour of the place. I was given to understand outsiders are not welcome at any Confederation posts, he frowned. Only those who aren't affiliated with us. I'm not surprised a rumor like that started around here, though. Any excuse to remain cut off and ignorant of the outside world. She snorted. Would you be interested in holding their playdate at my place then? There are plenty of activities provided for the families that stay in the offered lodgings, if perhaps a walk around would be an option then. I would be most interested indeed, Ms. Mulberry. We need a date and time, I suppose, he said a touch sourly. They were the both of them fairly busy people after all. It was lucky he managed to snag her for a cup at all. Mimosa hummed, snapping her fingers for her bi-weekly, very detailed schedule to poof into existence in her hand. It was in a delicate floral binder and with charmed, durable muggle paper, all of it having been typed up rather than hand or quill written. Let's see. There are a few days I can clear off or move to another slot. How long would you and your son be willing or able to stay, you think? I'd suppose the first thing to come to mind would be a full day would be a burden to you. Not at all. You are delightful company, Lucius, and my little cherub would benefit from a good day of fun. She beamed at him and again watched him smile in return. Here, she snapped her fingers again, this time a more standard, vague copy of her schedules compete with small notes on days she can take off if need be. This is my current schedule, and those with a red slash on the date are days I can skive, because really I'm only needed to sit and look pretty. I can just as well set a recording device there and have all the same information. Better to do that, actually, that way they won't feel the need to filter themselves. You're going to set recording devices about without alerting the staff? HM? Oh no. I'm going to tell them, and it will only be in the official conference room that I'm supposed to be in. I just find that people tend to get a little anxious when I'm sitting there and representing the looming threat of Confederation takeover or some such rot. Or they just don't trust me because I'm from the Confederation. My apparent presence makes going about daily work impossible. She huffed. It's a wonder anything gets done if they're so easily distracted. Besides, she thought to herself, she had already set up multiple recording devices around the ministry, as had her scouting team. The recordings are swept through by the scouting team and sent back to the Confederation at the end of the week for anything duly concerning. It was beyond concerning, of course, and there would likely be a sweep or two quietly happening while she tried to talk sense into these stubborn prats. This will be the first time Draco will be interacting with a child his age that hasn't been selected by his mother. Lucius mused, and Mimosa's eyebrows rose up. He noticed her look and hummed quietly. Her regular luncheon with other women of standing tend to see our children all grouped together, he explained. It went well unsaid that Narcissa, his wife, would not be joining them. She wondered if she would become a full-blown homewrecker or not. Then, as Lucius smiled and shared more little anecdotes about his son, decided that really, the marriage wasn't that strong anyways if a little flirty behavior was enough to ruin it. Tom and Bluebell. Chapter Summary. I was thinking of whether or not to add my crossover documents into this work, or create a separate one for that. I'm thinking maybe just add them to this one and add a Harry-centric tag, because, you know, they're all Harry-centric. Also, hi. I read the comments, but I'm awkward and so I don't end up responding. But it's really nice to see people interested in what I write and what they think about it. And again, if anyone reading these wants a crack at one of them, they have full support to do so. If you wanna, well, this is quite extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured, examining the letter she'd brought him, and then eyeing the vial of memories curiously. I dare say, I can indeed get you into schooling, my dear. But are you sure that's what you wish to do? The aging doesn't turn back the years of your life, only that of your appearance, and it's quite a powerful spell that you'll be using. One that has before caused severe and dangerous depletion, he asked the young woman. When he had first heard that he had a guest wanting to see him, he wasn't all that surprised. Many people wanted to see Albus Dumbledore, and usually they'd be politely turned away. Since such was the case, yet she was still allowed and he'd opted to indeed meet the girl. She had a sort of hard face, the kind that had seen suffering and strain. It was not uncommon these days. With Gellert waging a war and manipulating muggles into it as well, many of the people he's seen have been less comfortable, less happy, less innocent. It was only the children at the school that drove Albus forward some days. The worst of the war was in the muggle world, and his heart ached every time he'd get the news that a muggle-born or any student died out of the care and protection of Hogwarts. I've made my peace and my decision, Professor. You'll certainly stand out. I'm accustomed to standing out, sir. And a wry smile, crooked, adorned her face. It made a solitary dimple appear. And you're sure you won't give me your real name? No, sir. The Professor Dumbledore of my time will explain everything in the pensive. Well, I suppose I won't argue with you. You're sure everything has been taken care of? Yes, sir. Very well. Triple X. She had scruffy black hair in 2 long twin braids, and her robe was maybe a little bit too big for her. Her spectacles were of the current style, thin, wired, and round. She had a carrier case on her trunk, and he could see a paw, huge and black, dip out of the grate. He had no doubt she would be a fellow Hogwarts student. Excuse me, he asked politely as he made his way closer. Sharp eyes and pale green cut to him, and for a moment, he felt like he'd been paralyzed. He quickly shoved the feeling away and offered as charming a smile as he could. Do you know how to get to platform 9 3/4? Follow me, she said in curt response, beginning to push her trolley along, and he quickly followed. I'm Tom Riddle. I'll be in my first year, and I assume you will too. Because she was small, smaller than him, and smaller than even some of the 9-year-olds Tom knew at the orphanage. That's right, Bluebell Evans. She answered him before pausing at a section of wall. This is the entrance, she said, and he stared at it for a moment before remembering the way into the leaky cauldron. All we have to do is go through it. Won't Muggles see us? He whispered, and she glanced at him with those intense eyes again. There are charms around this area to make sure they don't, or if they do, that they can't remember it, she told him. That said, she easily passed through the wall, and he noticed a slight ripple effect like water where she went through. He took a slow breath before following. Triple X. Evans was called before him to be sorted, and he watched her go. Since she had proved to have useful information, Tom had sat with her in the train compartment and tried to get as much information as he could squeeze out in the time. She was remarkably helpful, even if her answers seemed a bit short and clinical. He had also managed to learn that she was supposedly a muggle-born. Tom didn't believe it for a moment, but he didn't say anything about it lest she take herself elsewhere while there were still things to be learnt from her. He found himself hoping she would be in Slytherin, the house he decided was the best. A familiar face would be nice, but not necessary. Besides, she seemed fine with simply listening to his demands and meeting them so far. When she had sat herself on the stool, and that hideous hat flopped down over her eyes, he waited. The previous students only took a few moments, but soon enough he found this was not the case with Evans. He began keeping track of the time she took and had gotten to 4 entire minutes, ignoring the murmuring that had begun, before the hat finally called out. Slytherin! It boomed, and the hat was politely taken off. There was sparse and grudging polite clapping from her new house, and Tom watched with critical eyes the way they received her. She didn't seem to much care, not about the look she was getting or how other children moved away from her like she was diseased when she sat. Frankly, she didn't seem to care about much, and that unnerved Tom a little bit. Still, if she continued to prove useful, he would keep her within sight. So when he was finally sorted, he went and sat next to her. She didn't acknowledge this, and Tom listened to scornful whispers and ill-concealed hatred targeted at them, and whomever else didn't have pure blood. X, Evans was continuously proving herself to be invaluable. She seemed like a natural at magic, almost as much as Tom himself. She gained Slytherin just as many points as he did, and for that, a good portion of their housemates stopped calling them mudblood to their faces and trying to hex them. Not all, of course, but a good amount. Tom had already decided that he didn't want to just be a mudblood anymore. No, Tom had decided that he wanted to be the best, just like he was at the orphanage. He'd looked everywhere for his father's name. He couldn't be a nasty mudblood, not when he was so obviously gifted. But there was nothing of him, and it was apparently his weak mother who'd been magic. He had briefly despaired and decided that instead of that filthy muggle name, he would be Lord Voldemort. The majority of the year was easygoing besides this revelation, and both he and Evans stayed in the castle for halls. When asked, Tom found out that she was an orphan as well. It was only when the year began to close out that the general euphoria of magic was destroyed. I have to go back? I'm afraid so, Tom. No student is allowed to stay over the summer holidays. Dumbledore told him, and Tom felt rage like nothing else boil in his gut. This is not to say that you must return to the orphanage. If perhaps there was another place, he said, and Tom looked up at him sharply to ask what in bloody hell he was talking about, but the man was looking to his doorway. Tom swirled around to see and saw Evans there, as stoic as usual. The wards are updated and refreshed during the roughly 3-month period the students are absent, as well as extra maintenance, she said after a moment. Which is to say, it's not safe in the least and could warp a student's magical core if they were indeed to try and stay in the castle during that time. Tom scowled darkly. Indeed, Ms. Evans. And he could hear the old man smile. If there was one thing he absolutely hated about Evans, it was the way she and Dumbledore got along. Mr. Riddle here was just asking about staying during that turbulent time. You could come with me, she said, and Tom paused. This was an unforeseen option. Tom eyed her, then Dumbledore before smiling charmingly. His handsome face, even if he was only 11, never seemed to work on either of them. It still needed work, of course, but he was only a first year. He had plenty of time. Really? Why don't we talk about it at the common room? He asked, and she stared at him, and he was given the distinct impression that, as always, she knew it was fake. She still nodded. Later, Professor, she said as she turned, beginning to walk away. In a while, Ms. Evans. X, it's a golem, she said as Tom stared at the person who opened the door. Golem? It mimics a person. I live alone. She told him as though that were all she really needed to say. Tom, on the other hand, was wildly curious, and immediately an idea hatched in his head. Would a golem be able to adopt a child? Do you have any funds? She asked in return. I think not. The only purpose of this golem is to keep adults and bobbies away and sign for anything I can't. More than willing to take advantage of Evans's unusually talkative mood, Tom followed her in. It was not what he expected of a home. Maybe being in the orphanage gave him some grand illusions, but still seemed perfectly like Evans. It was sparse and the colors were dull and seemed like continuous shades of gray. It was also rather chilly, and there were long shadows cast by dim-lit lights. How did you get this anyways? Money. She answered as though that were the only answer applicable, and he found himself once more annoyed with her curtness. Evans, if you were trying to ask how I managed to get a house or a golem, the answer is through money. And how did you get money? My parents were wealthy, she said, and Tom perked up a little. I could have sworn you wore second-hand robes. Ido. No point in wasting money when I don't yet have a way to replenish it. Tom thought about that for a moment with a frown. Well, he supposed it might make sense, but if she were wealthy, she wouldn't have to worry about it running out anytime soon, right? There are still bills to pay and food to buy. How much do you think these things would cost in the long run? Even while I'm gone for a good portion of the year, Tom. And supplies for schooling. But what about the trust fund? He knew about it because he was in it. They paid for everything school-related. They might not be the best of things, but it was still more or less the best he could get at current. They pay for my tuition, but not my supplies, she told him. Even if I'm not part of a working household, I still have the current funds to get them myself. The majority of this seemed a little over his head for now, but he nodded politely. X, summer with Evans was educational. Mostly in that she had a delicious amount of books at her disposal, and he sometimes got to watch her as she balanced her money. He still didn't quite understand all of it, but he consoled himself that he would learn it more thoroughly with time. She didn't talk very much if he didn't instigate it, but this was something he'd noticed at school as well. Their food was cooked by Evans, and while he wouldn't say it was as good as the Hogwarts food, it was certainly some of the most delicious things he'd ever gotten to eat in his life so far. Their letters came. They went shopping for school supplies, and they packed up for Hogwarts. Evans made them snacks for the long train ride. If Tom had ever had any, he might call her a friend. Mike. The return to Hogwarts was just as bland as the first trip, but now there was more to learn, and this year, they got to watch the first years being sorted. He watched when Evans paused in front of the carriages, staring at thin air, and then waving her hand about a little in a strange way. When asked what she was doing, she looked to him and shrugged. He didn't bother questioning her eccentricities. They spent most of their time together, and Tom was quickly becoming a class favorite with his smiles and natural good looks, politeness, and academic initiative. Evans was also one of the top of classes, but she wasn't as sociable or approachable as Tom. Most of the time, she actually seemed bored or maybe even a little exasperated with the material. Tom could somewhat understand. He'd been reading ahead for quite some time as well. People were beginning to approach him a bit more easily by the winter halls, but as far as Tom knew, Evans was mostly unapproachable. It was sometime during the holidays that Tom told her his birthday was December 31st. "You do not leave much time to go gift shopping," she said in what Tom thinks might be an admonishing way, but it was difficult to tell with her. "I don't expect gifts," he told her, and she cocked her head, twisted her lips at him disapprovingly, like he'd done something unsavory. It was a strange look to him, because he'd only ever seen it on the older women of the orphanage. "Then think of it as a belated holiday gift. Christmas gift, Christmas or Yule, whichever is preferred," she shrugged. Tom recalled reading about Yule. Now, it wasn't as much of a big deal, and in most capacities it was the same as Muggle Christmas. Mostly presents and an excuse for gluttony and merrymaking. Most purebloods he'd learned didn't take to any religious or spiritual beliefs because Muggles follow them. Religion he could understand, but the traditions of their ancestors he was still confused about. He didn't question it, lest he seem ignorant to his dorm mates who had finally begun to accept his presence. He would ease them into complacency, and then, when they were docile, he could begin. He turned his gaze to his partner more or less. She hadn't strayed from him yet and had allowed him into her current home, so he felt confident for now that she was within his power. Or at the very least, not inclined to part. She was also apparently planning to give him a present, so that meant she was attached, right? Either way, she didn't seem to be leaving his life anytime soon. XXX, she'd gotten him a scarf. It was a nice scarf, and she'd said it had a few enchantments on it. When one of the other boys complimented his new Vila hair scarf, a bit mockingly, looking pointedly at his second-hand robes, he'd been suitably startled. When confronted, she shrugged and said it had been lying around in a thrift store, and she thought he'd like it. She went on to talk about how sometimes, when in the Muggle world, wealthy-looking half and pure blood sometimes attract nasty attention, and well, nice things can be sold for good money. Given the times, Tom wasn't all that surprised. He'd heard things like that before happening, but why would they be in the Muggle world? Oh, any number of reasons. She waved a free hand listlessly, other hand writing out an essay in the abandoned room they commandeered deep in the dungeons. Sometimes for novelty, sometimes because of the technology, sometimes weapons. Muggle weapons? Why? Magic is dash. To try to find ways to counteract them. There aren't any charms that are bulletproof. No wards that stand against bombs yet. Given the trouble brewing, I'll imagine there are plenty interested in how to protect themselves in case of. She paused and he pursed his lips. An unwanted turn of events. How do you talk like that? Like what? You sound like an adult most of the time. I barely talk at all, Tom. I don't know what you mean. But when you do, it's always something smart. I'm flattered. She said, though whether or not it was sarcasm or genuine, he couldn't tell. But being smart or being well-informed or well-spoken are different things. And how do you manage to stay well-informed? He asked with a frown, and she shrugged noncommittally. He frowned again, anger rising and then waning. She could keep those secrets for now, but he would get them at some point. Besides, she had answered his questions pretty consistently. XXX, he stumbled at her door, shoving past the golem, his name is Greg, and found her, of course, at her kitchen table. She didn't bother looking up, her glasses perched at the edge of her nose as she did her finances. But she acknowledged his presence in the way the teapot floated over alongside saucer and cup to the other chair. He sprawled in it, exhausted. At 15, he had managed to secure a job in Nocturne to begin amassing money. He knew Evans worked in a dinky little bookshop in the Muggle world. Her wage was pitiful, but she had only said that it was only for the summer. His face contorted, a direct descendant of Slytherin, pandering around in a no-name shop in Nocturne. Oh, he would surely destroy it, and the man he had to call his boss when he was ready to announce Lord Voldemort to the world. He looked to Evans. "Dinner?" she asked, and he nodded. He was utterly famished. Perhaps being away from the orphanage and with regular meals, he'd gotten a bit spoiled. In Hogwarts, even if he skipped a mealtime, one of his followers, or more likely, Evans, would bring him food. And here, in the summers, she made it more or less a rule to eat 3 times a day. She set down her Muggle pen, pushing from her place and setting to dinner. In the meantime, he glanced at the papers she'd been looking over. She had been steadily paying for a small manor in a more magical area rather than this purely Muggle one since the end of 3rd year, and by the end of this year, their 5th, it would be hers completely. She had become very cautious, especially with the war. They even had a bomb shelter built in the basement. He knew she never wanted to test it. Over the last few years, Tom had managed to learn a bit more about his partner. Not much, but enough to make him hesitate a little to speak to her much about his aspirations. He wasn't entirely sure how to go about convincing her, because his usual methods were all things that, for the most part, did not seem to affect her, and he was a bit cautious of his more brutal methods. If he had much care, he would wince a little because she did not seem particularly accepting of violence. He could simply let her leave, but it was so much easier to just keep it from her altogether. Besides, anything was better than returning to that god-awful orphanage, especially now that he was a bit older. He'd no doubts at least 3 people would wind up dead within the first few weeks if he were to be forced back. And he didn't need that suspicion on him, even if they were just stupid, worthless muggles. A plate was settled in front of him, and he was broken from his reverie. "If you keep making faces, they'll stick that way," she told him before going back to her papers. He sneered a little as he sat up a bit. "Of course, Mother." And she nodded absently, already totally absorbed in her work again. Sometimes he wondered if she'd been older, what it might have been like if she were his mother. She certainly did things that a few of his followers described as matronly. She was especially protective of the younger children, no matter the house. Some of his followers had even told him before to ditch her for those traits. He'd had to remind them that they were in no position to tell him what to do, nor who he chose to keep company with. Alongside dangling that her score was higher than any of theirs academically, and that she, the first female Quidditch player in Slytherin, was the star of said team. Tom could never bring himself to like flying on a broom, but he would flaunt her talents as though they were his own because, more or less, she was considered his. If she wasn't with him, she was alone, and her standoffish attitude tended to keep away others. As they got a bit older, it was Tom's reputation. Oh, he was admired in the school, certainly, and a golden boy, a favorite. But there were those who knew that he was to be feared. Probably, he mused, some sort of hind-brain self-preservation. He ate his food with his usual manners and with elegant timeliness. Evans was never so conscious, and while she wasn't a barbarian, the amount of food she could put away in even a 5-minute span was often unsettling. Where she put it all, no one could fathom. Tom had seen and felt food insecurity before. That was the proper term for it, food insecurity. The way he knew she hid food, the way she inhaled her food so fast so there was no chance it could be taken away. It lingered in her long past Tom's own memories of an orphanage burdened too much. She was still especially small. "How old are you, Bluebell?" 14, she answered, checking something off and sliding to the next sheet. "Still?" he asked, and she nodded shortly. Despite having known each other since 11 and being for the most part of those few short years inseparable, Tom didn't know her birthday. He didn't particularly care about it either, since the thought comes and passes only faintly, a brief acknowledgement. "Still," she answered easily, and he looked about. The house hadn't changed much in the years, though a few photos from school managed to find their way into the kitchen. A few of him, surrounded and with his usual perfect smile and carefully groomed appearance, and a few of her. Some girl in another house had taken to her. Some mudblood who decided Evans made a wonderful model. One of her standing out by the lake with her braid, flying with her usual solemn expression. One of her sitting in the great hall, fork halfway to her mouth from an overfull plate, him beside her and glaring in the direction of that damnable mudblood. Another of her at Astronomy Tower, with only a dim lumos lighting her. Tom had more than once and very politely asked the mudblood to stop, had even arranged a few accidental hexes whenever the stupid shit had her camera out. It did not deter the girl, not at all, and Tom would have to do something drastic soon. Perhaps if he could finally find the chamber. Triple X, she sat beside him on the train, and his minions surrounded them in their compartment. They did not speak to her, and she did not speak at all during the trip, as has become custom. And, as usual, when the trolley came around, she bought an alarming amount of sweets that she would devour in a shockingly short amount of time. Precisely 2 hours before getting to the school, she would take out the food she'd made for the trip and eat again. Then when they get into the hall, and after the usual sorting, she would stuff her face even more. She really is bottomless, a prince girl said with a disgusted wince. How barbaric. And he wanted to comment on the girl's habit of eating as though she were a small bird, taking peckish little bites. He wouldn't, of course, and only smiled at the girl handsomely. She smiled in a pleased manner under the attention from handsome, winsome prefect Tom Riddle. Evans paid no heed and continued to practically inhale her food. She wasn't a messy eater, but she ate as though she didn't know when she was going to eat again. She might eat enough for a legion, but she's always been tiny. Mayhap she might be trying to build up a bit. That curly, pale-haired Malfoy boy speculated, and at this he saw Evans look up at him, pausing in her meal. I won't be growing much more than this, she told him before once more diving back into her food. You should feel honored. Lestrange sniggered meanly. She stopped eating for a moment to answer, he said to the surprised blonde. Tom could somewhat imagine it, because frankly he hadn't thought his comment warranted an answer. Or even if it did, that she would give one. Probably that nasty muddy blood of hers. One of the 4 rosier girls in their year sniffed, and Tom very, very kindly did not curse her. While his inner circle had accepted that there was no way Evans was a mudblood, certain people still couldn't see the obvious. Honestly, I don't know why you keep her around Riddle. She's not even pretty. She's prettier than you, Desdemona. One of the girl's sisters shot back to her. If she would just let me do her up a little? Oh, hush you, the girl hissed, before turning her malignant gaze back to Evans, who gave her no attention, which as always seemed to get under people's skin. You know, I've heard some of those nasty mudbloods make themselves vomit. Maybe that's what she's doing. Your jealousy is showing, sister, the rosier boy in their years sang. I think her small size would be useful for holding. One can sit her in their lap, very comfortably, I'm sure, he said decidedly, and he watched from the corner of his eye as Evans's green eyes flicked to the boy. She won't be bony either, being on the Quidditch team. Malfoy threw in, and Tom wondered if these were observations the 2 boys made beforehand or not. How irksome. And about that, what kind of lady would desecrate herself, throwing herself into a men's game like that? Desdemona Rosier went on. I mean, those horrible Gryffindors have girls on their team, and they're nothing but uncultured slags, says the one who will hop into any boy's bed. Not muttered under his breath, eliciting a few laughs. Triple X, Tom melted into the shadows. Observing the scene, he'd suddenly found himself intruding. There were 3 groaning boys, older than him, on the ground. In the scant lighting, he was barely able to see that they were a bit smattered with blood. One about the nose, another at a bloody mouth, and the third at both. His eyes strained when a movement caught his attention, and he was quick to cast a lumos and step forward as menacingly as he could. A familiar, if bloodied face looked back at him with all of her usual nonchalance, as though her eye weren't swelling shut, her nose weren't broken, and she didn't have a forming bruise taking up an entire half of her face. Yes, she turned to him properly, as if he had somehow inconvenienced her by appearing. What's all this then? Just a bit of a scuffle, she said, and he narrowed his eyes, his wand quickly putting the 3 boys into unconsciousness if they weren't already. And do these scuffles happen often? He asked, because she was far too natural looking there, with 3 much larger boys bloodied and down around her. She shrugged, hands stuffed in her pockets casually, before pulling out her wand to begin casting healing spells on herself. The swelling went away. The rapidly darkening bruise faded back to her normal color, and her nose emitted a small crack before straightening and returning to normal size. She then proceeded to pull out a small and dainty lacy cloth to clean the blood off of her face, and then her knuckles. She was too comfortable, seemed too familiar with this kind of situation. These are Gryffindors. What are they doing in the dungeons? Probably trying to set up pranks, she answered, Another muttered spell, making a small hand mirror float in front of her, so she could make sure she'd gotten all of the blood off. Weren't you going somewhere, Tom? We'll speak about this later. Yes, Mr. Prefect, she said before passing him and back towards the common room. He had a meeting to get to. Triple X, I found it, Tom. How did you get into the girls' dormitory? Child's play. Now listen, you daft fool. I found it. I finally found it. Found what, Tom? It can't be more than 2 in the morning. Yes. You were sleeping, but you're not now. So come on. Grumbling. Then a thump as feet hit the floor. The sound of rustling as she put slippers on and grabbed a thick robe to ward off the chill she would feel once they left the common room. Quiet shuffling after he grabbed her arm to lead her urgently through the dorm, through the common room, and then to the second floor. Tom, why are we going into the girls' bathroom? Just come on. Through the door, a hiss command and forcing her down the slide. He would need to find a way for stairs or some more dignified way, but he was frankly too excited to have bothered fiddling with potential commands before following and nearly knocking her to the ground after she'd gotten up. I've landed in a pile of bones, Tom. I'm going to be taking some of them as compensation. You can take them later. Come on, Triple X. All this time, and you didn't think to tell me? You never asked. The smash of some glass bauble against a stone wall. Tom was angry. No, he was utterly furious because Evans, the girl he'd known since 11, who'd been inseparable from him since 11, was also a parcel mouth. Hands settled on his shoulders and began to knead. If you don't calm down, Tom, I'll be forced to use drastic measures. Drastic measures. Drastic measures. Ah, that's right. He still needed to get rid of the Ravenclaw mudblood who kept taking pictures of Evans. Thinking about harming other people isn't calming down, Tom. And if you keep making that face, it'll stick that way. Yes, Mother. Triple X. He scowled at her, and she looked back docilely. He'd almost finally gotten rid of that whiny Myrtle Warren, had almost finally let that great beast below the school satiate itself for a moment with a mudblood's death. But she had appeared and deftly managed to send Myrtle off before he could argue and before the girl could question anything. If you kill Tom, she said suddenly in the quiet, and he paused. He had been very, very careful not to let her know about just how far he was willing to hurt someone, nor about how deep his hatred ran for mudbloods. If you kill another person, your soul fractures. If left alone, it will heal itself, but it will be scarred. And killing someone is a stain on the human psyche. It will never come out. She told him, and he sneered a bit. Who was she to begin spouting these noble, Dumbledore-esque words at him? She was nobody without him. When he had realized he'd more or less screamed that at her, it only made him even angrier, his fine control slipping over her stupid Gryffindor-sounding words. As always, she remained unaffected. She was not frightened of him, and that only incensed him more, because she should fear him. She should know that he was dangerous and that he was, above all, her better. His wand was in his hand before he knew it, the cruciatus on the tip of his tongue, and partially spoken already when she moved. She was across the room, having disarmed and paralyzed him before he could finish the word. He fell, unable to move, as she stepped over on deft feet. Are you daft? What if another girl had waltzed in? What would you do then? Kill her? Torture her? And then what would you do with me, Tom? Had you managed that little spell there? What would you have done after cursing me to unimaginable pain? Pain that would have me screaming and convulsing. Pain that would leave aftershocks in my body for days. Pain that could have driven me insane if kept under for longer than a mere 15 seconds? Do you even know the consequences, the full consequences of that spell? Because the 3 books in the library that mention it don't talk about what exactly it does to the victim. I could have gone batshit insane, Tom. My nerves could have become useless. I wouldn't be able to feel parts of my body. I could have hit my head on the way down, cracked it wide open on the floor here. Tom had never heard her like this. Her words felt like they were coated in nothing but venomous hatred. Nothing but intense, icy coldness that made him feel like he might be sick. She was over him, radiating some sort of presence that was making him feel small, vulnerable, and Tom hated it. Do you know what happens when you use an unforgivable, Tom? It warps the magical core a little bit. Balanced, it would be fine. But the unforgivables are habit-forming. Especially the Cruciatus curse. The killing curse will sever your soul, because you just tore someone else's soul out entirely. The imperious is habit-forming only because of the rush people will feel having total control over another person. Total domination. It can be overpowered, but it's the least offensive, and considering it turns the victim into little more than a puppet, stripping away free will and conscious thought that is saying something. But the cruciatus, she trailed off, and he was hauled upright, her small hand managing to pick him up and prop him up with ease. That drives people insane. It is the death of that person in that their personality, who they were, is all gone. It destroys someone's entire identity to be driven insane by that spell. And if they aren't driven insane, they might feel phantom pains, might lose their sense of feeling in some of their nerves, and they will have gone through the worst pain a human being can feel. Worse than dying. But that doesn't matter to you. Does it, Lord Voldemort? His name was said with such a deep derision that he felt a flare of hatred for this girl. Do you know what happens when your soul is splintered too many times? From too much of the darkest of arts with no rest period? One would go insane, slowly losing their personality and devolving into madness. Why do you think there are such harsh restrictions on so much of dark magic? Not because it's all nefarious, because if someone decides they like the high they get from it, they might keep on using it without balancing it out with neutral or light magic. And that will lead them to try to find new highs, and they'll stop caring about how it might hurt others. Like an addict. An addict, Tom. And after enough time, after enough uninterrupted dark magic, one's soul splinters and fractures and doesn't heal. She said, and he couldn't seem to keep from her eyes. They were brighter than normal. They were sharp like shards of ice in a tundra. More than able, than willing to cut him open with the slightest misstep. He had never been afraid of Evans before. I'm going to let you go, Tom, on a warning. If someone dies in this school, I will not be afraid to take action to make sure no one else does. X, she did not sit with them, and even if she had tried, Tom would have made sure she knew she was unwelcome. She did not spend free time in the common rooms with him anymore, did not go to their room anymore, did not speak to him anymore. She left for the holidays for the first time since they began schooling. He was harsher with his followers, angry at Evans, furious at her. But he didn't know what she was capable of, and he didn't know what kind of action she would take if he finally got rid of some of the damnable mudbloods here. He would not risk going to Azkaban. The Knights of Walpurgis was getting larger as a group, and he was getting more renown among his fellow students. Evans could be a problem for him and his group. He resolved to keep eyes on her. X, he stayed at a seedy place in Nocturne over the summer. He'd also found and met his father and grandparents. He'd killed them with little fanfare. He was almost disappointed with how the thing played out. It did not give him a thrill, but he was immensely satisfied to have killed that dirty muggle and those doddering old fools. The way his hands shook and how he couldn't seem to sleep for the next day or so were just jitters is all. About being caught. He may have also stationed snakes around Evans's house to keep him updated until she finished packing and moved to her new place. But she was always secretive and maybe a bit paranoid. You really don't learn. Came the familiar voice, and he tensed, whipping around to stare at the docile expression of the girl he'd known since 11. At this point, I suppose I should have known you wouldn't. I don't care about your muggle family, if that's what you think I'm talking about. How do you know about that? He spat low and dark, keeping his eyes on her. He'd not had to watch her as though she were a danger before, and it rankled something in him to acknowledge that she might pose a threat. Did you really think I wouldn't be keeping tabs on you? She asked, cocking her head to the side and remaining where she was in the corner. She looked harmless there, small with wide pale eyes on a dainty face. Her petite feminine frame in a faded yellow summer dress. Absolutely harmless, like she herself were something that needed protection. I don't care about them. I do, however, care about your cause. The Knights of Walpurgis are a group of supremacist terrorists and a cult intent on genocide, and you are the cult leader. She cut in easily. I'm disappointed, Tom. Do you think I care? He snarled, even as something in his chest constricted. He labeled it as anger. You have such a natural charisma, Tom, such natural leadership skills, and you chose genocide as your cause. Genocide and terrorism. She sighed, crossing her arms. Tom was getting especially agitated at the way she was affecting him. I'm not entirely surprised you let their bigotry seep into you. You'd always wanted to belong to something. Excuse me? You found a group and started imitating their beliefs in an attempt to blend with them, to gain their attention. And my oh my, have you completed that dream? You must be so happy now. So happy, as their leader, she said, taunting with her mellow expression. So pleased with yourself to have gotten to this point. staying here in this seedy no-name hostel. Pleased that you'll be throwing away everything to be their poster boy for supremacist purism. She sighed again, and that ducking looked like he'd done something that she wasn't pleased with. Like she had expected more, and he'd failed her. Since it is clear to me now that you would not settle for anything but this path you've chosen, I felt compelled to let you know I won't be attending Hogwarts anymore. And that last sentence felt like what he imagined getting hit by a train might feel like. The air rushed from his lungs, his body went tense, and he felt like all of his muscles were forcibly contracting. He felt blindsided. What? I'll be leaving the country, you see. I certainly don't want to be around when there's going to be a hunt for those with dirty blood like my own. She threw a thick letter on the bed. There's the deed to the new house. Since I won't be needing it anymore. You're leaving? Leaving? Yes, Tom. Ah, sorry. Lord Voldemort is what you prefer now, right? You'll have to pardon my lack of proper respect for such a great and powerful lord. This time he couldn't even formulate words, staring at her and feeling a strange sort of haze, and then something like an out-of-body experience, like he was seeing himself standing there and her in the corner. This is goodbye, Lord Voldemort, she said plainly, and when he stared at her face, there was something about it that made a sudden and fierce terror, frantic and fire-wild, well up from somewhere in his gut that made him want to vomit. Because she meant it. She would leave him behind forever. His wand was in his hand, gripped tightly and raised at her face before he knew what he was doing, the familiar curse on his lips and a green light like her eyes speeding towards her before he'd even known he'd opened his mouth. When it struck her and she fell, he stared, and then that muffled feeling went away and horror flooded him. He threw himself down by her crumpled body, not daring to touch her and flailing uselessly for a few quiet moments. What have I? Oh, God. What have I done? Evans, wake up. Evans. Shit, 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 shit. In some reptilian part of his brain, he realized he was panicking. He clumsily gathered her in his arms, spreading her on the bed after stumbling up and over to it, a cold sweat breaking out. For a few moments, he felt like he suddenly couldn't hear anything, but then he realized that he could hear something, and that was the rush of his own blood and the hammering of his heartbeat as he stared at the corpse, at Evans on his bed. She looked like she was sleeping, he thought hysterically, and it certainly didn't feel like this when he'd killed those muggles. Killed Eva. No, she wasn't dead. He just needed to rouse her, needed to wake her. How did he go about it? His hands were shaking too hard. No, his entire body was shaking. He felt like he might collapse at any given moment. But he couldn't do that. He needed to wake Evans. Pale, Evans sprawled in a mess on his bed. Pale Evans, whose chest wasn't moving. He forgot to breathe and gasped in, feeling like his chest was too tight to take in air, or that maybe it was mimicking her own in punishment for what he'd just done. Eva Dash. He passed out. Triple X, coming back to conscious, was fuzzy, and he was fairly sure he was drooling, but his head was pillowed on something firm but soft, and something was very pleasantly stroking through his hair. He stared ahead of him, unseeing for a few lovely moments before reality rushed in, making him skitter away and stare in flabbergasted horror at Evans. Oh, God, he whispered. I hit my head going down and I died, he immediately rationalized. Her brows went up at him, and for a few moments all he could feel was complete and utter gratitude to see her moving. Trust me when I say this, I'm the only one who died here. And then she snorted. That'd just be too hilarious, wouldn't it though? Start up Dark Lord, killed because he passed out and cracked his head open. Then you're a ghost. Something cold settled in his chest, and it felt like dread and some other, much worse feeling. She scoffed, smoothing her dress over her thighs. I assure you, I'm alive. You can't be. I cast it. You should be dead. I saw it hit you. You stopped breathing. Your heart dash stopped. His throat closed up before he could say it. You did. And I was. Dead, I mean. But, she sighed, as always, I seem to just come right back. As always? As always? Who the buggering duck has been trying to kill you? He was one part hysterical, but two parts absolutely ducking livid that anyone would dare lay a hand on her. Regardless of their recent spat, she had been under his protection. What are you so upset about? You yourself just killed me. She pointed out, a hint of exasperation in her voice that he ignored entirely because she was alive. alive, and apparently other people had tried killing her before. That's different, he bellowed at her furiously. Really, she scoffed. You're mine. For a few moments there was ringing silence. It had never been spoken before. She stared at him, perched on the bed still. I'd rather think you belong to me, Tom. Are you so attached to me that you'd rather kill me than let me go? That was an accident, he hissed. You meant it. You have to mean it to cast those spells. You'd rather I be dead than leave you. She looked at him, an assessing gleam in her eyes. That's not a good weakness to have, Tom. So you admit you're a weakness? He lashed out. In your eyes and the eyes of the sort of people following you. I don't like your ideology, don't like your followers, don't like the self-destructive path you've chosen or the twisted way you're thinking of immortality. Do you think I enjoy this, Tom? Do you think I like knowing that whenever someone murders me, whenever I've tried to kill myself, I can't? That I watch the people around me all succumb, that I'm left without, that I have to carry on, and for what? What's the point of anything anymore? Humans, mortals, are not meant for functioning immortality. We are not wired for it, she hissed, more emotion on her face than he'd ever seen, hot and fiery before she forcibly cooled it. Do you think the possibility of living so much longer, so far past everyone, or maybe even in vulnerability, is something exciting? Something to be yearned for? It's not. It's not worth it. It will never be worth it, and so help me, Tom. You will regret it. What are you? He hissed. Me? I'm just Bluebell. Her smile had a cruel gleam, and it was unnerving seeing so much raw emotion being displayed from a face compared before to stone on a regular basis. He'd thought she just had a face that didn't really convey emotion. How wrong he apparently was. It's all I've ever been. Titles don't mean anything when there's no one to remember them. A dark look passed over her face. Coven. Chapter summary. I can't even remember when I first started this one. A while ago, that's for sure. Ron and Nev are girls in this one too. Harry's a Slytherin and Nev's a Hufflepuff. She stared down at her arm emptily, green eyes hard. Her grim gaze moved to the scars caressing her wheatish skin. The thin ones from where Kelpie had wrapped their fingers around her in the lake when she'd been shoved in during first year. The small crescent, one curving the edge of her jaw from when she was tripped, and one from a Gryffindor's hex. Another wrapped around her ankle. Yet another two from her own housemates, all second year. From third year, the scar on her knee from being shoved down the moving staircases and managing to hit something sharp. The huge, jagged claw marks on her shoulder from some beast out in the Forbidden Forest when she'd been chased there and forced to spend the night before the centaurs had found her, mostly Forenza. She'd had to go to St. Mungo's for a little over 2 weeks for that. Fourth year saw a small burn scar on the side of her thigh, just under the crease of her arse, curse-purpled skin that refused to lighten. And her fifth year had her own small writing printed as a scar on her right hand. I must not tell lies. From the detentions, she was ordered to. But the two worst scars, the large starburst scar on her arm on both sides from the basilisk fong in second year, the veins around it tinted dark, and the damned mark on her forehead that gave her splitting headaches and horrible nightmares. She looked up at the only two people she could trust. Veronica, Ron, as she told her two only friends, and her tired blue eyes, solemn on her elegant oval face, freckles a-splash against her otherwise pale skin. And Geneva, Nev for short, with her blank, vacant dark brown eyes on her round cherubic face. She breathed in deep. It was time. Triple X. Harebell sat in the back of the room, at the darkest corner to avoid her classmates. Fifth year had begun maybe 2 weeks ago, and she'd noticed the newest professor had it out for her. She wasn't sure why. She stuck to the shadows and didn't speak up. Her grades were all above average. She would ask the woman, but that would mean another detention for Sass. Her fists clenched, hidden in her robes and bandaged. Harebell had thought maybe the woman wanted to make an example out of her, singling her out. Of course, she knew the woman also went after poor Nev. Nev and her had become friends their second year, after a group of older Slytherins were maliciously taunting the pudgy girl and had hexed her badly. After they'd left, Harebell had slunk out from where she'd been hiding to undo them for the crying Hufflepuff. At first, Nev didn't trust her, another Slytherin. After the second and third time she'd helped her, though, they'd begun to talk rather than her just running away from the black-haired girl. Of course, they only spoke when they were alone and hidden away or after curfew. She glanced covertly at Ron. She sat near her fellow housemates at least, though she wasn't really included. Harebell had met her on the train in first year, but they hadn't become friends until her second year, when she'd been possessed and dragged down to the Chamber of Secrets while people were petrified. Harry had gone down to the chamber, following the voices in the wall. The two of them almost died down there, and they told no one but Nev about it. Not even the headmaster, but he already knew when he awarded more points to Slytherin, granting them the flag again that year and the very vague letters he sent to them. Harebell had included the other girl in her and Nev's meetings, and she had insisted they call her Ron, just as Harebell had told them that she was just Harry. Her eyes flickered back to the professor. The class would be over soon, and then they would be moving to double potions. She wasn't looking forward to seeing her head of house. Cringed at the very thought of it. The man didn't like her. Hated her would be a more apt description, and he took every opportunity to remind her and the rest of her classmates of it. And while the depth of the dislike was different, he didn't much like Nev or Ron either. Nev had developed a sort of terror of the man and often botched potions up because she was so nervous and queasy, making him antagonize her even more in a vicious cycle. Ron wasn't particularly good with potions, and she was a Gryffindor and a Weasley to top it off. At least Nev had her fellow Puffs to help her. Ron was more or less on her own, and Harry was well. No one in her own house would talk to her unless it was to spit out insults. And certainly no Gryffindor would ever help a slimy snake. What classes Slytherins had with the Ravenclaws. She could sometimes find a Claw who wasn't intimidated by the sneers of the Slytherins. And then they were being dismissed. Oh, don't forget Miss Potter. Detention tonight. Her eyes gleamed cruelly, and she heard her classmates snicker. Yes, Professor Umbridge, she intoned quietly, gathering her things and moving and deftly dodging the shoulders meant to hit her, or the legs out to trip her. She was nimble and deft, and knew well how to avoid so much as touching anyone in the crowded halls. She'd sewn runes into her robes to help deflect the hexes and curses that would sometimes find her. X. Veronica watched her friend dart away, unable to walk among her classmates. She hated them all for that, hated that she couldn't talk to one of her friends without fearing the backlash. Nev and her could talk like normal students, could walk together and be seen together, but not Harry. Her eyes dimmed a little. It wasn't like Ron herself could do anything. She stood in her older brother's shadows, even the one her fierce little sister had. They all had something, talents and skills, and something to make them stand out. Ron had nothing. Perhaps if she'd been the only daughter, she might have been treated a little better. Perhaps she'd get new robes like Ginny did, or her own wand like her sister. But no, Ginny was the baby girl. Veronica, the useless Weasley, didn't get her own wand until Harry secretly bought her one. Her family still thought she used the old broken unicorn hair one. They didn't even notice. At least her practical magic had gotten much better with the new wand. Not like anyone but her friends noticed. Hell, she was possessed and had almost died, and no one noticed. Even after, nobody noticed anything different aside from her siblings asking where she'd been. Her friends, Harry and Nevada, the only ones who liked her for herself. Her housemates only really paid attention to her because she was a Weasley, Ginny's older sister, and the twins' younger sister. She was dwarfed by her siblings, pushed to the side. Others only talked to her when they wanted something, usually something about one of her siblings. She learned that quickly. Maybe if she were a boy, it'd be different. Then she would be the youngest Weasley boy, and surely even that was better than what she had now. Anger flared low in her belly, rising to a fever pitch, but she closed that down quickly. She would save her anger for later, when she and her friends were hidden away and practicing dada since the pink toad was so useless. But one day Ron would show them all, and no one would whisper about the worthless Weasley. X. Geneva smiled politely at her housemates. They treated her as a clumsy, weak, bumbling girl. A hopeless girl, no matter how good their intentions. Incompetent. The same things her grandmother thought. She saw the way her grandmother looked at her, felt it in the way she treated her. When lunch rolled around, she spared a glance for her only friends, the only ones she could really talk to. The others didn't take her seriously. Harry was small and hunched over, and Nev saw the way she sneakily checked her food for tampering and spells and potions. Ron was eating as much as she usually did, nobody paying much attention except to look at her in disgust or astonishment. Alienation, loneliness, isolation, the things that brought them together. She looked back down at her plate. Small portions. She never could lose all the weight, and it was still used against her, even if she was much slimmer now. She glanced again at her two friends guiltily. Harry was thin, always so thin, too thin. She never could eat enough. And Ron. She ate so much, but she was tall and lanky. Ron wanted to gain some weight, some sort of curves to her lanky frame. She sighed to herself, quickly putting on a smile as one of her housemates started talking to her. Triple X? Ron's face was grim as she and Nev helped Harry bandage the lines written into her skin down in the Chamber of Secrets. Once the diary was dead and done, the girls began using it as a safe haven. This was after making sure there was a safe path into it. After that cave-in in second. Nev thought to herself. The place that almost killed Harry and Ron both was the place they sought shelter. I'm sick of this, she growled low and guttural. There's nothing we can do, Nev said quietly as Harry flexed her hand. Ron's fist slammed against the stone wall, making both look to her. No, I'm sick of all of it. We need to do something or I'll dash. Frustration colored her shouts, and the other two shared looks. Harry was quiet for a moment. I found a lot of old books down here. Slytherin's old books. Harry, Nev murmured as Ron watched her. Well, I've been reading some of them, and I found some things. Things that caught my interest. Like what? Ron asked, stepping closer to her friends. Harry looked around cautiously. It was called the Chamber of Secrets for a reason. Slytherin was a madman, but he was a genius. The spells and rituals he created they defy everything we know about magic. He theorized that magic had no real rules, that it was only constricted by what the user thought of it. That's why he was so good at wandless, silent magic. Why he was so powerful. What? Of course, some things are still impossible, but, well, maybe we should just read some of the things, right? We might find something we can use. Harry, hear me out, please? Just look at them at least. Her green eyes looked from one to the other pleadingly. You want to do something? We can do this. Just the three of us, knowing all the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets. And Ron tensed up. Riddle Dash, she began. He never bothered exploring down here. He saw the basilisk, and that was it, she answered hurriedly. Otherwise, trust me, I would be dead and he would be ruling over Europe, she grinned morbidly. Her friends glanced at one another. Well, Ron crossed her arms behind her head, entirely ignoring her bloody knuckles. I'm in, Nev. And the blonde twitched before sighing. I suppose I'm not against it. And Harry's bright smile was worth it, so very seldom seen. Triple X. Harry was plagued with horrible nightmares for the next few weeks, until she began to really practice some of the occlumency tips from Slytherin's books. The harder she studied and learned, the less she suffered the strange visions. She began to spend her nights in the chamber, scouring the books until the wee mornings and simply telling Dobby to secretly put a awakening potion in her morning drink. Then something else after there were concerns about the side effects that would pop up when used too much. She was going in a frenzy in her days, caring less and less about her peers and her professors. Ron was sucked into it too when Harry lent her the invisibility cloak, and then Nev joined them. More and more, the girls would disappear for hours on end, not just in the deep cover of night, but any free time they had. Harry went entirely unquestioned. Ron's sister and her brothers, though, had managed to corner her one day. Veronicans! The twins grinned at her. Haven't seen you for days, little sister. Yeah, even at mealtimes. Imagine our surprise. And Ron stared at them, pursing her lips. Perhaps she was getting a bit too careless, but they were so close to an answer that she could taste it. Yeah, and I heard you haven't been in bed lately. Got a boyfriend? Ginny teased, and Ron felt like she was being cornered. What do they even care? She hadn't held a decent conversation with any of them in ages. Why were they bothering with her now? They were perfectly happy to ignore her any other time. Nah. Who'd want our Veronicans? One twin snorted, and she felt deep boiling anger. Flaring hurt searing just beneath it and fueling it on. Practically a bloke. The other twin sniggered, and she scowled, shoving him back to stalk off. None of your bloody business, so leave off, she snarled at them, quick to make an escape. Her older and younger siblings stared after her. What's her problem? Fred mumbled, his twin helping him back up from where he'd landed after her escape. George frowned. Ginny frowned too. Well, you did call her a bloke, the youngest Weasley pointed out, and the twins shrugged, accepting that as the answer why their first sister was so moody. For Nev, it was a few of the more involved Hufflepuffs. Jen, Came the call, and she paused, slipping her journal closed to smile up at the older puff, slightly strained. I feel like I haven't seen you in days, she smiled, then frowned. I heard Umbridge has been harassing you. Is everything all right? Oh yes, everything is fine. I don't get into trouble or anything. She's just a bit harsh is all. She waved off, hoping the older girl would just bug her off. Feeling compelled to be nice no matter what is a Hufflepuff with no other real qualities. She couldn't just brush her off. Well, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. She smiled, and of course Nev politely thanked her, as if she could talk about her problems to the popular older Hufflepuff. About her grandmother's constant down-putting. About dealing with pitying glances and whispers of practically a squib. About her parents being alive but might as well have been dead. About what her uncle and his wife did when she was especially young, almost killing her numerous times. How they were never punished like they should have been. Of being forced for years to use her father's wand. Harry bought her a wand of her own, and one for Ron too. Her grandmother allowing it all, and only paying attention to her when she absolutely had to. Never being good enough. X, we've got 4 feasible options. The potion, the spell, the ritual, or death. Harry said solemnly. The potion would enhance our natural magic and our physical bodies at the cost of one of our senses. Nev frowned. The spell could make us impervious to most magics and injuries. Ron said thoughtfully, but would cut our lives a bit short doing it, giving us only 15 years after its cast. The ritual will merge us with a parallel version of ourselves, combining our magical power and knowledge. But there is a very slim chance we'll go mad from the mental strain and the physical strain of our bodies trying to accommodate an influx of new power. I like the potion option, Nev said nervously. Ron scoffed. I don't want to potentially lose my sight or my hearing for a bit more power. She told her, I think the spell is safer, but we'd only have 15 years to live if we cast it. Nev cried. I like the ritual. Harry put in her own thoughts. We could end up bonkers, but it's just one possible side effect. She looked at them sharply. The only downside is that it would take a few days to complete, which is fine if we do it during the halls, she argued. If it's so perfect, why didn't Slytherin do it? Ron argued stubbornly, because he was afraid of losing his genius intellect, of it all going to waste. And losing one's mind is a kind of death too. But he wasn't scared of it like Morty. She answered just as fiercely. A bit of time and effort for access to unimaginable information about another self and their world and a combination of their power sounds like a fine deal to me. What if it doesn't work? What if you're just crazy? And what about how it would change us? We wouldn't be the same. I thought that was the whole point. Harry burst in anger, throwing her arms up. That we change from who we are now, because who are now is pathetic, she spit harshly. They flinched. These aren't lives we're living, because living implies doing more than just surviving and hoping the next day might be a little better as we hunch over hoping no one decides to make us a target today. That's not life. One of the old stone statues cracked dangerously, and all 3 girls looked over quickly. Harry was breathing heavy, and she took a deep breath, trying to calm down. She still tended to have outbursts when she got too worked up, though there wasn't much she cared about enough to get worked up. It's why we think dying is better than just being who we are now, she murmured quietly after a few silent minutes. X. The girls didn't talk again for the next few months, and the halls went by before they spoke again. The time in between was too long and too lonely not to come together again. For a while they simply sat together, leaning against one another after months of being alone. I think we should give it more time to think about it. Harry eventually mumbled. It's too big a decision to be made rashly. Yeah, Ron muttered. Her mood without them had taken a dark and terrible turn, and she often secluded herself in her bed, curtains spelled shut as she played chess by herself. Alone and brooding, and she avoided her siblings like the plague. When she had gone home, she was just one in many freckled children, and it being so festive and busy, it was easy to slip away to her room. Not like she was really that close with any of her siblings, anyhow. Percy had been stuck up the ministry's arse. The twins were more likely to use her as a target for their experiments, and nowadays Ginny was too cool to be just hanging around with her loner, useless older sister. Bill and Charlie had too much of an age gap to really be that close, and lived far off from them, so they didn't really keep in touch as much. It was all a blur to her without her 2 friends there to make anything meaningful. The beginning of 6th year? Nev asked, looking at her 2 only and best friends. Life without them for that brief period was the worst in her life. Home was a lonely place with her strict grandmother, and visiting her parents was always, either way, though she was given plenty of thoughtful gifts and well wishes from her housemates. Her home was cold and lonely, and everything just felt like it was a platitude, an obligatory thing. Having them and then being separated was something she never wanted to experience again. Harry nodded against Ron's shoulder, petting Nev's dirty blonde locks. Sounds like a plan. Without the other two, her life had been even more stressful, and she'd been getting clumsy. She'd even contemplated just killing herself, drinking poison from one of Snape's private stores of potion ingredients. She was sure she could manage to get into them and be dead by the time Snape even realized someone had been snooping around. Her life became nothing without them there. Sirius was a distant presence, uncomfortable with her house, and mostly focused solely on finding Pettigrew. Like he'd always been, putting his revenge first. She didn't even really blame him that much. He was one of her father's best friends, practically his brother, and who was she besides a remnant of a man she never met? The girls went back into their frenzy of studying the rest of the Slytherin texts. The rest of their 5th year was modeled with avoiding others and sneaking away, distancing themselves even more from others. The twins put up a fabulous display before they left Hogwarts, though, and eventually, Umbridge was left to the Centaurs and Dumbledore came back to the school, and the twins left school for a business venture. XXX, Harry hummed, deftly folding the wrapping paper her gifts were wrapped in and delicately placing it in her trunk. She'd been able to sneak it up, a decoy locked in the cupboard that she used to call a room. Her cat, an extremely large and fluffy thing, a Norwegian forest and Kneazle hybrid by the name of Midas, watched her flippantly. After she'd sternly told him to stay away from her wrapping, the cat had been sulking on her cot, watching her and pouting. Spoiled thing. She shook her head and directed her attention back to her gifts. The owl that had brought it was carrying back a gift for Nev and a thank you note to both, throwing in some chocolate frogs for Ron. The two girls were together at the moment, at Neville's home, quietly celebrating alone. Opening the box from Neville, she smiled at the pretty necklace inside, with matching earrings. Platinum, she smiled as she read the little card. Remus was close to Sirius, and Sirius was cautiously tentative with her. The few times she'd been able to see Sirius, Remus was close by. The note also said that it had a few of the charms they'd learned from the chamber. She let out a slight giggle, gently putting in the earrings. They sparkled with little gemstones in curious green and purplish red that Nev had babbled about zoisite and ruby, and she adored it before slipping the necklace on. The cool metal clung close to her throat with little to no slack, a larger gem of the same sort gleaming in the mirror in her old beat-up wardrobe. She turned to Midas with a grin. "How is it, you think? It looks quite fanciful, doesn't it?" she asked the cat, turning her neck this way and that. His tail thumped against the bed, blinking at her slowly. She rolled her eyes before copying that slow blink, waving him off before sitting cross-legged on the floor again. She plucked open Ron's gift, snorting at the candy she found but raising her eyebrows at the cauldron cakes. How on earth did she get those alcoholic treats? She shrugged, pulling one out. "Well, cheers," she nodded to her cat before biting into it. And coughing, her face screwing up at the strong taste souring her mouth and then burning her throat. She spluttered, hitting her chest. Well, she choked as smoke billowed from her mouth, nose, and ears. "I guess I know why they call it fire whiskey now. Bloody hell," before staring down at the rest of the chocolate and magical whiskey concoction. She stared at it for a few moments more before shoving the rest of it in her mouth, trying to chew and swallow as fast as she could. Getting sloshed on her 16th birthday sounded like a good enough plan to her. XXX. The train ride was spent in a compartment that she charmed and spelled to the teeth, only letting Ron and Nev in as they lounged together. "So," Harry began, looking between the two. Blue and dark brown eyes looked to her before glancing at one another. They offered solemn nods, and Harry let a grim smile cover her features. And then conversation went on as usual, talking about their desolate summers, and Harry handing over her invisibility cloak to Ron and Nev for them to sneak down to the chamber later to meet her, along with the map she'd swiped from Filch in her second year to help her escape her peers. At dinner and after watching the sorting, it never got old, seeing all of the 11-year-olds who would be split into 4 houses. Harry felt a spike of frantic panic in her chest when she learned that Snape would be acting as Data Professor that year. She calmed down a little about Slughorn, though. Everyone in Slytherin knew about Slughorn, and that meant she would be safe the upcoming year in potions. She glanced over at Ron. Then Nevada. Ron looked as horrified as many other Gryffindors at the prospect of Snape being Data Professor. Nev was white as a sheet. Her lips pursed a little, but she resolutely went back to her meal. The elves were usually kind enough to put something specific together for her, but she always checked her food just in case. After dinner, she slipped away unnoticed to the disused girls' bathroom and down to her sanctuary. While she waited, she flitted about, checking the corpse of the basilisk, where she'd hidden it away and out of sight under some heavy preservation charms. She'd been harvesting its venom, scales, and the like to sell. It was worth a heavy amount for just a few drops, and damned if she wasn't going to get something out of it besides trauma and a scar. When she heard Ron's usual whoops as they slid down, she stuffed the large round vials into a bag after corking them. She'd probably give some of the money she'd make to Ron too, of course. Then she was wandering out to meet the two. Ron was brushing herself off with a grin. "I'll never get tired of that," she said once she noticed Harry snickering at them. Harry shook her head, amused as Neville huffed with a frown. And then they were strolling over a set of stairs growing up to one of the rooms hidden in the wall at a hissed command. They then proceeded to splay out, each at their own tables with their own stacks of books. Ron typically wasn't one for studying, but these things were way more interesting than anything the library had, or any books they could buy from Diagon. Some were handwritten by Slytherin himself, others part of the man's vast collection. As the next few weeks passed, they spent more time on something new. Spells written down in an old potions book Harry had taken, and helpful hints that Harry quickly used to her advantage. She was always proficient with potions, in an effort to avoid unnecessary wrath from her head of house. But now, with Slughorn praising her at every turn for both her title and potions prowess and her new helpful hints, she was being targeted by her housemates a bit more. She couldn't bring herself to care, easily evading anything they tried to do to her. And if they were trying to do anything to her bed, she wouldn't know because she had the elves move all of her things down to the chamber and hadn't entered her dorm once so far this year, the decoy trunk sitting idle. She showered, or actually bathed in the prefect's room. The house elves really did adore her. She smiled a bit, thinking about the little creatures. So helpful they were. More importantly, Harry found herself absolutely fascinated by the half-blood prince and wondering idly who he was. Well, it didn't much matter. He'd probably long since graduated. Dada wasn't as awful as she'd feared, and he thankfully seemed to ignore her for the most part, focusing most of his vitriol on the Gryffindors. It didn't mean he still didn't treat her as an absolute waste of human skin. All in all, this year was proving to be the best by far. She hadn't been sent to the hospital wing once so far, and it was almost time for halls already. And down in the chamber they may or may not have been practicing spells that may or may not have been incredibly dark. So dark, even Slytherin hesitated to use it. Harry figured it was fine. She had no doubts that Morty whatever would start up some shit again. Maybe not right away, but when her scar hurt, it was a pretty general marker. The murmurs in her own house. She may not spend time in the common rooms, but that didn't mean she didn't have devices stuck in there to keep her updated. More than enough pointed towards his imminent comeback. And well, the Ministry has made it very clear on what their thoughts were, especially with Umbridge's theoretical bullshit. Not all of the spells were dark. Slytherin was a well-versed man at least, even if he was a supremacist bastard. And they might have been brewing like crazy down in the chamber. They would need some of these potions. Mostly, Harry has been brewing because she was the best at it, and the Half-Blood Prince's hints from the book made her make connections in her mind that helped make sense of why he changed the formula. She wouldn't say she was a genius at it or anything, but she certainly knew her stuff. For fear of her head of house mostly, but still, some of the potions Ron had slipped into her siblings' things were sent in candies back to her parents or brothers and her sister. Protective potions or strengthening potions to be taken on a fairly regular basis. They took those potions too, of course. They were slightly arcane, but extremely effective. Too effective. Which was why the method and ingredients to brew it were kept a well-coveted secret, likely lost to the world except for where it sat here, in these journals. And Slytherin was a man who loved secrets. Too curious for his own good, that one. but also appropriately cautious. There was an entire separate section for healing and preemptive potions alone. Honestly, Harry wouldn't have thought that Slytherin would have been such a health nut, but then again, self-preservation. He was pretty serious about staying active as well. In one of his private journals, he'd said Godric was getting quite the gut while he was there. In the strange, flowery terms used back in their day, she may have had to grab a translation book from the library. Speaking of which, his journals were surprisingly pleasant. And he harbored a secret affection for Helga, Hufflepuff's second cousin, that was kind of sweet. He was actually quite protective of her, and the rivalries weren't really rivalries then as much as, he'd say, healthy competition. It was nice, besides the whole muggles still killing witches en masse. His fear was, if not exaggerated, very real. That was no excuse for his bigotry, but the base fear was understandable. A fear made pretty redundant in the present, leaving behind the fear and replacing it with blind hatred and disgust. Don't get her wrong, muggles had advanced quickly, their weapons, devastating. But ignoring those threats entirely and acting as though muggles were no better than animals was, well, either way, aside from all of their super vitamin potions and the ones to build tolerance to poisons and venoms, they'd been kind of working out. Nev had some trouble, but it wasn't like they were going all out like she knew the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams did. It was mostly broom riding, quite a workout for the thighs, abdomen, and arms, and a great way to instill a sense of balance. It wasn't half bad, all things considered, and Harry liked the way she could feel physical strength in her body. She'd always been scrawny and speedy, but now she was flexible and scrappy too. She certainly wouldn't be going head-to-head with her cousin anytime soon, but if his string bean friend Piers tried to harass her, she could break his nose or something. Well, Dudley had been pretty alright the past summer, had apologized to her awkwardly and sort of been an ally, getting her extra bits of food, and sometimes asking about her school. Not that there was much to tell. Much good anyways, and she didn't feel like remembering all the terrible things. She shook her head and scurried to the kitchens, peering at her map to make sure she was avoiding anyone. Her two only friends were waiting in the chamber, and she was fetching their food on this run. The elf seemed especially fond of her and all. Life was going pretty damn well for her at the moment. Triple X? Ron stretched, eyeing herself in the mirror curiously. She wasn't quite so thin, she supposed. There was shadow of more sculpted muscles at her stomach, and her arms and thighs were hard with muscle too. She studied her breasts and hips critically. She supposed they were of good enough size. Her hips weren't as wide as her mother's, of course, but they offset her trim waist and complemented her muscular thighs and toned arse. To be entirely honest, she was still a little bit jealous of Ginny, who was shorter than Ron's lanky height, too tall for a girl, who already had breasts the same size as Ron's own, whose waist was a bit smaller, making her feminine frame easier to notice. She was a little jealous of her two friends as well. Nev was plush, with pleasantly plump breasts and lovely hips and a sweet round face, and looked so soft and feminine. It reminded Ron, honestly, a little of her mother. And then there was petite Harry. She was small, could probably easily be carried around, but she was mostly leg and her arse was phenomenal. She had such a tiny waist as well, thanks to her smaller ribcage and shapely hips, even if she didn't have much in the way of cleavage. She eyed her reflection again, fiddling with her long, fire ginger hair. Maybe she should get a haircut? She could decide over halls. It would be the second time, besides disastrous second year, that she stayed, and she'd already told her parents. She shook her head and got dressed properly before grabbing the cloak and sneaking out and away, down to first collect Nev, and then over to the chamber. "So, what have we got today?" she asked their waiting friend who grinned at them, crooked and dimpled. It didn't happen often enough, in Ron's opinion. It still sometimes rankled her, knowing her friend more or less lived down in this dark little hole in the ground, but she was happier here than Ron ever remembered her being in her dorms, and honestly, Ron couldn't blame her. She couldn't imagine living with those nasty girls in Slytherin. Guess who got hold of some of the time and work tables of foreign schools? What, really? Yeah, and you guys should really look them over. Hogwarts feels so behind in comparison, and look at this. Comprehensive Muggle studies, and studies not solely pertaining to magic. Guess what else? Guess what else? No, I'll just tell you anyways. I got a few studies, all put together in a book from the International Confederation about how international premier schools stack up, and guess where Hogwarts is? Near the bottom. The bottom. Some criticisms include our snore of history, our exclusion of more varied magical classes and non-magical classes, not having a physical fitness class or clubs besides Quidditch, not even a Muggle sports club, our food, our portions of food, our all-at-once dining, our hospital wing and injury rate, and oh, the list just goes on. There are entire pages dedicated to our unstable D.A.D. A education. She laughed as though this were exhilarating news. What? So we're subpar or something? Why are you so happy about that? Ron frowned. Her friend's green eyes glittered in the light. It was tinged green, the lights. Harry had told them before it was like the light in the Slytherin common room, which was partially under the lake. Don't you see what that means, Ron? Most of our wizarding community is considered largely uneducated to the standards of other nations. And we have all of this. She threw her hands out of the chamber at large. And now, even the things the other better schools are learning as well. Do you know that Wagadu, the very largest of all the schools, their students excel so much in advanced self-transfiguration that they can change their forms entirely? Most can find their animagus forms pretty quickly into schooling as well. And most of them learn to use their magic without wands, only through pointing and hand gestures, not to mention their alchemy classes and astronomy classes. She was practically vibrating in excitement at this point. Castelabruxo students are known for their advanced herbology and magizoology. They have an exchange program too, for European schools dash. Yeah, Bill wanted to go through with it. Had a pen friend there who sent him something nasty since Mom and Dad couldn't afford it. Ron sighed. I didn't think it could be that much different if they're doing student exchanges, though. No, Castelabruxo is within the top 10, and Hogwarts as well, the 23rd out of 28. She shrugged. Wait, 28? I thought there were only 11 big schools? Nev frowned worriedly. Oh, sure, the only really ducking old ones, but we're talking about the schools worldwide. More than that, what is considered to be the premier schools. I'm surprised there aren't more really. Harry pointed out. Ilvermorny is like a less elitist, much less pure-blood Hogwarts, with higher education standards, of course. Mahadakoro is at the #1 spot. No surprise there if you look at the way they're taught, and what they're taught, astounding. And they start from age 7 until 11, of course. They're actually day students that return home. Cold of Storts plays Quidditch on entire rooted trees, did you know? Like Durmstrang. They practice a lot more physical things like dueling and martial magics too, but without the pure blood only tags. Oh, you know what else I got? A list of spells taught at that merged school of underwater spellage. Isn't that more meant for those who have already graduated? Or at least are adults? Like a Muggle university, yes, but who cares about that? We're already learning far beyond this year, or next year anyways. Why not add these? Never know when you might need them. I think you were secretly meant to be in Ravenclaw, you know. The hat suggested I might fit in any or all of the houses, but that the one that fit me best was Slytherin. I didn't know any better to suggest something else. She shrugged. It's long since done anyhow. So, these new spells and the like, I assume that they're what we're going to study until halls come and we can use the ritual? Nev spoke up again. We'll also be training our bodies a little bit more than usual as well, just in case. In case of what? And anyhow, how did you get those transcribes and the like? I asked an elf. She replied simply, as though that were the only thing needed to answer. What? What do you mean you asked an elf? Well, I was just wondering about what kinds of classes the other schools had, and Dobby overheard me. And well, he got Mipsy, who's got a cousin who works for the Confederation, to get these all for me. She explained. I didn't expect all of this, of course, but Dobby does like being quite grand. Oh, that makes sense. Dobby does worship you after all. I think he's the only one who does all my wash actually, since he's more or less adopted me as his witch. Pretty sure he's also the one that got me those fancy bathing oils and those scar fading paste for my birthday, since I know he heard me talk about wanting to take better care of my skin. You know, I hadn't even known scar fading paste even existed. I think I'm going to start researching some health and beauty and cosmetic spells and rituals and potions and all next. I think we deserve to pamper ourselves a little. That does sound rather nice. Nev agreed, and those bath oils were bloody fantastic. Ron sighed happily. If anything feels so nice as that and makes my skin so soft and all, then I'm all for it, and we have mostly been focusing on our general education. Fantastic. We'll spoil ourselves rotten with knowledge and treats. Harry grinned. Stolen. Chapter summary. Mema. Abducted by Voldemort, who doesn't want to hurt or kill her, which she is wary of. Poppy Potter woke up slow and languid, which really in itself was a warning flag. She was snuggled warm and comfortable in a soft blanket on a soft but firm bed, and the sleepy warmth was almost enough to lull her back into sleep. But she was most certainly not at the Dursleys, where she last remembered being, and this was certainly not her cot. She frowned to herself, keeping quiet and mostly still under the wonderfully comfortable blanket as she tried to recall how she might have gotten into this bed. The day had started normally enough, though it was Dudley's birthday, which meant she was woken up a bit earlier for her to start cooking his birthday breakfast. While Dudley had been slightly more tolerable and more mellow since the entire, almost had his soul sucked out, her aunt and uncle had not, which he supposed was understandable from their limited point of view. Their son almost died by magical creature because he had been near her after all. After she had made breakfast, and took a few pieces while she was cooking and Aunt Petunia busy organizing her precious Dudder's presents, she was kicked out to the garden. It had been a nice enough day, so she couldn't say she really minded. She was called back in for lunch, that is, to make lunch. Took some food for herself to hide under her baggy thrift store / Dudley's cast-off clothes, and was sent off before Dudley could get home with his friends in tow. Dudley might be better now, but his parents still weren't, and she doubted his ickle little friends were either. So she had gone to go to her room to sullenly think about how her friends had been more or less banned to write to her, and silently fumed that they ducking listened to those orders. And that was it. She had no idea what happened after that. In her concentration, she almost missed the small sound of the doorknob opening. Almost, but she still caught it, and her body froze for a moment. Petunia used harsh, fast raps and quiet shrilling to keep from waking her slumbering uncle and cousin, who honestly probably wouldn't have woken up even if she had really shrieked. Uncle Vernon, rare as it was that he was the one getting her, could be heard long before he reached the door, which he would thump heavily once in warning, rumbling out "girl," and then moving along. Dudley, when he was younger, would just slam open her door whenever he felt like bothering her before all the locks, or when they weren't all done up when she finally had a room and not just the cupboard. Even after he'd gotten better as a person, she meant, he had still held on to barging in with no warning until he'd caught her in her knickers while she was changing. After that, it was his usual stampede, a ridiculously timid gentle knock, and only after he received permission would he come in. He'd only once strummed up the courage to ask about her scars. None of her friends would have come in without knocking or some kind of warning, even if they had thought her asleep. This was someone else. She relaxed subtly, smoothing her breathing soft and slow to mimic sleep. She had always been good at feigning sleep when the occasion arose. "I know you're awake," came the soft voice, quiet in the gloom. She froze up again, and in no time the soft steps had brought him closer as he turned on a small table lamp. The soft lighting illuminated Tom Marvolo Riddle as her eyes flew open because she knew that voice, that soft, pleasant voice from a shade of a boy stuck in a diary. Scarlet eyes, but perfectly styled dark brown hair and a handsome, charming face. He was older now than the shade had been, a few lines of age that even long magical lifespans couldn't quite slow down, but wah-dash, she jolted upright, belatedly realizing she had been changed into a long Edwardian nightgown of chiffon with soft, stretchy lace encircling low on her shoulders. The ribbon under her bust was slithering green, a deep sort of forest shade. She was also slightly more alarmed that she didn't wear her regular unders but a slim shift in place of them, and curled her legs up, looping her arms around her ankles to keep the skirts from potentially flashing her nemesis that had. Good Lord, he'd kidnapped her. If she hadn't been hit by a spell or something, then it was quite possible that he'd stolen her away directly from Privet Drive. His lips tipped up in a smile, eyes crinkling as he sat on the bed close to her. "W, what am I doing here?" she managed to choke out. There was something inherently wrong with handsome Tom Riddle sitting there calmly, not reptilian and pompous and utterly mad. Voldemort glaring her down and spouting nonsense and long monologues where he spoke in third person sometimes to really up the "I'm above you and above all men" feeling he wanted to make sure everyone was aware of. Where are we? Her eyes flicked around the room, on anything other than the man looming next to her and watching her with an unblinking stare. If he was trying to unnerve her, he had already well accomplished that. She had thought, well, she had impression through the vision she had been suffering that Voldemort's base of action was Malfoy Manor. And this was most certainly not Malfoy Manor, at least not any part she had seen. Almost everything was white or silver or platinum there, pristine colors. For your latter question, we are home. For your first, allow me to enlighten you, young Poppy Potter. He smiled a little wider, leaning closer. She was already against the backboard of the bed but squished herself as far back as she was able. She felt more than saw his arm move, settling in next to her hip and trapping her there as he shifted closer. You are mine, he told her. Helpful. Really helpful. He must have noticed her confused and probably terrified, let's be honest, expression because he let out a little huff of a chuckle, a strange little half-smile on his face that unnerved her terribly more than she already was. Perhaps that was not specific enough. No need to fret, young Poppy Potter, he assured her, and really, it wasn't reassuring at all. You will come to no harm here. Well, she supposed death wasn't really considered harm when it was the killing curse. His lips turned down in a severe-looking frown, and he caught her chin in his free hand, forcing her eyes to his. He wasn't necessarily cold, but he certainly wasn't warm either. And you certainly will not be dying. That didn't help at all with the rushing confusion, because if she wasn't being tortured or killed, what was she here for? It had been made plenty clear since she was first introduced to the magical side that the Dark Lord wanted her dead. Was she a prisoner? Kidnapped, of course, so obviously she was a prisoner, but why? As a blow to the other side? To keep her out of the way? To gloat about how easily she'd been snatched from under their noses? All of those things are true, I suppose, but not the main reason. Riddle told her musingly, his hold on her chin gentling and then slipping down to brush across her exposed collarbone and slide down her arm. Goose flesh came up in the wake, and she stared at him. How did he... You think so loudly, Poppet, he chuckled, red eyes gleaming. And you're so expressive. His eyes did that pleasant little crinkle thing again. You've had direct contact with my diary, he said suddenly. In your second year. Yes. What do you know about it? He asked her, still far too close. But she supposed that anywhere within the vicinity would be far too close. At least he didn't seem upset that she had destroyed it. It, was a shade? Of you, I guess, she said unsurely. It had been years ago, and honestly, she didn't like thinking about the whole thing. There were a lot of things from her schooling she didn't like thinking about. A younger you from when you were in school. Yes. He was a sizable shard of my soul. I what? She balked. She had thought when she gave the little bit of consideration she allowed before shoving the situation from her mind that it was something like the portraits. Given limited sentience of who it was based off of, but not. How? Slipped out incredulously before she could censor herself. He seemed strangely pleased with her reaction. Horcruxes. A dark ritual. He purred. A little death to fracture the soul, and then voila. The fractured part becomes an anchor to the living plane. A little wait. Then you were planning to make me a Horcrux? She said, horror somehow racketing up. Oh no, my dear. I wasn't planning on making another one when I went to vanquish you. I suppose my soul or my magic had become so accustomed that a sliver just latched onto you once my physical body was destroyed. Or perhaps it was a survival method. He mused aloud to her. His hand lingered, wrapped lightly around her thin wrist. His thumb stroked in a small circle she wasn't sure he was aware of. He was unsettlingly warm now, instead of the room temperature he'd felt when he first touched her. But the diary, that particular piece, had only recently found its way back to me. It had been wandering between the planes for a few years in between. Pure chance that I had managed to call it back. He told her. I will admit it had left me bedridden. While of course Lord Voldemort had far more time, power, and knowledge than the 16-year-old Tom, Lord Voldemort had also been so fractured he had gone mad. And Tom had the benefit of having half of an entire soul. In the end, of course, they managed to meld together. It didn't end there. I have other Horcruxes, other large pieces of my soul around. I absorbed most of them, not with any regret, of course. His lips screwed up and his eyes narrowed in blatant distaste. If that is what Albus is still trying to push onto the few youth that might happen upon knowledge of Horcruxes. The entire process is simply a matter of will. He sniffed. Any soul piece retrieved will attempt to take over the body when returning and either absorb the other piece or meld together like my own did. She wasn't sure why he was telling her all of this. She had no interest in it whatsoever outside of how she could possibly get rid of the one in her. His thoughtful gaze returned to her, a small frown. That won't be happening, Poppet, he said, not quite chiding. The sliver of soul in you has long blended into your own over the years. It's really pure chance that it held on to enough of me to form a connection at all, which I suppose is why the basilisk fang had pierced your arm. His hand slid up to where the small starburst scar was. It was on both sides, and while the phoenix tears had healed her, it didn't stop the near death from leaving a little reminder. And you're still a Horcrux. Basilisk venom is one of the few things that can destroy a vessel so drenched in dark protective magics as I had put my Horcruxes under to free the soul inside of it. Had I not had other Horcruxes in place, it would have entirely destroyed it. Thankfully, the other pieces of my soul were enough to keep it on this plane. His thumb pressed slightly on the scar that sat on the inside of her arm, then smiled slowly. His face was handsome, and it was all a cover for what he really was, one he used to charm and trick. And because it had grown into your soul and still shares a connection to my own, you are also kept on this plane. I'm still not entirely sure how you had managed to survive that night. There are whispers of a ritual your father had gotten from his mother, the notorious blood ritualist Doria Black, but I had been there that night, and I had scoured it afterwards. There had been no ritual, and even the absurd theory of your mother's love would have needed a ritual or leave some sort of magical residue there even after so many years. What had protected you in that graveyard had not been your parents' souls, much as they had given you some shelter. I needed your blood to even touch you. That had not been the work of a ritual. Her brows furrowed together, just a little. But the wards on Privet Dash were not based on blood. Familial connection, perhaps, but you could have just as easily gone to any distant cousin from the pure blood side of your family and done the same. Likely would have been better, he mused absent-mindedly, to have had a magical barrier that could feed from the magics of a magic-rich household. He peered at her. While I had many blacks and others from those circles in my service, I did not have all of them, and you were most closely related to them through your grandmother. Several of them had made a small ruckus of it even. Your grandmother Doria was a beloved family member after all. Unfortunately, their reputation as a whole had taken quite a blow from followers like Bellatrix and extreme purists, and they were dismissed entirely when Dumbledore had proclaimed you to be in a safe place. Any others closely related to you were rejected in much the same fashion after the Ministry had set their own wards around that awful Muggle neighborhood. Then the Dementor Dash. The Ministry is also full of corrupt fools, he waved off easily, who would eagerly blame someone else than admit that they aren't in total control of the Dementors, or that they indeed are, and a Ministry official with quite a lot of power to swing around had deliberately set one of them in not just a Muggle neighborhood, but the very one that the disgraced girl who lived was shucked away to. Frustration built in her, a common feeling the past few years as she silently railed. Nobody listened to her. No adult she was supposed to trust would help her when it counted. And when she went behind their backs, she was scolded for putting herself in danger when they'd already proven to her that they can't be trusted or that they just dismiss any and all of her concerns. There, pop it. The Ministry, the adults meant to supervise and protect the children under their guidance at Hogwarts, the zealots that insist that Muggles are harmless and won't listen to a word otherwise, the ones who looked at you, who saw you and saw that you were not well, but ignored it. You don't have to worry about any of that now. Tom cooed, rubbing her arms soothingly. You are home now, Poppet. We share not only a soul connection now, but a blood one as well. Your blood rushes in my veins, as a part of my soul rests in your own. We share a history of mistreatment at the hands of Muggles who called us freaks, who would see us beaten down for something we have no control over. We share mistreatment from our time in Hogwarts, much as it is a beloved home. Those who looked at us, saw us battered and too thin coming back and ignored. Lied to, deceived by Albus Dumbledore, both who sought to control what we could know about our own heritage, who cut us off from help and forced us to act ourselves. Your father's cloak, he gave it to you as a gift. Why did he have it? He had known about you, had put you with the Muggles and never returned to check on you. And when you tried to voice your abuse, the neglect and pain you suffered at their hands was dismissed. You had killed a man your first year, a damned man, but killed him nonetheless after being drawn into something that you, as a first-year student, should never have been a part of. Your second year came the chamber and you were shunned and mocked by all, and the professors meant to help you and protect you did nothing to stop that abuse. All because of something you had no control over, could have no control over, and only in your second year of schooling. Oh, the students may have forgiven you, But have they ever really apologized for the cruel things they said to you? For the hexes and spells sent your way that the staff turned a blind eye to? And then trapped down in the chamber with a shade of a boy, a young girl's life in your young hands, as though you should have had to do it all yourself? And your friend's sister, nonetheless, against a centuries-old beast who hungered after so long a sleep. Why had it turned into a 12-year-old having to save an 11-year-old girl after months of dangerous petrifications? Why did you have to protect the stone? Why did you have to be put in the direct line of danger 2 years in a row? Third year, the one I had nothing to do with, and even then you were embroiled in danger. Never has there been a Demento on the grounds of Hogwarts before then. The danger would have been far too much, and over what? Sirius Black? Even if the allegations had been true, there had been worse murderers who haunted Hogwarts ground through history, and none of them necessitated soul-sucking monsters that the Ministry still cannot control, and who bring out the worst misery around young children whose magical cores are still developing. The trauma of the knowledge that a grown man, Pettigrew, had slept by your friend for years, that the one who facilitated your parents' murder had been so close to you this entire time, and that because Black had never been given a trial. A man who could have watched over you instead of those awful muggles had been driven to madness and had barely been able to live on the run as it is. She was crying now because talking about it had never really been an option. Having it laid out with his sympathetic voice, who said that it shouldn't have been up to her and her friends. The adults around her brushed it off, but Hermione was worried about things like trauma and what it must be doing to them. To all the students of Hogwarts when these terrible things happen each year. Pain of death corridor with dead unicorns to worry about. Second year with petrifications abound. Third year with the crazed traitor Sirius Black haunting the school. Your fourth year, his hands switched arms to caress at the scar Wormtail made on her. While Crouch Jr. had been ingenious in his ability to put your name in, it would never have happened if the ones who spelled the goblet hadn't cut sharp corners in their haste. Being blamed and accused of cheating to get into it, having the school turn their backs on you once again, and even the friend who you thought you could truly rely on, and then to be still forced to compete, and then slandered against as a minor, to have faced dangers meant originally for only those who were trained more clearly, for those who wanted to take the risk of severe injury for fame and fortune and glory to their schools. To have only been accepted when it was clear that there were very real dangers that you were being forced to go against when no one had believed you before. Traitorous children and adults who were eager to condemn you so quick to turn and try to swindle their way out of the horrid things they'd said and done against you. Only to be then forced into my father's graveyard at the end. Fight for your life after watching another's taken. He reached up to brush her tears away. They were blurring her vision now, and she was breathing fast as she tried not to cry. She hated thinking about those times, hated having to remember them, because as she did, she felt nothing but bitter rage after she had cried over it, had wallowed in questions like, why was it me and what have I done to deserve this? She didn't want to feel those things. People were in danger every year, and every year she had become the center of it. No adults would listen to her, actually listen. Yet every year, without fail, it would somehow wind up that it was her and her friends who had to handle things that, damn it, Poppy knew they shouldn't have to. But if they didn't, who would? All the unicorns of the forest might have been killed off, and Voldemort might have gotten the stone in her first year, run off with near no one the wiser. Ginny would have died, and Lockhart might have killed her, and Ron, if it had been his own wand he was using, or mushed their minds to nothing with his memory modifications. And there might have been a teenaged, homicidal Tom Riddle running amok in the world. Sirius Black and Buckbeak both would be dead. Pettigrew never confronted and still sleeping in Ron's own bed, poised to potentially kill her or Ron under Voldemort had he not been found out. Fourth year. To come back so injured, bloodied, and still clinging to the boy's body because you couldn't bear to leave him there. Almost stolen away by Crouch Jr. when you should have been safe at last, and then blamed, slandered as you tried to warn people of what you knew to be true of Voldemort's return. To be turned on once more by a fickle people who will shower you in praise and wonder one moment, and in the next, vilify you over things you cannot control, things that never should have been foisted on your shoulders, and a life that you never asked for as the famous girl who lived. At this point, a sob broke loose, and she wasn't able to stop it, or the next or the one after that. She knew this man was evil, knew he had murdered so many innocents, and knew he was likely bringing this all up to manipulate her, but gods damn it. It hurt, and it was all of her thoughts hidden deep down where she didn't need to think about them too much, didn't need to dwell that she shouldn't have to deal with it all, that the adults around her shouldn't let or encourage her to take on these problems herself or brush off everything she says about anything and then scold her when she tried to take care of it herself because they refused to help her. The isolation, the bullying, bad treatment she did nothing to deserve, that she knew she did nothing to deserve, the knowledge that at any moment they could turn on her like in second, like in fourth, like they continued to do in fifth. All when she was just trying so hard to keep things together, to keep people safe. Sirius is barely alive after the confrontation at the ministry, and she blames herself, and for the injuries her friend sustained, and for the way Remus was in agony after finally having one of his best friends back, and he knew it was her fault too. He avoided her, and she'd seen the cold look on his face the first time she'd turned to him before she was left at Privet Drive, and the way he avoided her. She'd gotten so used to dealing with it on her own, and the visions had saved Mr. Weasley, but no one would listen to her about the ones in the ministry. Just told her to ignore it and let the adults handle it, but she had seen the way the adults handled things, seen it in all the years at Hogwarts, seen it in how each dangerous event had played out, seen it splashed as hatred in the paper Skeeter wrote, and how she had to attend a trial over a diminish someone sent after her, seen how she thought she was going to ducking die, year after year. They had never listened to her. Why should she listen to them when Voldemort hadn't gotten the stone? When Ginny was living and breathing, when Sirius Black was innocent the entire time, when they allowed someone clearly underage into a tournament that had clearly been tampered with if her name was able to come out as a second champion, when she had scars on her hand and she was told to just keep her head down when that bloody made her bleed, when she might not have been the only force to use one of those godforsaken quills. He murmured quiet little nothings as he moved closer, using both hands to hold her and brush away her tears as she cried and wailed, now latching onto him because he was comforting her, holding her and telling her it wasn't her fault, that it was never her fault. It hadn't happened, not after Quirrell had died, not after she had made it out of the chamber shaky, and barely walking despite the Phoenix tears, not after the Dementors forced her to hear her own mother begging for her life, or when they were almost slaughtered by Moony, not after coming back from the graveyard, or when she was saved from Crouch, and not after she came back dripping with blood because of writing on her hand. Never an adult, only her friends to cocoon her. She didn't have parents to fuss over her. She didn't have a family she could cry to or ask for help from. She couldn't trust the adults around her, as had been proven year after year. And here he was, the man who killed her parents, the man who led a civil war and terrorized the magical and muggle community alike, spouting about blood and ideals and hate. Sitting next to her, wiping away her tears and holding her. Maybe he was manipulating her. He was almost certainly doing it. Right now, she was just grateful to have someone to hold on to her, someone solid and real, telling her that it wasn't her fault, that it shouldn't have been on her shoulders to begin with, that it was all right to cry and be unhappy with how she's been treated. After the lonely summer, after years of her and her friends being left to their own devices to keep them and the people around them safe, and the horrible feeling of abandonment that her friends, the ones who'd been with her for years, were listening to adults who had left them on their own in the first place. The horrible feelings of guilt, of fault and self-loathing that Sirius was more or less in a coma because of her, and that even that was lucky because he almost slipped away into the veil, that Remus blamed her just as much, that Cedric was dead because she had wanted to be chivalrous and it had gotten him killed. She could be bitter later that it was this mad bastard that took the time and the energy, even if it was just some terrible emotional trap, to tell her that it wasn't her fault. He crooned to her kind things and reassurances, and she hated that it was him just as much that she hated that it rang around her head, validating her feelings and that she felt grateful for it. Triple X, his handsome form, was partially from absorbing soul pieces and partially charms. His skin was still bone pale and had patches of gleaming small scales, and he did still have claws on hands and feet both, and he was actually still ridiculously tall like stretched taffy. And his eyes were entirely red without the charms, no white to be seen at all. But he did have a full head of hair and eyebrows and eyelashes, and he did have a nose and a more human-looking face outside of the red eyes and being bone-pale and having scales. He had actual ears now, instead of the two small malformed set he'd had out of the cauldron, and she felt like it was an odd thing to focus on. But frankly, being here at all was odd, and better that she think of that than how she was trapped here under Voldemort, who didn't want to kill her. But he also wasn't willing to let her go, and he might have let her cry on him and all, but that didn't change that he'd been trying to kill her for years, or that he started a war, or that he killed her parents and countless others, and commanded a bunch of terrorists that tortured people and murdered and had raids. She was sure that he thought enough time spent together would change her opinion on him, along with the tale about how unstable he had gotten after splitting his soul numerous times, and how that wouldn't happen again. She had her doubts, a lot of them, and regardless if he wasn't the same, there was still the matter of his Death Eaters and followers and what they did and stood for. Not to say she'll forget that it was Voldemort who really catapulted them into what they were and how he ruined everything, but still. Please, drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.